Hello, and welcome to MAG1 Finals. It's been a month of effort. We've got 9 players remaining. The way this works, through the regular season, 501 were the highest scoring team, the 201 were second, and the 601 were third, which means they get one entry in the finals. The finals are a last man standing format.
Hey,
So
do I have a
first
recall? Yes, win.
First one up is first one up is Mongst, and he's here in the booth with us.
Reroll token. Yes or no? Do I have a reroll token? Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
All right. In the booth with me is Time for Miracle.
Hello.
Welcome, Time. How are you today?
I am doing good. Excited to cast the finals.
This is going to be amazing.
My hope is that Monk sweeps the entire finals. That'd be sick.
Mongst goes 8-0. Perfect. You heard it here first, guys.
That'd be very funny. Also, very long tourney if he actually sweeps everybody.
I mean, it's the design, right? There should be 8. It'll be 5 through 8 matches. So we will be, depending on how things go.
Oh, actually, I now see that there's win rates too in the spreadsheet. It's very cool.
Yeah, the
Monk says
spreadsheet's
80%
pretty cool.
win rates. Mm-hmm.
The 501 as a team have an 87% win rate. That's pretty amazing.
Yes, indeed. That's quite good. I think let's see, is the only 501 losses are on Saku too. Feels bad, man.
Ouch.
Where's Saku? It's okay, he's bringing up team morale, letting everyone else get the W's.
Yeah, you guys get the W's. I'm the captain. It'll be fine. All right, welcome to our very first match. We've got Flower Fairy from the 201 near side blue, amongst representing the 601 far side and red. Flower Fairy is going to be a fortified specialist with fangs and storm collars. You've got Mongst still choosing. You like any of these for him?
Yeah, I would assume he takes Supply Storm Arc without thinking about it at all, but I guess he's probably deciding between Badger or Supply here. Both are fine. Crawlers is probably better than Arcs, but Supply is really good, so...
He took
Badger. The Badger. Yep.
So crawlers and storms, picking by starting units rather than by specialist a little bit.
Looks like Monk's changed his profile picture. This is Mo and Curl from Deadlock. I almost said Monks and Curl. It's Mo and Curl from Deadlock. He was just talking about that before we started.
Nice.
He used to have his no oil profile picture, but now he's a Mo and Curl enjoyer.
All right. Oil is allowed. It's the finals. Anything goes.
Yeah, so there has been talk of doing a no oil circuit, which would be cool. Love to see that.
That would be fun.
Yes. Well, they're basically completely mirror positioning, except Flower Fairy's fangs are further back, so... I think that's generally better in standard, so it makes sense to me.
And it's 3 fangs and 2 crawlers versus 2 fangs and 3 crawlers. Very large differences.
Yeah, usually the extra crawlers should win, but storms are quite high variance. And fangs do like somewhat help clean up the variance, so it's like pretty much exactly the same. It's all really just comes down to storm RNG on turn 1. If you have like one singular fang that doesn't die, then it's a big problem, but yep, looking like it's pretty even.
Amongst winning on the left for exactly what you said. There was the one fang that didn't die. On the right, there are 3 surviving fangs, and Flower Fairy gets tower second. And we get the Storm v Storm ending. 4,800 for Flower Fairy, 4,300 for Mongst. We go to round 2.
Wow, Flower Fairy took those arc lights so quick, the UI didn't even come up for the drop. Taking them faster than Monks is impressive. Monks is a very fast player, so... Obviously, Flower Fairy thinks this is like by far the best thing you could possibly get. No hesitation at all.
I had no chaff clear. I wanted some chaff clear. Bearlake gave me arc lights. I'll take the arc lights.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't even get to see what the other options were, really. I saw some sludges. I guess you just always want arc lights in standard nowadays, so even if they're like level 2 and that might have like some concern for like feeding XP, there's nothing even on the board at the moment to feed XP to, so
Right.
it just simply is good. It's just deploys that you're already going to make, which translates to more chaff deploys, which is basically the best possible thing you can get in standard. Although Monks goes for the marksman here, and Flower Fairy does not. Have a point of divergence.
Whoa. So we have marksmen and badgers for monks. We have more chaff and an arc light, and an extra arc light for Flower Fairy. Now,
Flower Fairy does have EMP on the arc lights, by the way. No anti-air. Which is pretty standard, but important to note. And Monks has the normal standard marksman techs. Let's see. Flower Fairy is running fire again on their storms, by the way. I'm pretty sure they did not have fire previously when I casted Best of 7 versus Saku. They've changed their mind.
Taken it off.
Oh, actually, Monks does not have fire, so Flower Fairy has firestorms, Monks does not. Monks does have Fire Badger, though.
Right, so it's fire storms versus EMP storms are the decision point that they're making there. So Flower Fairy is going to be relying on other things to deliver his EMP?
Yes, and Badger actually did just get buffed yesterday, right? I think it's the range got buffed to 200 supply, and the Field Maintenance got buffed to 250 supply.
Yep. They both had a reduction in price.
I wonder if that's relevant. Like, he does get the heavy armor here, and Badger is a pretty good item holder. The Badger almost already leveled. It might end up being relevant. It's hard to say if... Like, I don't think you're unhappy to spend 200 to tech range for a Badger that's going to be in the board the whole game, but I do wonder if perhaps, like, maybe it's, like, too committal in standard. I really don't know. Like, we haven't had, like, Giga Cheap Badger techs in standard for, like, literally today, so... Impossible to know, really. I do think a lot of people really liked Badgers in standard before they nerfed Napalm, so I don't think that it's, like, historically a bad unit in standard. Also, it looks like my remote control of the game camera is broken in some way, so if production would like to take over.
Alright. This is, in fact, Monks playing standard. Yes, we have Monks sitting back in standard. I'm going standard v standard against Flower Fairy. They're both at about 4,200 hit points. It's really fascinating to watch Flower Fairy work because of the way that he runs his economy. And you find it, he's exceptionally, exceptionally efficient at it. Both players adding the pair of crawlers here. We've got ranged arcs for Flower Fairy, and no techs taken for Monks yet. So there should have been an advantage for Flower Fairy in terms of the ranged arc lights, and he had the one extra arc light. For Monks, the addition was one extra Stormcaller. And that is proving pretty beneficial for him. He's winning the right side, the center, and now the left. And round goes to Monks with essentially 3 surviving Stormcallers and drops Flower Fairy to 3,500.
Alright, looks like I can see the game again. Looks great.
Excellent. We have both players took the Incendiary, as the Incendiary bomb up, and we've added a mobile beacon and a running crawler for Flower Fairy. Monks did level that Fire Badger, hasn't teched it yet. Monks has now added high explosive ammo as the tech there. And again, we've got range as the only tech, range on the arc lights is the only tech for Flower Fairy. He's debating his last buy, he's got another 400 to spend. Drops that into, I'm sorry, he had 500 to spend, he dropped that into 2 more ranged arc lights. And he's still carrying that heavy armor, hasn't doesn't have a unit to put it on yet. Adds oil. So we have the no oil picture missing from Monks, and Flower Fairy is going to take the oil, connect it to the incendiary, and try to light the whole board on fire. So that should be... That is pretty devastating amount of fire there. Of course, the heavy armor badgers are what won the right side for Monk's last round, and there's nothing added that I think is going to kill them this round with them leveling.
Yeah, the badger level is quite strong. That's why I think maybe it could be correct for Monks to attack the badger, possibly. Maybe even just like field maintenance and nothing else, because obviously heavy scales well with field maintenance. Any
Right.
percent HP modifier from the item doesn't work with like portable shield. If anyone does not know that interaction, but it does work rather well with heavy and super heavy, so could be quite a menace on the right side. Feels like oftentimes standard can end up being played quite differently if there is something with the item like warping one side of the map pretty heavily. Like historically, parasitic ammo, for example, which
Right.
was a item that gave any unit replicates, like the Crawler Tech replicate, tended to warp one side of the map very, very hard, and you can sometimes see stuff like that with heavy armor units that have field maintenance or super heavy and standard at times, particularly with like worms.
Alright, we have a Scorpion dropped for Flower Fairy. Mustang, Wraith, and Vulcan are Monk's options.
Yeah, honestly, it's a bit surprising to see the Scorpion. I wonder if that's just going to be pointed... Yeah, it looks like it is. It
Yeah.
is pointed at the Badger and nothing else. So that's pretty
have
cool. I think
something-
that's great value for Monks, honestly, that incentivized Flower Fairy to take that. Because unless they have
Right.
Siege Mode in their Scorpions, which they don't, it's not like that incredible of a unit to have on a standard board. Like, there's nothing really to shoot except this Badger. Obviously, killing that Badger is important, like we were just talking about, but also, this Wraith is very far forward. I assume he's just going to sell it after this round.
He sold the one, but Flower Fairy has nothing on the board that's a really great upshoot. He's got the 3 sets of fangs that could conceivably do some work on that Wraith, but that's it. Well, 5 sets of fangs, I guess. If I was looking at 3 on that side, now there's 3 on this side. He's moved it over, so it's going to play with the Fire Badger.
Yeah, I would definitely argue that it's unkillable, and I'm pretty sure Monks does not anticipate Flower Fairy does take this Scorpion here, and that's the only reason that he puts it on the side in front of it. Which, I guess, like, his goal is, like, to help it get tower faster with this Wraith. Obviously, it's just gonna die, because it's a Scorpion. But that's the only thing I could think of. Like, he thinks that winning that side harder is beneficial for him, but he doesn't know that the Scorp's there.
The Scorpion, of course, is going to lock that Wraith just about indefinitely, but we do get to see one of the kind of cool pieces about a Wraith, is even though 3 of the guns are locked onto the Scorpion, one of the guns will target something else, and that something else could be the Fangs. Unfortunately, it was the Arclight, so, you know, yeah, it doesn't get horribly stuck on just one unit. It'll retarget like that, which is kind of neat. Still not enough for him. So Monk's losing that right side, and he has 2 units he's going to want to sell out from that right side, I think. So both players skipping, and it'll be... What's this? Elite Marksman for the Arclights. So looks like we're on a carry arc build for Flower Fairy. And he's adding a Marksman on the right side to handle the Wraith.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would say that he's really in carry arc per se. I think mostly just the only thing that matters in standard is that you have more range than your opponents. And your chaff clear kind of like limits the capacity of your single target by its range. So if your chaff clear has more range, then your single target is better. And if your chaff clear and single target has more range than your opponent, then your board is better than your opponent's, right? So basically just the range, no matter how small it is worth quite a lot of money to Flower Fairy.
He's going to add a second Marksman on the left.
And that is similarly also why you see like both players have temp range, and they will be continuing to click temp range every turn for the rest of the game.
For the rest of the game, yeah.
Yeah. Flower Fairy smashed the high explosive on storms. I'm really surprised to see Flower Fairy does not have any Phoenixes or any Marksman. I'm guessing his thinking is that he wants to like wait for a drop of them, and that's pretty much it.
He just bought two marksmen this round.
Oh, he did. So, yes, I can see them now.
But yeah, that was what was surprising me, and that was why I had said it looked to me like he was in carry arc, because he had no other single target. So the adding the damage output was, in my mind, the damage output was similarly important to the range. But so he has added the single target, and we're going to count on the marksman for damage. But he's behind by a lot of marksmen and a range tech on marks right now.
And so, also he's behind by a marksman on the marksman.
Mm-hmm.
Monks clicked delete this turn.
Oh, yep, yes he did.
Yeah, the main reason I'm curious about that is because, like, the fact that he hasn't bought any, I think, implies that either A, he thinks the unit's useless, or B, that he wants to try and wait for a Phoenix drop, which I can't recall actually if Flower Fairy played any Phoenixes in the standard games that I've cast of him so far, but I think in general people tend to prefer Marksman for a variety of reasons, but I do wonder if his thinking is primarily rooted in just like, can we get this for free so we can get more deploys for other things, because it's obviously very powerful. And you don't necessarily like have a bad matchup per se against Marksman if your Phoenixes in standard. It's more of a tempo-oriented thing to be in.
Right, so as soon as he saw the second drop, the Scorpion drop, he knew he wasn't going to wait until rounds 8, 9, 10 for the Marksman, so he took them the round 6 there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, kind of an interesting thinking though, because historically people buy their Marksman or Phoenixes like very, very early in standard. They don't wait. But it's kind of like adopting the, like Saku always says for aggro, like, you really need to try and play around drops or else you lose a lot of tempo, right? And that's even very true in standard, even though the games tend to like go to like round 13 plus, because, I mean, yes, their HP might not matter that much, but it's still always really important that you have the HP to play with so that you're not forced into a position of like having to play around like every spell or something along those lines just because you don't have HP. So,
right,
kind of interesting to see it. That probably is his reasoning, is attempting to wait for the free deploys that he would get if he were to be able to get into Phoenix for free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know Flower Fairy values the deploys, right? Values them a lot. Both players dropping an orbital and continuing to build out their boards. No huge notable adds this round. Flower Fairy still not teching the marksman at all. So those are very short range marksmen compared to the ones on Monst's board. But this right-sided Scorpion doing a lot of work and backed up by just a whole lot of artillery for both players. That really the ad for the day. Are we reaching the point where you actually take, you do take range on the storms? Both players took it to ensure that they're not outranged in this last portion of the fight. And, yep, we're down to no units left. Remember, this is not a weekend tournament game. This does not automatically end at 13 rounds.
Yeah, probably land one way or the other at 13 rounds. We'll see. Oh, Flower Fairy does take the Phoenixes. I wonder if he's going to sell it to the marks. Let's see.
Finally got hit the Phoenix he wanted. I mean, he hasn't teched the marks. There's...
Like, the marks are level 1,
right? Yeah, level 1. He's got no investment in them.
The Flower Fairy also doesn't have, like, any incredibly good carry techs on his Phoenixes. Not that you necessarily need that nowadays in Standard, but he's just got some pretty, like, normal, like, tempo, even, like, aggro type attacks. Which I think is a pretty normal bar for what people have on Standard Phoenix nowadays, but it does feel a little weird, perhaps, if we're willing to wait so long to commit to a single target unit, that this would be the bar that we're willing to run for it. But hey, Flower Fairy is one of the best Standard players, so I ain't complaining. Right. I'm just making an observation. I do wonder, by the way, I wonder if high explosive storms are good in the mirror of storms, because like the end of these matches often come down to just like storm v storm, right? I wonder if this is beneficial in that matchup. I've never labbed it.
It absolutely is. I have labbed it, and it's definitely advantageous in it because you're splashing into all of the other storms. Your shots, how a lot of times it feels like that comes down to RNG. You're shots that miss are still more likely to hit, and your shots that hit are likely to hit more than more than just 2 Stormcallers. So
yeah, makes
you can take
sense.
out
Well,
huge
Flower Fairy
packs.
is doing a very interesting play on the right side here. Dropped all the Phoenixes on the same side and dropped 2 packs of Shield Wasp in the fronts. And both players are committed to Wasp this turn also. Monkst has range and Flower Fairy does not,
Range.
so
Yep.
that is quite a big difference. Both players do have Ignite on Fangs, by the way. I wonder if a lot of standard players are running that due to the presence of Worm. Worm's been like a menace lately.
Worm has been a menace lately, for sure.
Because it's a whole lot easier to kill, like, a nano worm or like a super heavy worm or some nonsense like that if you have Ignite Fangs on your side, whereas if you just have to kill it normally, then, elite marksman doesn't exactly do very much damage anymore, so
no,
might be kind of rough.
We had joked about the number of times that we saw the standard worms, and you were wondering how we got there. I've finally seen a couple of those games happen in casting weekend tournaments, and it just really is. The worm was the best unit in the drop. I put it in the back line, because what else was I going to do with it?
No, yeah, in the past couple of weeks, ever since I think MAG1 started, some people started picking up on the fact that Worm's kind of insane in standard. And yeah, I don't know, people just do it like every game now. It's just really good, so.
Yep. All right, range and anti-air for Flower Fairy's Wasps, anti-air for Monkst's Wasps, and no Hex at all on the Phoenix. But Monkst took the melter, I think it was a level 2 melter, and sold it last round. Buys it back this round at level 1, gives it range and a barrier, so that's going to be the answer to the Scorpion that won the right side for Flower Fairy last time. Just having something that tanky.
Yeah, and interestingly, Flower Fairy has spent a lot of money on Wasp Shield here, which, while it is good against the marksman, doesn't actually do much at all in the Wasp matchup, because Wasps already shoot their target, like overkilling their target like very, very, very often, and they already one-tap each other, so the shield really doesn't do very much at all. Obviously, it's good if like Flower Fairy wins the Wasp War, which in this case he definitely should be, since Monk swaps are very delayed, so it will be impactful versus the marksman, for sure. But if Monks had not delayed his Wasps, it could be that that tech just is completely dead and is a big supply advantage for Monks.
Right.
But since he has delayed these, the round looks pretty amazing for Flower Fairy, because there's nothing standing in front of like anything on Monk's board for the air stuff, so looks like pretty decisive victory.
Both towers. And that should be game. Lethal. Yes,
indeed. Oh, very nice game from Flower Fairy. Rest in peace, 601.
All right. That is game 1. The 601 eliminated.
And to recap the format for anyone that has not heard that, basically the way the finals format works is it's last man standing. If you're defeated, you are gonzo. So Monkst and 601 are gonzo. So all that's remaining is 201 versus 501. And if you're on, you must stay on. So Flower Fairy will be whoever, or who is playing versus the next 501 player. Which I don't know if we know who that is yet, but whoever that is, it will be him. It will be Dillo, it sounds like. So Dillo versus Flower Fairy is our next match. Also, perhaps interesting to note from a stats standpoint, Flower Fairy has a 67% win rate so far besides this match, it'll be 80 after this match. Shade has a 100%, Godog has a 100%, and Shade has the most games played from the 201 squad. Whereas all the 501 players except Saku have a 100% win rate also. And Dillo has played 3 and Arbiter's played 3. So Dillo currently undefeated in the tournament, Flower Fairy almost undefeated. What did Flower Fairy lose to? Was it a spider cage? It wasn't a spider cage, right? I feel like he lost to Monkst, no? Wasn't it Monkst?
I would have to go look that up. I don't have it instantly in mind.
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think Monks played like aggro spider or something and beat him, and I think Masal maybe played aggro spider versus Flower Fairy or a different 201 player, and it did not work out. But I'm pretty sure Monks is the one that defeated him previously. I remember the game because I was very excited to see Monks play aggro. We always talk when Monks plays about how he historically is a very, very well-known aggro player, but as of late, he is despaired and played standard due to the RNG present in aggro. I was talking to him about it earlier. Feels really bad to see Monks play aggro. Someday he'll come back, I believe.
I did appreciate you in the pregame. We were talking off the air, and you said to Monks he should play aggro all 8 games. And I'm going to take aggro as far as I can take it in the final. I think that would have been fun. Would have been fun to watch.
It would have.
Even if it's 0 for 1, right? It wouldn't have been any worse than he did. So.
Yeah, exactly. I know that he has like way more fun playing aggro from what he's said historically. Maybe his feelings have changed in more recent times, but at the end of the day, it's a video game, so might as well at least try and have fun, right? Obviously, trying to win, but hey.
Right, play to these strats that are going to be fun for you and give you a shot to win. And I do think that's where why that's happened for Monks is that the man just does not find losing fun and really gets upset, kind of tilted, if it's feels like it was losing for things that were somewhat outside of his control. The random drops, the oil, sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's the thing though, right? It's not like aggro is like definitively bad from like a MMR standpoint. There's plenty of players that have done very, very well playing exclusively aggro. So hope to see Monks come back to it someday. I believe he's a great player.
Well, we are down to the 201 and the 501. 4 players alive for each. We are in a last man standing format. Whichever team has a player alive after the next 4, 5, 6, or 7 matches, whichever team still has 1 player standing will be your champion. Starting it off for us, 201 represented by Flower Fairy, near side blue. Far side represented by Dillo, or 501 represented by Dillo, far side red. Dillo taking the elite spec with a sledge crawler opening. Flower Fairy near side, a aerial specialist with Stormcaller and Fang. Of course, we saw a very interesting build from Blue Hair get all the way to the finals of the European Elite Tournament last weekend, which was a splash. How is it? HE launcher overload range overlord build from standard. Just drop 2 giants teched on round 4 and tempo your opponent out of the game before they've quite responded. Dillo coming out aggro on the left side with the crawlers behind Sledge, 1 crawler in front. You've got the very standard deploy from Flower Fairy, and they each have their okay, it's a pair of crawlers for Dillo, the ad, a pair of arc lights, the ad for Flower Fairy. Those arc lights are hidden right in front of tower.
Yeah, perhaps the most surprising thing here is that Dillo is willing to play elite Sledge and aggro. Because I know that Dillo is a great aggro player, but he also made an account to practice standard. I was talking to him last night, which is just his alt account, not like a new account, but it's his alt account that he's had. And honestly, just a bit surprised to see Sledge aggro. Some players don't hate it that much. I guess Dillo is one of those players, or either way, he just thinks that Elite is flexible enough to just salt out of the sledges and not care too much, which at least me personally, I think is pretty accurate. A lot of people think that Elite is a bit inflexible due to like, everything costing so much, right? But I think if you're able to utilize the just like base stats of the level 2 units in a way that's advantageous for you, like breakpoint wise, that Elite's actually very flexible and easy to pivot from. Not to say that I recommend playing Elite Sledge Opener. I'm a big Elite enjoyer and only play Elite aggro, but I don't know about this one. Especially not versus someone who's as strong as Flower Fairy, but hey, we'll see. We'll see. Looks like the sledges get it done round 1, so great round 1 from Dillo with the Elite Crawlers.
So, 250 hit points dealt. Flower Fairy down to 4750. Dillo's at 4600. We go to round 2. Underground Threat almost insta-picked for Flower Fairy. Dillo, of course, can afford any of these pretty easily. With the 400, he's going to spend 300, presumably, on 2 level 1 units, so it's mostly about thinking through what he's vulnerable to. Obviously, he knows he's going to be vulnerable to that underground.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to say no to underground on 2, but if you're elite, a big way that you plan on winning the game in nearly all cases, assuming you're aggro at least, I guess technically you might not be playing elite aggro, but there's almost nobody who thinks highly of elite in standard as far as I know, so we'll assume for the purpose of argument that elite probably is always going to be aggro. Intensive is really great for Mustangs because Mustangs love items and love levels. So obviously you'd like to take that probably, since that's a great win con. It is a bit less great overall in elites, but since Mustang is such a good win con for elites, it is pretty strong. However, underground is underground. You just simply take underground probably in like nearly all cases. Very, 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 very powerful spell for the amount that it costs. Great early game, great late game, great tempo. It's nuts. Really, really strong. Interestingly, looks like Dillo has gone for a Fang, which I think is very interesting. I was watching him play some games last night, and he seems to be a lot more open to putting some Fangs in his board as an aggro player than most people are. Most people are just like, me crawler, me only spam crawler. That's pretty respectable, but Dillo's like, you know what, let's use our brain, let's buy some chaff that is not just a crawler. And in this case, he almost manages to kill the Wasp and Flower Fairies, so really good read. He just needed to have it like 2 more ticks upwards in order to be able to address that. But he very nearly took out both things there. Almost killed the Wasp and killed the Underground Threat. So
Right. Unfortunately, the Underground Threat is also still alive. The main army demolished, and round goes to Flower Fairy. And Dillo will be down to 4,000 hit points.
yeah, kind of sad if you're the elite sludge player there. Oh, there's an absorption. Very polarizing item to play the game around. But there's also Underground Threat again, which, if Underground was good last turn, it's probably still good this turn.
Alright.
But the item is rather strong. Dillo could maybe like sell his sledges and go like Wraith, for example. I don't know if you want to be in Wraith if you're elite necessarily, but does choose to go for the Rhino drop instead. And they both have their summons in the exact same spots. It's quite funny. Well, I guess you're really sad if you click the Rhino drop and they click the Underground right there. Oh no, he moves it. No, he had the right prediction. Maybe he puts it back. He hasn't decided where he wants it yet. Nope, he puts it back again. He knows.
Yes,
Flower Fairy, very large brain.
Big brain. Let's go. The jump drive on the Wasps to get them back off the front so they're not in the predictable location.
Yeah, I kind of like the putting the Wasp back here. I feel like most people just instantly go for like either A, the same position, or B, they go for the other flank. They're just like coin flipping it. But in this case, Flower Fairy says, alright, we've shown the Wasp, let's get guaranteed value out of the Wasp. Probably he thinks that he can beat the Elite board by having the Wasp back here. Doesn't expect Dillo to maybe go into his own Wasp and aggress in the same area this turn. So he's looking for more like consistent value, but Dillo says, you know what, if you want to play that game, we can play that game. We're both going Wasp. And Dillo's Wasp is blue also, so it will kill towers way faster. And also, he's actually going towards the tower, unlike Flower Fairies.
It's going to take out the pack of Fangs, take out the Arclight that could have helped the Rhino down there. We'll have tower. Poor Rhino is going to be hanging out in the... The Rhino, I'm sorry, won its battle against the... I had it reversed whose call-in that was.
Yeah, it's Dillo's Rhino drop, and it's Flower Fairy's Crawler summon.
Yeah.
Weirdly, the Rhino won. I feel like usually it's supposed to lose, but...
I thought it was going to lose as well, so...
I mean, it's not very often you see a Rhino drop and a Crawler summon happen on the exact same spot, so... I could have the wrong read on what's supposed to win there, but I'm pretty sure the Rhino is supposed to lose an average. But it's very, very, very close. I had like 10% HP left, so it could go either way. It's pretty RNG heavy.
Yep.
Importantly, Dilla's Wasp does level. It is rather hard to defend every angle against level 3 Wasp. It kills Fortified Tower rather easily. Obviously, kills Fangs without any trouble. So maybe we'll see some like missile spam from Flower Fairy to some extent. Maybe he just doesn't care. Either way is possible. If he just puts more chaff down, it does just slow it down. Perhaps to that point, it's not super relevant.
And both
Looks like
players
Dilla may even just keep it here.
Both
Takes
players
level 3
took the level
Typhoon.
3 Typhoon, which does make you worry as Dillo, so he's going to take the jump drive. And much like Flower Fairy did, he's going to jump drive it to the way back. Unfortunately, that is going to put it running into the Typhoon now. Slightly outplaying himself, but that's alright.
Yeah, he's kind of just sort of mind-gaming Flower Fairy. Like, in a way, you probably expect the level 3 Typhoon to be on the same side as your main push, but also, like, Flower Fairy probably assumes that the Sledgehammers are not necessarily where Dillo wants his entire board. He does have 2 crawlers on the offside, or sorry, a crawler and a Fang on the offside of his board. So he could very easily pivot to an offensive over there if he wanted to. So, opts to go for it all over here. Definitely want to stack it, probably, no matter what you're doing this turn, but does opt to stack on the same side as his existing board. Oh, what is this beacon for? Oh, he took it away. I'm not sure what that beacon was for. I guess it's to stop him from getting pulled. Yeah, that would work, I guess. I think the Fangs are still too far back, but he did fortify the tower. Yeah, so Dillo was turning his Fangs there with the beacon trick. The beacon trick being the ability to place a mobile beacon on a unit, take the beacon away, and have the units end up like looking the direction that the beacon was pointing them when the combat starts, which affects their targeting, essentially. You can use that to stop yourself from getting pulled to flanks, which is like a relatively recent thing that has started to be used. It's been like known for quite some time, like about maybe like 9 months or a year at this point, I guess, but hasn't been seeing a lot of play really in any capacity until quite recently.
Oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, originally when it was found out, which I don't remember who found it out, but when it was originally found out, myself and a bunch of other high-level players talking about it were like, that sounds kind of broken. Surely there's a way to abuse this, right? It took a really long time for people to start abusing it. But it's very, very, very powerful. I think particularly the thing that's strong with it is things you can do like what Dillo's done here, or was doing here. He's like playing around the thing that might happen, right? So you can gain value that you don't otherwise gain by having the beacon turn your unit in a way that it can address the threats if the threat is there, and if the threat isn't there, then it behaves as normal. So you just simply gain invisible value across your board by having your units do that. It even allows you to do things like place your crawler that he has, like behind the left tower, for example, Dillo, vertically instead of horizontally, because you can force it to path forward. So you can gain better crawler spread, for example, which is just something you straight up cannot do, guaranteed, otherwise. It could very easily be pulled, whereas if you have this beacon trick, then suddenly you can do that, and suddenly you have a much better crawler spread versus like Arclight, Storm Crawlers, etc., so simply your chaff is just better than it could otherwise be.
And for those of you that missed our discussion about this last week, we talked about it when we were watching Cast as well, but the idea there is you're using the mobile beacon to change the facing of the unit. At the start of a round, there's a brief, about, what would you say, it's about 3 seconds or so before the round starts, that the units are already starting their pathfinding. So they look in the direction that they're currently facing, and apparently their look is a little bit further than it is in the offsides directions. So if there's a target in front of them, even if it's a little further away than other possible targets, they will head towards the target that's still in front of them. If there's no target there, they use those 3 seconds as the round is starting to rotate and face the direction they would otherwise have faced. So you don't actually lose any time. You don't you don't lose the time of them turning to fire or anything, because all of that's happening before the round actually started. Beautiful mobile beacon and pull from Dillo here to get the left tower.
Yeah, definitely really nice.
Beautiful
and I
little
think
combo.
you could also mention this beacon thing for Flower Fairy here. So, at least as far as I saw, he did not use a beacon here, right? But in theory, what he could have done is he could have beaconed all of his units that he did not want to get pulled like that forward. And obviously, Dillo might not pull like this, right? But if Dillo does pull like this, then he has gained value. He's forced the units that he wants to go forward, and forced the ones that he does not want to not go forward. So, Very powerful tool. Very, very, very strong. Also, like, very hard to read for your opponent that is or isn't happening unless they finish their turn before you and can see it happening.
Right.
Flower Fairy's taken whatever the drop was so fast, it's brick the UI.
Fortress? Fortress this time?
Okay. It's Fortress. Nice. Flower Fairy, very decisive. I like that. He's just like Monks. So it's cool to see him play earlier. They both, like, know what they want and they click it immediately. Like, yes, this is the perfect thing I've been waiting on. It's time. And looks like Flower Fairy goes to replicate. Dillo has not yet. Dillo does take his time quite a bit, so it's likely he may click that to this turn and match it. It's pretty expected. Particularly with, like, he may even click Impact Drill instead, by the way, since Flower Fairy does have a second Underground next turn. That would be the thing that I would expect the most from him if he is going to click Attack. It may be that he assumes the Flower Fairy only uses his drop defensively rather than offensively, in which case he probably does not care about clicking Attack, but either way, there is some credence to be given to it. Otherwise, left side of his board probably loses very easily. The right side, middle definitely does not, I don't think, with like 1.5-ish blue colors plus a blue fang. Right side probably also does not lose, but definitely the left side of his board could lose. Usually if there's like one spot that can lose, yeah, he does match with his own replicates. If there's one spot that can lose, people will often disrespect it, because it's a very easy hole for you to fill. Your opponent may assume that you fill it. Flower Fairy does assume that and goes to the defensive underground threats. And that's the utility we were talking about earlier, right? Like, this thing is just nuts. Just having a bunch of delayed, like, really, really, really spread chaff is just very powerful mechanically. So, I don't know. It just doesn't cost any money. There's no point not taking it, assuming there's nothing, like, insane that you want to take instead. And very nice move beacon, it looks like.
Battle in the back corner here.
Yes, indeed.
It will eventually go green. There it is. And the anti-air solid, but the mobile beacon jump drive wasps off the right side corner. Get the right side tower this time. And Dillo really relying on the early tower takes here. And I think you called it out when it happened. That early level on this one pack of wasps has been pretty critical.
Yeah, it's just very hard to defend effectively unless you missile it. Unless you have like a Mustang or something in your board, obviously, but assuming that you're not building units that are specifically addressing it, it's pretty hard to answer. Assuming that it's being used in a way that you need to answer it, of course. Maybe it's not, but in this case, it's got a laser sight, it's level 4, it's a menace. Flower Fairy has clicked anti-air forts, which Dillo does have 2 Phoenixes, he's transgressed. Out there, he buy more than one, so obviously we clicked Fortress anti-air. There's also the Giga Wasp, it's pretty good to kill.
Yeah, it's good against the Giga Wasp, right?
Yeah. There's at least 3 air units. The button is very cheap, but if Dillo also clicks Fortress like has happened here, then suddenly you're down techs in the Fort Mirror, so your techs cost $1 billion and your opponents do not. They both have the exact same bar, so in theory what this game comes down to at this point is a Fort Mirror, and you really don't want to be down techs in the Fort Mirror. That is really, really, really bad, because if your opponent snowballs levels and you don't have levels, that's kind of just like game over, unless you're able to pivot War Factories, so a bit of a dangerous position for Flower Fairy, but he says, I guess we're going to answer whatever's happening with the forts in a different way than Fort, perhaps, because he's gone Bubble. Obviously, Bubble is very high value for Defender here, since he's able to protect his stuff from getting flamed, whereas Dillo is not, because he is playing aggro. So therefore, he does not have any way to deal with that. But he didn't have that much staff in the first place on that side, so it's all good. Does slot in the bird, by the way.
Dillo has taken a range launcher overload for the forts, so taking advantage of exactly what you noted. I'm going to be able to do better in the Fort Mirror than you are. I'm going to outrange you. I'm going to shoot twice as often. And, yeah, I'll just chew through those bubbles from back here. No problem.
Yeah, and for that reason, Dillo also has 2 blue forts. I'm pretty sure... Did he buy a fort last round, or is this a new blue fort? Did he recruit a blue Typhoon and a blue fort?
He recruited a blue Typhoon last round. He recruited a blue fort this round, yeah. And there's the Typhoon is right in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So I really like that play from Dillo. People often misevaluate when they're supposed to use elite recruitments at lower MMR brackets, but it's very, 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 very strong. Oh wait, no, actually, sorry,
he's elite specialist. So
right, yeah.
This wasn't a intelligence choice. This was a requirement.
Yes, indeed. Yes, it is actually rather good though. This is part of why elite specialists are so good at being Fortress and so good at being Mustang, and Typhoon for that matter. Is those units all love that. It's just super duper duper strong, especially in a Fort Mirror, of course. being up level is really great. Yeah, it looks like Flower Fairy now says, oh wait, actually yes. We might need to click the fort dex, or that's going to be really bad. So I was honestly pretty surprised to see him click Bubble last rounds. I honestly expected him to like sell something or loan or something like that and get like launcher range, because you expect Dillo to do that, right? So I'm not really sure that I understand why he wanted to click Bubble. It's very, 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 very expensive. Obviously, he wants to block a spell that rounds. And historically, people just like, you know, jam Bubble when they see a spell, and that's just like how you play the game. But it's extremely expensive, and making your text more expensive than the fort mirror is pretty bad. Like, you really can't have your round go in a way where your opponent has launcher range and you don't, and still win the game in most cases, unless you have like a very, very commanding position otherwise. Which in this case, Flower Fairy kind of does.
Yeah, which he did, because he won that round. He's won round 6, he's won round 7. He's at 4,000 hit points, still is down to 1,500.
Yeah, last round though, he did win due to fire. Having no chaff is like probably pretty impactful, so we'll see how it goes for him this round. He is still down that launcher overload. Dill is obviously down bubble, but Dill is able to buy blue forts very easily without paying anything for it, and that is, generally speaking, rather strong. Both players have the same endgame for their forts. They have the exact same bars. So there's no, like, you know, elite marksman or double shots. I think Cass was running some, like, really odd bar recently. He had, like, double shot, bubble, like, fist, and, like, fang prod or some insanity. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, what?
Maybe it wasn't exactly all 4 of those, but it was, like, double shot plus some things that double shot is very odd with, and, like, no range.
Yes.
So people run a really wide variety of things in their fort bar nowadays. It's really cool. It's definitely a very, like, flexible to build units. People often, you know, like, ask in streams and stuff, like, hey man, what are you running your units or something, you know? And people always answer in like a different variety of ways. They'll be like, oh, you should like do this. And I think the cool thing about Mechabellum is that you can answer so many problems in so many different ways. And in this game, that's not well reflected. Both players have the exact same bar, but, you know, even at very high level, people play in a wide variety of ways, which I think is a really cool thing about the game.
You saw that in this game in particular, they took 2 different techs first for their 2 forts. You know, they each had 2 forts. They each took 2 techs. It was pretty widely
even
different.
when both players are very high level and, you know, play the game at a very similar MMR even. You know, they have very different ideas about how they want to approach the turn sometimes. And also, you know, their spots are simply different. Like, Dillo's elite. Flower Fairy isn't. Flower Fairy's defense. Dillo is aggro. Like, it just is a different game for them. But in terms of, like, how you address problems, I think that's really, really cool. Also, this one fort next to the tower, Flower Fairy, this thing is just killing it. This thing is level 5. Like, that's just nuts.
Level 5.
I don't know how this guy's done that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Haste's a great item for it, but it's crazy.
He was feasting off of level 2 and level 3 Typhoon. He comes over and finishes off the high level fort, so he's just getting a level every round.
And, you know, and probably too.
Control.
It's always kind of hard for me to remember because I don't run anti-air fort myself, but anti-air is actually a great way for forts to farm XP very often. So these anti-air forts got to farm the Blue Phoenix XP and the level, I don't know what level he sold it at, it was at least level 3. But it got to farm the Wasp XP and the Bird XP and the Fort XP, right? And Dillo's Blue on top of all of that. It's just a bit strange to not see Dillo's board get Rubber Band back the same way, but I think the Fire turn was really, really impactful for Dillo. To like lose this XP war basically. Like, that's the thing that the launcher overload is supposed to win you, is the XP war, but if you're just elite and you have like very little chaff, or you get flamed, or you get oiled, etc., then yeah, I mean, the only thing that matters is XP war when you're in forts. And to some extent range matters too. As in, like, having launcher versus not, you know, like losing your range can be impactful at times. So in this case, Flower Fairy has not chosen to commit to launcher, even though that is in general pretty strong for him. So I think that's just his way of saying that, like, our chaff is in such a different spot, either because you're aggro and I'm not, or because you're elite and I'm not, that I don't need to click launcher, or I don't want to click it yet. And I'm guessing this Giga Fort is going to carry him, unless the tower gets locked onto. There's one fort in particular, this blue one. Oh, it died. Alright, well, rest in peace.
And oh, by the way, those arc lights have EMP, so those range launcher overload forts, they don't have range or launcher overload anymore.
Oh, that's a great point. Yeah, that is why he chooses not to go for launcher then, probably, is because of these EMP arc lights. He did that in this round, right?
That off. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Nice play from him.
very nice
Really
play.
good.
Very well done. And Flower Fairy gets the first win for the 201. So 201 are ahead 1-0. We're basically in what you might think of as a best of 7 at this point. So it is a last man standing format. So Flower Fairy stays on, Dillo is eliminated, and we go to our next match.
Yes, indeed. And again, it is winner stays on, so Flower Fairy will be playing until they lose or knock out everyone. Either one is definitely a possibility. They're very strong players, so we shall see. But that is first loss for Dillo and first loss for 501. First loss in MAG1, that is to say. 100% win rate prior to this. But hey, if you're going to lose to somebody, losing to Flower Fairy is a respectable person to lose to.
Right. All right. We've got to find Flower Fairy then.
Yeah, it looks like Flower Fairy is playing Saku right now, loading into the match. Alright, they are just starting. So Saku is picking between Typhoon, Speed Supply, Fire Badger. Probably Saku is going to play aggro, I'd imagine, given these packs. The only thing here that has Chaff is Typhoon, so probably that's his best choice. He might also pick Fire Badger instead. Flower Fairy gives for a pretty solid standard pack. Rhino, Fang, Sledge. So if Saku does go for the Typhoons here, it's rather good for him. There's not much way of knowing that you are against Sledge here, because he does not see, like, 0 Sledge packs himself, but he does go for the Ball Arc. He does not have a particularly great matchup. He does not have any starting Chaff, and Flower Fairy does not have starting Crawlers, so you're not getting a lot of mileage in the Arc Lights. So probably the early game is fairly favored towards Saku from turn 2 onwards, the Badger, but after that, Flower Fairy might turn it around. Probably Saku also wins turn 1, so probably should expect to see like the first 3 rounds at least going Saku's way, barring any very weird shenanigans, we'll say. Particularly if he chooses to open asymmetrically like this, which... Oh,
Nice.
nope. Sorry. Never mind. He said recently he's hating or hating symmetrical openers with balls again, but chooses to go for it anyways
really?
versus Flower Fairy.
Interesting. I hadn't heard that. I had picked up the symmetrical from him and have been running it a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I tried it a bunch myself. I also kind of hate it. I don't know, man. Balls are just like really beneficial, or really big beneficiaries of playing asym, so if
Yeah,
you
they are.
nerf yourself by playing symmetrical, and I mean basically it's just saying like I hate losing to spells, right? Like that's really the big benefit you're getting here is you no longer just auto lose to oil as hard, but also balls are such weak units and so easily countered that when you don't have some sort of advantage from being asymmetrical, they tend to just look like really, really, really bad a lot of times. And Flower Fairy obviously knows where Saku is positioning here, so Flower Fairy assumes that Saku is in the corners, and so he puts his sledges on the outside of his tower vertically like this. Very good choice from him.
Yeah, all of a sudden it would have been way better to be asymmetrical.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, right? Like, there is only one way to do this. Like, you're in the corner.
Right.
Like, we know where you're positioned. If you're symmetrical, like, it's like spreadsheet, flowchart, like, it's really, really straightforward. And it's not like ball's a hard unit to counter, right? So, you are putting yourself in a position of not just insta losing the spells, but you are also putting yourself in a position of being easy to read, like, to an extreme. Like, you can guess, like, where a standard, like, you know, Storm Crawler board's going to be, for example, if you're against Flower Fairy, because I think he does almost the same positioning for his Storms and his Crawlers and his Fangs on one in most games, unless maybe he's against something very bizarre, perhaps. I don't know what that would constitute necessarily, but... And same thing here for, like, ball symmetrical. So if you're the Sledge player here, it's very easy to read where you're supposed to put your stuff. But for the drop, Saku has a Badger. Saku currently has balls and arcs as well, of course. Flower Fairy goes to the mark, Saku probably takes the bird. Yep, he does. Makes sense to me. So now Saku's probably playing a bit more asymmetrically, probably going to commit to the Badger and the bird at the same side, I would guess. Flower Fairy is fully symmetrical, I believe. Yeah, he's literally fully symmetrical, so no side bias for Saku, just choose the right side. And Flower Fairy with the drop is still also fully symmetrical. Interestingly, Saku's arc lights are not very far forward, by the way. It's really funny, because in previous games in MAG1, his arcs were on the line, basically, on round 1. and they got sniped by Storms a bunch of times, and now he's not against Storms,
Yes.
and they're now back again.
Now they're back, yes.
Even though there's not any Storms. Oh, actually, Saku's symmetrical too with the bird. Interesting. I feel like this spot is not very good for him. I'm not saying it's like incorrect to not fully stack here, but I don't think you're like that happy to be shooting the sledges here with your bird and trying to kill them with your balls as well. Like, historically, maybe, back in the olden days of Phoenix one-shot Sledgehammer by default,
Right.
and Sledge has to take HP in order to not be one-shot, like, maybe this looks a lot better for him. But in current Mechabellum, it's actually like the inverse is true, or even maybe you need like more than level 1 tower attack to kill Sledge in one hit. I'm not too sure the breakpoint is anymore, but the point is, this sucks, right? Like, it's not super great. The certainly level 2 bird plus the Badger side is doing great. That's definitely not too much of a problem, but this level 1 bird side's quite a lot sadder. Probably still will win though, via tower debuff in the Phoenixes.
Yeah, even with tower attack, you don't one-shot that Sledge. So.
Yep.
He does
I do
win
think
on
it's
the
a
right,
bit interesting though to commit to this. Yeah, he certainly does win there for sure. It's just a bit weird to invest the bird on the left, I would think.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's still threatening to build symmetrical. Right, so Flower Fairy at least has to respect both sides.
Yeah, that's what I mean though. Like, he has the Badger on the right side and the Blue Bird on that side, so obviously he is playing asymmetrical, right? Like, you need to respect it like a little bit, but it's not like a steel ball is very threatening against a vertical sledge plus Blue Marksman board. Flower Fairy does go on the offensive though, has the Wasp flank, has the Rhino drop. And, Saku's shaft should take care of the Rhino drop pretty well.
Right, really reading it does, so this, he's thinking about the Rhino drop, he's not thinking about the Wasp flank particularly. So is putting those back crawlers that far deep, that wide, they will cover the Rhino wherever it might be. He does do, that's interesting, he does go for the symmetrical Fire Badger on the left side.
Yeah, the shallow flank Badger is just very strong. It's very good at killing the late chaff with the balls, helps enable them and the bird versus Sledge here.
Full value missile for Flower Fairy, but Saku had leveled up to level 2 on the tower, so his steel balls do survive. They won't survive long after that, because they're basically getting one-tapped by the sledges or arc lights as they walked up, but they did have a shot at surviving the missile proper.
Yeah, that's kind of the funny thing, is like the steel ball is so useless here, really all he's missing is like the HP for his front line of the balls. It's not like it was really getting anything done. Like the biggest unit it kills like friggin' arc lights. The sledges are not too much of a important thing to kill, it's just a slow thing to kill. Either way, the tower debuff does win the round for Flower Fairy, and now he has his Rhino, so he has a lot more supply than he did previously, so you should expect to see the match look quite a lot more even from here on out, and there's also the oil, of course, as well. So
extra oil.
Saku is rewarded for playing symmetrically rather than asymmetrically. But who knows? Maybe Flower Fairy just like oils both sides, and it's like, well, who knows at that point? But also, Saku has badges, so yeah, maybe the badges end up lighting oil on fire. Yeah, in some ways, like it's sometimes better to have the Badger to cause it to get lit on fire. And in some ways, sometimes
you don't want to pay the price.
Bad.
Yeah, you don't want to pay the price 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and if you're very light on chaff like this, like Saku is currently, has like 3 crawlers on the right side and 1 Mustang this added this round, of course. Like if you have only those things, maybe minus the Mustang, you're not that unhappy about getting fired. So maybe even your Badger's like beneficial for you to be lighting the oil on fire at that point. Whereas if you have like 5 or 6 plus.
From Saku.
Yeah.
The mobile beacon Rhino,
and
Wasp.
Yeah. The Rhino isn't going to be on the flank though, right? Because there's already plenty of chop there to slow it down really fast. So really the only possible place in the entire map the Rhino can be is in the middle or it's getting sold. So Saku goes for a slightly offset steel ball plus Mustang. That is in the middle here.
Cover that possibility.
Yeah, it covers the possibility, and it also is able to be mobile beaconed onto the right tower or left tower later in the game. Addresses the possibility of oil, even. It's like outside of the AoE of it, right? So, really nice flexible play from him, addresses both possibilities, and also develops his board in a way that's proactive against spells later in the game. So,
yeah, that
really effective positioning.
That is Saku at his best, in my opinion. thinking through, like, because that play addresses so many different possibilities, as well as, you know, completely correctly reading it, and we got to see that, because we saw what Flower Fairy had chosen into first, so we got to see how good of a read it was live. And just spectacularly done. There is a reason the guy was selected as our captain.
Of course, both players are very good. I think the really impressive part of the play is that it also has a lot of utility for the rest of the game in the ways that I mentioned with the mobile beacon stuff. So, on the one hand, there's like making a correct read, and then there's also like making a play that addresses the read you have and also is incredible for the rest of the game. And that is the truly great play. The good play is making the right read and like being dead center, right? The great play is it being biased towards the side that you want to be working towards and also avoiding the oil. So really, really great from him. Also has a really large Mustang in the middle here, so this probably tells you that Saku is like actively trying to, as hard as possible, play around the possibility of oil. Obviously, we have the maximum possible amount of oil in the game currently. There was spell oil offered, tower oil offered as well. So he has the Giga Mustang in the middle, so that it's not like guaranteed killable basically on one side or the other by oil. So in some ways that's good, because it means it's hard to kill, and in some ways it's bad because it means that it's not necessarily like exerting as much pressure in this corner area that's normally used to kill towers as well as it might otherwise. But it is very hard to kill, which has a lot of value. Giga Mustang, very strong. Also, interestingly, Saku has not yet clicked range.
Yep, he spent a bunch leveling it. All it has to do is be longer range than the steel balls, in theory. But Flower Fairy adds Mustangs of his own and ranges them, so now the Mustangs have a bit of a problem. Saku did have to play one on the left side to cover the possible jump drive wasps coming back over to that side.
Well, yeah, and interestingly, Flower Fairy has field maintenance the sledgehammers this round, which I think is just a nod to the birds killing the sledges every time rather than the balls. Because versus the steel balls, it's not very effective. I don't know how many like extra ticks that is, but for the ball to kill it, that is. But certainly versus the birds, it's effective. It gets you at least like one more hit in most cases. And the fire killing Giga Mustang is quite a bit.
It turned the level 3 Phoenix into two-shotting level 2 sledges instead of one-shotting them. So that changed the dynamic on the right side.
Yeah, quite cheap too, right? I think field maintenance is $200 right now, so... Also, there's like the possibility of Flower Fairy getting 2 more blue sledges, maybe, if he wants to. Not saying he will, but he could just like buy 2 more, put them in the middle, have like a similar response to the white steel balls in the middle part of the map here, if he were to so choose. Not sure absorption is very good for Saku in this spot. Generally speaking, quite strong. But unless you want to put it in like this maybe blue steel ball on the right side, it's just not going to do a whole lot. It does take it though.
And that is where it's going.
That's exactly what he does with it. Yeah.
And he does have subsidized steel balls, so I am expecting, now we've got 2 more. Definitely expecting to start seeing some steel ball techs. We've also got a range for the Mustangs and a 4th Mustang.
Yeah, subsidized ball is a bit of a weird choice because, I mean, ball just like loses outright to hacker if you click Mecdiv. Now, obviously, range ball is powerful, but I don't think you're like that excited about putting a bunch of low-level ranged balls in your board if you're not willing to click Mecdiv, so probably like Mecdiv is like the finisher for him, and thankfully for him, he's in a fairly good spot like relative to Flower Fairy's HP, so maybe we'll see like a triple white steel ball with Mecdiv play at some point that might finish out the game. In general, if you're clicking subsidized ball, you're like very, very wary of overcommitting and getting hacked, because that can just lose you the game outright. If you click a tech that you shouldn't, and your board suddenly just, explodes because balls lose super duper hard to hackers.
2 more Mustangs and a mobilized battleship drop for Flower Fairy. And another oil. Nice mobile beacon plays around the Overlord with the high-level Mustang coming back to get the XP from it. So Saku gets the job done there, covers against the spell.
Oh no, I think the oil is going to light on fire. Oh no, that's so bad for Saku.
Ugh.
He was so close to having the oil light right there. And it would have killed, like, I don't know, like 1.5 crawler packs and like a Mustang. Like, obviously, you just wish the oil wasn't there in the first place, but you definitely don't want to have it there a second round, because second round it guaranteed lights on fire. Flower Fairy puts a chaff that should light it himself, even if nothing else walks into it. But either way, the round does go to Saku. Flower Fairy did buy a boat drop. It failed, so... And bought the ult, of course. And still lost. So that's really, really, really good if you're Saku, I think. You're like $300+ up in spells at the minimum. And Flower Fairy is taking Fortress from the drop. He keeps taking the drop so fast it breaks the UI. Yeah. Yeah, no surprise Saku matches it. Saku does have the exact same bar as Dillo. So I'm assuming Flower Fairy's bar is not changed. Yeah, no, it's not changed. Alright, so exact same thing we saw last game. Almost to a T. I think even the oil was on the ground already when the Fortress drop came last game. This time, though, Saku does have an Absorption module and Intensive, and Flower Fairy does not have either of those things, both of which are extremely impactful in the Fortress Mirror, so... Oh, he's trying to Goomba stomp the forts! He's trying to Goomba it on the right side. What a play. Saku says no, I don't care.
Blue, that was where the blue steel ball was. So Saku stole out of the blue steel ball.
Yeah.
No Goomba for you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to read, though, that Saku is going to sell the ball and go into fort here, because Absorb Fort's just so strong, and you know Saku has the intensive this round, and I don't know. It's pretty easy to read for Flower Fairy, I think, so probably he even assumes, like, you know, maybe it doesn't hit the steel ball, but perhaps it hits the Fortress instead, which it's not, like, incredible if that happens, I think, but it's probably acceptable. And here you also see the versatility of the play Saku made earlier with putting the Giga Mustang in the middle and putting that Ball plus Mustang response to Rhino plus Wasp earlier. You can now just choose to say, hey, we're going to swap sides because the second turn of an oil, it's probably going to ignite me. And we're just going to drive the Giga Mustang over here now. And we are just now pushing a completely different side of the board. Very, very flexible.
Yeah, exactly what you called out when he made the play. Now taking advantage of it.
Yep. Interestingly, both players go bubble here first. I don't think there was any... I mean, there couldn't have been spells, right? Because it was a unit drop turn. Not really sure why both want to go bubble immediately. Like, I guess both just think that bubble is too important to keep the Mustangs alive, but there really isn't, like, anything threatening them, I don't think. So, I'm not sure. I'm not saying I think they should both launch or range first, but I'm a bit surprised to see exactly bubble first on both sides. Typically, bubble does lose to your opponent clicking launch or range, or just one or the other in a lot of cases. Particularly if you expect your opponent maybe has, like, you know, an absorption blue fort.
Right, an absorption blue fort. Watching it shoot and just fully heal every piece of damage that had been done to it in the 3 seconds is pretty amazing. It's like, no, yeah, I'm fine here. No biggie.
Yeah, an absorption blue fort does not quite level, by the way. Giga Mustang also does not quite level. That's very sad for Saku. It's like 40 XP away.
Oh,
he does get laser sight, though. Probably both put it on a fort. Maybe it goes on a Mustang for Saku just because it helps keep it alive versus fire. Yeah, he does agree.
Yeah, level 4 Mustang.
Yeah, I think really the only reason you put it on the Mustang here, though, is for fire. So probably for Flower Fairy's side it goes on a Fortress, but maybe he still wants to put it on a Mustang.
Oh, nice read again. Let's go, Saku. Just ahead of the game. Basically calls exactly where that oil is going to be. Adds 2 more forts to the other side in the same spots he's got, right? He's got his fort positions.
Yep, indeed. Very nice dodge. Pretty much expect that Flower Fairy is going to want to take out the blue absorb fort from the fight, since that is the thing his board basically just cannot deal with. I don't even know if he can kill it, to be honest, if Saku ranges, which he probably will at some point this turn. Assuming he has money.
Not yet. He needs 500. He had 4. He's just gotten himself down to 200. So with range, or with the alone, he gets himself back up to 400. That's not going to be enough.
Yeah, let's go for level 2 tower HP.
Extra hit points, yep.
Not sure if I agree with the tower HP here versus taking tower attack like Flower Fairy's done. Because both sides are Mustangs, both sides are forts, both sides have bubbles. I think the most important thing in that spot is for... Maybe arguably for Flower Fairy it's slightly less important due to the presence of oil just deleting all the chaff. But for both players, killing the chaff faster and killing bubbles faster is of, like, paramount importance, so... I'm not sure if I think HP is better than attack here, but that is the difference between their two plays.
Flower Fairy did a nice, interesting little piece there. Where he was dropping the oil, he put a crawler as well to ensure that the fort couldn't walk forward and block the oil. It would stay stationary and shooting, and then also to draw other units into that oil area. So, for example, the hyper-ranged Mustangs. Half the pack went over there. But it's not going to work out, and in fact, a lot of his units are going to get stuck in the oil. The absorbed fort does go down, and it looks like this round goes to Flower Fairy.
Yeah, Absorb died during tower debuff. I think it was maybe like half a second or 1 second off of getting undebuffed and popping off. I'm pretty sure it killed the whole board there if it did. Either way, though, it does level, and so does Giga Mustang, so it's probably fine overall. But now Flower Fairy has given a very nice answer to the absorption for it with the level 3 melting points. So I'd say that Saku's primary advantage here has mostly been nullified by that. He doesn't have like elite marksman on his fortresses, for example, to be able to just say like your melter doesn't matter. So, and also the Olo to contend with, of course, as well, and he isn't a fort mirror at the end of the day. Oh, actually, Flower Fairy does sell the melter, so he says he's just, I don't care about your orange absorb fort. Bold choice, honestly.
I'm going to go with two level 1 melters.
Oh, he sold the big one and goes to the level 1 ones. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm honestly a bit scared of going to level 1 melters here. This orange fort's going to be hitting... Wait, you do absorption module off of bubbles, right? Yeah, yes, you should, right? Because you lifesteal off bubbles and steal balls, right? So it definitely should work. Yeah.
Yep, it does.
I don't know. I'm a bit afraid that we just can't kill a level 4 absorb fort that has bubbles and other fortresses to shoot. That's a bold choice.
He's done the math on the right side, though. If that melter is fully leveled up, right? It does. What is this? 30,000, a little more than 30,000 DPS, and this fort is just over 30,000 DPS in healing. So it is really close to being able to heal. I think it's really close to healing the same rate that the melter does damage, even if the melter is fully leveled up. So it would take something else doing the damage or the fort getting stuck on chaff to
Exactly, and that's the thing, right, is the fort is in front of a Giga Mustang. It's being beaconed into it, so... I mean, this lock here looks pretty good. Oh, it broke. Welp. That's probably really bad if you're Flower Fairy right there to see that lock break. It was really close to killing through the bubble. It is locking again, though, and the fort's kind of trolling. Yeah, you can see it right here. It's just like healing up through the beam, but man, this beacon was drawn too long. Oh, it doesn't matter, though. Let's go.
Wow, both melters are down. Super health fort is still alive. Now we get tower debuff. If we can spend the tower debuff time not engaging on that fort, that's what that long beacon was for, to ensure that didn't happen. Now it's healing up off the...
I think the long beacon was to try and dodge a melting point lock, and also deal DPS, so... In a way, he almost succeeded with that. It's like really close. It did keep it from dying to its bubble being pierced by the beam, so he was far enough out of that, but he didn't quite get far enough to not get locked onto at all. So it was good enough to tank, which is just, beneficial, purely beneficial, so it didn't die. Almost drew the beacon a bit too far. Would have been very bad if you gave over the XP, but now this smelter does not level at all, and will just die, probably. EMP spell for Flower Fairy looks quite good. Looks pretty good for Saku too. I guess Saku probably benefits a bit more because tower debuff is more accessible for him. But Flower Fairy has mostly blue forts, and Saku does have at least one white fort that's going to be hit by this, so might cause this like middle right fortress to die earlier than expected. Oh, Saku also goes to the oil. Interesting. He does still have this badger on the right. So I guess his goal here is to say that... Well, I don't know. That is the Laser Sight Mustang 2 side. This kills like maybe 1 pack of crawlers? Maybe? It's like 1.5 at best, I think. Because the badger will be shooting the crawler in front of the fort originally, right? So it won't kill this Fang on the middle right here. And the other Fang in like the very right side of the far right tower takes a really long time to die to it, so it's mostly killing this back right crawler next to the Laser Sight Mustang. Quite a high price to pay for killing 1 pack of chaff early in the fight. The crawler directly behind the tower probably dies to just a Mustang before it walks into the fire. We'll see. Maybe... Oh, he's doing this beacon actually. Maybe he even doesn't want this ult to ignite, but it definitely does. So I guess the plan here is that we want a beacon left side so that the Laser Sight Mustang dies to the fire. That makes more sense.
Right. I'm gonna lose my right side. The laser sight Mustang will walk out of the out of the depths there.
Yeah, and here you see the versatility of the positioning from earlier. You know, it's we're just gonna push a different side every turn with the beacon, with the Gigafort and Gigastang, and that's just a fairly powerful thing to be able to do versus Oil and Fire. Because even if you're in like the best possible comp versus Oil and Fire, which is Mustang Forts, Oil is bugged currently, so it just like goes through shields sometimes. So
right,
Saku playing around that very, very well with the swapping sides over and over, and does take the match versus Flower Fairy. Also gets his second win in MAG1.
very nice, very nice. He's up to a 50% win rate.
Yes, indeed. I just love memeing on him because he's a friend, by the way.
Yes. Okay.
For the record, that's the only reason I meme on him. He's obviously a great player. How can we not meme on the 501 captain being the only one with losses, you know? It's just too good. Low-hanging fruits.
It is too good. It is way too good. All right, so Saku will stay on, and the series is evened up at 1 game apiece. Remember, this is effectively a best of 7 in a winner stays on format. So Flower Fairy is eliminated. We'll not be seeing Flower Fairy anymore. Saku remains on to face the next player up from the 201. Which, I don't know who that's going to be. I don't know what order the captains have chosen. So, it's going to be Red Hair. Let's go. Saku versus Red Hair. Can we put Saku in blue so that Red Hair is red?
Would only be appropriate, right?
It would only be appropriate.
I hope we get a blue hair in the 201 squad, so... Well, I guess after this it might not be squads anymore, but I hope we get to see a blue hair versus red hair match, or blue hair is blue side and red hair is red side.
Exactly. This is the most critical feature I have asked Bear Lake for.
Yes, indeed. We need it hard-coded so red hair is red side every time. That'd be great.
Absolutely. This is the stop ship. The game could not have shipped with this.
Really the most important thing.
Yep. So Red Hair's just restarting client real quick. We'll be bringing that game to you in just a moment. What's Red Hair's win rate?
It is 50%.
Right.
I think it's quite surprising, by the way, because Red Hair, Flower Fairy, Saku, and Arbiter are probably some of the 4 strongest players in the tournaments, and Saku is 33% going into the finals, Red Hair is 50%, Flower Fairy was 67%. Arbiter's the only one of these 4 with 100% thus far. Obviously none have played very many matches, it's like 3 maximum between all these players. Monks has played the most by far at 5 matches, and of the people in the finals, but interesting to see that the people that have the highest MMR and ladder are not necessarily the people that have the highest win rates in the tournaments. Not saying that makes them like worse or something, of course, not trying to draw conclusions, but it's funny to see the data, Always cool.
Yep. I love seeing data. I could geek out on stats with you for hours, I'm sure.
Indeed. Indeed. Well, I expect in this next match that we'll probably see Saku play aggro again, by the way. I think he has mentioned recently that he is back on the aggro train after being on the standard train for some time, so hopefully we get to see it again. Saku's a great aggro player, has great ideas about how to play it and make it succeed even in the face of things like the oil going through shield bug and things like fire being very strong versus aggro, so we'll love to see some more of that. Might also get a standard match though. Both players are very strong at both styles, so we'll see.
I mean, he did win through the maximum possible oil in that last round, right? That last game. Oil from tower, oil from drop.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think I will say that I think oil is probably more problematic to have 2 copies of than to have like oil plus fire. Because the oil fire even lasts longer, apparently. I didn't even know this like very recently, but apparently the oil fire lasts longer than the incendiary, like the spell incendiary. Which is really weird. I don't know why it works that way, but it lasts like 50% longer or something. I think the standard fire is like 30 seconds and the oil is like 45 or something along those lines, so
Wow.
In any case, the ult is like more
45 is
versatile.
so long. Yikes.
Yeah. Yeah. The ult is definitely more versatile though versus aggro. And against balls in particular, which is definitely like either the best or the second best aggro pack. It's, of course, just exceptionally strong. Stops the balls from being a unit at all, pretty much. Obviously holds like massive threat with being lit on fire and things of that nature, so in many ways I think that it's a lot stronger than Incendiary. They obviously both can do the same thing, but Bull is much more flexible and leaves doubt in your opponent, which I think is a very powerful thing. It's kind of like having a jump drive on the bar, you know? If you're a Wasp or your boat or whatever. It introduces doubt, and that's very powerful.
You describe it as introducing doubt, and I would also think of it as having flexibility for yourself. Like,
yeah, both ways for sure.
Giving yourself flexibility is so important, and that was exactly what Saku did with that pack of steel balls and Mustangs. It's the flexibility, the ability to adapt and adapt what he's doing to what his opponent is doing positionally, right? Or with Mobile League. And welcome to our third match. We are tied 1 game apiece. Red Hair is representing the 201, playing blue. Saku will be far side red, and I'm hoping you do not take the fire bet, and he'll be playing the character with the red hair. Ay, guys. Could you have made this any harder for the casters, please? Eliminated so far have been Flower Fairy and Dillo. And of course, this is a best of 7, but it's last man standing format. So winner stays on, loser goes home.
601 also eliminated, of course.
Yeah, 601 was eliminated at the very start, yes. Mungst had a short cameo in the finals.
I mean, hey, he could have won the whole thing. It's important to note, you know?
He could have gone 8-0, it's true.
Alright, well, in theory, important to note for Saku, Red Hair certainly could have been aggro. Arc Storm is definitely one of the, well, just Storm in general, doesn't really matter what it's paired with, but Storm is certainly a very fine aggro pack at the moment. Red Hair certainly is known for playing some aggro. So from the side of Saku here, he doesn't necessarily know if Red Hair is going to play aggro or defense. There's at least some doubt there. I think the Red Hair probably prefers playing defense in most cases. I don't think he just jams aggro nonstop, at least in tournaments, compared to some players. But probably Saku assumes he's mostly going to be defense here, but there's definitely some doubt and consideration for his positioning on round 1. For the most part, he's just, clicking 5 crawlers. That's what you do in your Tarantula. Tarantula not very good, not down to buy another copy of it, not down to miss the deploy. And certainly if you're aggro and your name is not Dilio, then maybe you just want to click only crawlers. Not saying things are ever bad, but, most of the time you're just clicking some crawlers. I don't think Dilio would click things on 1 either. I'm just trolling. But Saku does go for only the crawlers on 1. Goes to this middle crawler here to make his spiders have a little bit more tempo on round 1. Used to, before spiders lost so much max HP, they kind of just win versus storms, but more recently, even with all the storm damage nerfs, they kind of just lose because you can't put your crawler on the line on turn 1. And for the most part, it's pretty bad if you do not have your crawler on the line. So Saku goes to the sacrifice in the middle, which is the less important position for having that storm baits. Not sacrifice his corner position on either side to have that baits. Does still lose the round though. Showcases how bad Spider is versus Storm Opener. That's also probably part of why Red Hair chooses to go for defense here, because it is more consistent versus Spider. It's probably near impossible to lose unless your Arclight somehow dies really early, which is again near impossible versus 5 Crawler 2 Spider, so pretty consistently going to win there for him. Does go for the Wasp drop on 2. Not really sure what you want here if you're Saku. Spider start's always quite weird, because Spider's just a pretty poor unit overall. And Saku is a player that really hates selling, because he thinks that selling is negative tempo, as he puts it, which it certainly is. So, certainly might expect to see Saku keep the Spiders for quite some time here. Does have the Badger Specialist as well, of course. And there is some Badger Boat going around, so perhaps we'll see some Badger Boat this game. Who knows? Maybe if we get a boat drop on 3 or 4. Maybe we'll see some more Badger Boat. And Badger did just get buffed in several ways, cost-wise, with decks, so who knows? Maybe it's even Badger Phoenix on the left side here.
Badger Boat, huh? Great, now I know what I'm going to be running all morning, trying to figure out how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just like Sledge Boat, right? It's just
Yeah.
unit that stands in front of boat and clears for it, except unlike a Sledgehammer, a Badger is actually a pretty good unit, so, you know, it's pretty good. It's just a thing that clears chaff and sits there and is tanky. Pretty flexible.
What would you do to fix Sledgehammer?
Probably remove Scorpion from the game to start.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same
Scorpion
thing for Steel
was-
Balls.
Yeah, Scorpion is I don't particularly like as a unit for sure for exactly that reason. But
Well, it's not really so much that I dislike Scorpion. It's just, if you want Sledge to function or you want Steel Balls to function with a Scorpion on the board, they kind of just have to have a different stat line, which I think is part of why they've mentioned that they're going to rework Steel Ball into a 300 cost units as opposed to being a $200 units. Yeah, I don't know if that's still the plan, but that has been mentioned. Because it is pretty hard for Steel Ball to exist in the game as it currently stands. Assuming we're not like putting a new tech on it that like drastically alters how it interacts with the game or something. It kind of just like gets countered and then it gets sold instantly, unless you're playing Ball Wraith, of course. It's also historically a big pain point for newer players due to it being, not super obvious how to use Chaff for them, and Chaff being the biggest counter to Steel Ball, so.
Right.
Probably several of the reasons why they're considering making that change. Red Hair goes instantly for the Missile Strike, probably going to put it on the bird.
Yep.
Saku presumably does not have jump. Oh, he does have jump. Wow. Not many people run jump anymore, but he does have it. So you might see Saku go into maybe a left side play here, maybe. Maybe he just doesn't care. But that is part of the reason that button's there, and your Phoenix buttons aren't necessarily that important. So maybe you'll see that from him. Maybe the Badger goes to the left. Maybe Phoenix gets jumped. Who knows? It is $100 nowadays. It's not super cheap anymore.
$100 plus every other tech is more expensive.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like he does just choose to mount the Phoenix instead. I definitely like that. I feel like in general it's like a really, really heavy investment to get a jump drive for $100. At 50 it feels pretty, trivial. You just like do it. It's just tempo, you know, but if it's 100, even if it's a unit that you don't want to tech further, implying that you're like not actually paying that cost, like maybe at some point you want range, if they get like itemized or leveled a whole bunch or something, but feels pretty committal.
Red Hair has the Phoenix flank coming, deep left flank. No mobile beacons, so with a little bit of luck for Saku, it'll chase crawlers, but I think it chases one or two and then turns on the tower, right? That's how that works.
Yep, should be the
Saku
case.
gets through to the left side tower very quickly. That is fixable with the Farseers, but not... by the time the left side flank gets the towers, half the board is gone. Watching this attack in slow motion, you can just see how, you see the crawlers straining to keep going forward. Boss, can we please? And Saku wins round 3. Red Hair down to 26-21. Saku still on 3,900.
Yeah, nice missile strike from Saku that round. Really shows how weak that this conventional crawler plus storm positioning, which is slightly unconventional. It's like one tick to the left for Red Hair, but really shows how weak that positioning is to missile strike. Hits the arc light, hits the storm, hits the crawler. Unless you shield it and he does something there, you're screwed. So very, very strong play against that positioning. Looks like Red Hair takes the Scorpion drop. Saku takes the Wasp drop. Saku does have shield range, jump, anti-air on the Wasps. Pretty normal stuff. Pretty expected. Some people are a little unhinged and run Elite Marksman, for example. Maybe if they're want to lean into improved Wasp, perhaps.
A little unhinged like Diana.
Well, improved Wasp is very strong, so it's a nice thing to have on the bar if you like playing around that, but Jump obviously says, I like doing this turn 2 or turn 3 Wasp tempo play, and just basically says that you like playing Wasp as a unit outside of cards, something like that, and that you're willing to use it. That is what Saku is doing here. Also happens to address very nicely the Phoenix flank. Has gotten Red Hair to invest money in the jump.
Yep.
And like we mentioned earlier, Saku could be beaconing these Wasps in this particular position backwards if he wants to. Not fully beaconing them backwards, but using the beacon to turn them backwards to address the flank if he needs to. It's very flexible positioning for that reason.
Right.
Very powerfully if you're aggro. You get to answer multiple things without having to invest any real resources into it besides unlocking the beacon in the first place.
And
also a rather
again,
nice pickup versus Scorpions here.
Again, collapsing on that left side. The Fire Badger did its best against the level 2 Wasps. On the right side, it was enough. On the left, we're going to get Tower. Unfortunately, I don't think the tower timing is good for Saku particularly.
Well, actually, he did for his tower, so it might end up
being
good for him. It's pretty close. The birds did not go to the tower, though.
Yeah, if the birds go to the tower and join the Wasps, it would have been a lot better. 2,600 apiece. We go to round 5.
Well, Red Hair is offered oil, but Sako's entire board pretty much is in the air. There's like 2 useless spiders and 1 Fire Badger that's not in the flank. So the oil isn't looking too incredible. Yeah, Red Hair agrees. It goes to the shield instead. Goes for a Fortress. So probably expect him to click Fortress Anti-Air. Yeah, that's exactly what he does. Alright. Well.
and a bubble.
Yep. Said that exactly as it happens.
That was amazing. You do not know this game at all, sir.
Yeah, I've never played this game before. I've never played either of these players, have no clue what they like doing. It's honestly just a mystery how I say things as they do them. It's crazy. Well, anyways, that's a pretty strong play for Red Hair. It's very, very strong versus this like Wasp Phoenix tempo board thing that Saku has going on. Saku did sell out of that like middle-ish tower positioned Wasp that he had here. Honestly, a bit surprised to see him put it there. I guess he just wanted to lean fully into like saying right side is dead that last round and say we push left. It's like that game I just watched versus Flower Fairy that he played right. He has this style of saying like, hey, we're going to push this side. Oh, just kidding, we're on this side. Oh, actually, no, we're over here now. You know, very just like flip-flop back and forth. Seems like it's kind of symmetrical, isn't actually symmetrical. Commits to one side. Very strong play. It's kind of like reminiscent of watching Fang Fort historically.
I'm going to get one side, then I'm going to get the other side. Then I'm going to come back, kind of get you to overcommit to something, and then switch where I'm getting, as soon as I spot a weakness, I'm going to exploit it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I would say the thing that he does really, really well is just identifying the weaknesses. So here he has jump-driven the Phoenix away from the AA fort, among other things, lets them get through to the right side tower. We also took range on the Fire Badgers, and that has chewed up a ton of chaff. If it weren't for Red Hair getting the left side tower with a single Phoenix understanding the mission, I think that might have gone a lot better for Saku. 2,600 to 1090 now. We go to round 6.
Yes, indeed. And also, importantly, there was oil offered last round. And obviously there's tower oil that could be clicked at any time, but oil was offered last round, which is part of why Saku did choose to do the flip-flop right there. And it is like enabled further by the jump Phoenixes too, so that helps like lean into this thing that he's doing, but that was the primary reason probably that he chose to like full commit to his side that turn with the double badge drop on that side, I believe, and also goes to the War Factory, so we'll get to see how the anti-air fort clicks plus the bubble purchase look into the War Factory. This is what he always says when I talk to him about forts. He's like, oh, can't we just kill the forts with the War Factory? And I guess looking at this board now, I understand what he meant. He meant like when people commit into a type that does nothing versus War Factory on a bar that's bad into War Factory. War Factory kind of just kills everything, so we shall see. It's looking pretty good as long as this oil gets ignited, probably. I will say that the factory is outranged by the fortresses and also the Scorpion in this current board, and Red Hair does also have Scorpion unlocked currently, of course, and even the crawlers have acid, so yeah.
All sorts
does not
of
look
answers
incredible
to
overall.
War Factory. You kind of need to win it outright, I would think.
Yeah, and there's even like also Farseer EMP that's like just basically everything you could possibly want. Say like Factory cannot play the video game is available in the board after this turn. So I don't think Saku even has enough damage on board to end the game this turn. It could even be, maybe that he wants to like sell out of the Factory after this round, and it's just like oh hey, I'm gonna get you to commit into a bunch of things that like counter War Factory. And then we're just going to not be War Factory anymore. But I'm not really sure what he does. Like, I'm not sure what his play is after this round, if that's what he does. Yeah, so it feels pretty committal to me.
What is the end game here? And just to be clear, Saku had 2,600 showing in non-chaff units. So,
Oh,
As
interesting.
long as every
okay.
single thing on the board, had survived,
Mm-hmm.
and a couple of the chaff, he'd have won. Okay, we know that wasn't going to happen, but still.
Yeah, it looks like the oil is saying, "Hey, your war factory might as well not exist." And looks like Saku is
It
actually
is-
just dead.
Yeah,
Feels
it might-
bad.
That might be game. It is game. Saku KO'd on the oil from tower. Feels bad, man. Red hair
Yeah.
gets the win. 201 ahead, 2 games to 1. We've got 2 501 players remaining after Dillo and Saku eliminated.
Sounds like we'll have a banger game next. It will be Forgotten Arbiter versus Red Hair.
Ooh-wee. Let's go. Forgotten Arbiter up for the 501. Do we know who the 4th player is? Is it Apuchi?
Yes, I think.
Surely.
I would assume it's Apuchi. I know that he took a
assume
break
so.
last week. I don't know what the reasoning
Yes.
was, but yeah, I haven't heard
his-
anything about subbing. So I'm assuming Apuchi is playing as the 4th.
Yeah. His, the week prior. Oh, I have misunderstood. This is not best of 7. It is, dear God, best of 13?
No, there's
Best
only
of
12
11?
players, right? Or no, I guess there is
Yeah, best of
13
11.
total if you include amongst. Yeah.
Yeah, best of 11 then. So, update. We're not best of 7, we're best of 11 with 6 players for each team, not 4 players for each team. And so still a long way to go. We will be here all morning, however long it takes.
Yeah, currently 201 has a pretty commanding lead with taking out both Dillo, who was previously 100% win rates, and team captain Saku. So, shortest it could be is 3 more matches if Red Hair takes out Arbiter, Zillag, and Doxson. Certainly all strong players, though, so it is definitely anyone's game. Certainly would not be surprised to see Arbiter reverse sweep it even. So we'll see how it goes. Very important match here, though, for 501.
So Arbiter, one of those 501 players who had a 100% win rate coming in.
Yes, and previous to this, Red Hair had a 50% win rate, but only across 2 matches played, so has not played very many matches. And on ladder lately has extremely high rating, almost 2400, doing it super well with that. I'm not sure, I guess I can look at my own client that is not currently spectating. We'll see. We'll see what the leaderboard looks like, but probably is rank 1 worldwide right now, I would imagine. Arbiter is 2300 on that account, I think. But both certainly very highly ranked. Oh, actually, Red Hair is not rank 1 worldwide. I'm not even sure which 201 player this is. It is rank 1 right now. It might be a Smurf of somebody.
Is it one of Flower Fairies? He's got several.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his Smurfs look like.
Yeah, he had been holding on to number 1 for a while.
Yeah, it might be him. It's very possible.
There was a point recently where he had 1 and 2 on different alts. So
No, Arbiter is
just
currently
really,
rank 4.
Just really weak at the game.
Rank 4? Yeah, Arbiter's rank 4, Red Hair's rank 2, and Arbiter is also rank 9. And Red Hair has a troll alt account also that is somewhere in the depths. He plays things like Quad Tech Spider. I played him when he was playing Quad Tech Spider. I'm just like, yes. Pretty base board you have here. It was absolutely terrible, by the way. It turns out it does not matter if you're 2400 if you're playing Quad Tech Spider. It is still terrible. So feels bad, man.
Yikes.
Yeah, big yikes.
Well, welcome to game
spiders.
4. Game 4 of our MAG1 finals. Red Hair near side blue, supply specialist. With Crawler and Storms, 4100 hit point back. Forgotten Arbiter, far side red. Red Hair is the second player for the 201. Forgotten Arbiter, the third player for the 501. So, tournament ends when a team is knocked out. We're in a last man standing format. So, effectively, best of 11. Don't lose 6 times. That would be the plan.
Yes. And importantly, this is, of course, effectively a best of 1 format per player. You're knocked out once, you are donezo. Which, for this case, for Arbiter, I think his packs were absolutely terrible. He is unfortunately stuck with Fortified, and Red Hair has arguably possibly one of the best defense packs. I think maybe something is probably better than Supply, but it's probably at least like top 3, whereas Fortified has very little benefits. Steel Ball, especially versus Storm, is like extremely high variance on turn 1 and turn 2 and onwards, honestly. Like, Storm's just a high variance unit, but definitely hope that you're something other than Fortified here if you're Arbiter. There is, in fact, a lot of very consistently good options in the game at this point. Used to, Rhino, Supply, and Quick Supply were pretty far ahead of the rest of the pack, but things like Fire Badger, Typhoon, Farseer are all... I don't think we've seen stats since they've been added to the game, but they effectively do the same thing as Quick Supply in certain ways, so you could probably pretty fairly expect, and I think is also reflected by the choices high MMR players make, that those packs are very strong statistically, whereas something like Fortified, even though it is better with unit drops in the game, historically is quite poor, and certainly is not something you would like to be as compared to, like, you know, Supply Spec, any of those things I just mentioned, etc., etc.
Right. We've got the traditional ads, a pair of crawlers, a pair of arc lights. I'm sorry, a pair of crawlers for both players. So,
I really like this crawler
Yeah, it's
from
a pair
Arbiter
of-
here, by the way. It's very neatly positioned to dodge this first Storm Volley. So Arbiter basically
Nice.
expects that the... Which, interestingly, by the way, I don't know if this works versus the positioning that some players use. Most players have their Storms, like, 1 tick above their tower and to the right, like, basically flush the top right corner. I think maybe it's even, like, 1 or 2 ticks to the right from that, but the point is, like, it should be on the right side, right? Sometimes you see a spread of the first Storm Volley, but Arbiter goes to this crawler behind a tower, which, you know, looks pretty innocuous, but since the first Storm Volley does go in, like, this middle lane here, right between each 2 towers, it does cause that crawler pack to not get splashed at all, which does improve his matchup overall in turn 1, basically. Because he essentially assumes it's going to hit that first middle ball pack right there, and that helps that crawler dodge that. So, very effective positioning from him, and does get in the rounds. Of course, there is variance there, but this helps him, like, mitigate variance, basically, right?
And we're going to sacrifice that 1 steel ball pack, essentially, to ensure that the crawlers are still alive later. That steel ball pack will still intercept anything from a Stormcaller to an Arclight to whatever. We get the unit drop: Typhoon, Fang, Rhino, Tarantula, Rhino for Red Hair. Actually, kind of love at the Typhoon for Arbiter, which is what he takes.
Yeah, Arbiter is a very big
now we're
Typhoon aficionado, so definitely expect him to take that.
Yeah, this would be my dream drop if I'm Arbiter and in Arbiter's position.
Yeah, unfortunately it is rather weak to this tempo play with the Rhino on the left side. Arbiter has tons of HP to play with, though. So he really doesn't care if this happens. It's pretty irrelevant. The worst thing that could happen is that he gets old next turn, and like even more tempo stuff happens, and then, you know, he's like maybe 3,000 hit points afterwards. He is very, 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 very healthy. Unfortunately, Typhoon is probably one of the worst units that you could be playing if you're Fortified Specialist, since it does have bubbles that tend to comprise a lot of its HP that does not get buffed by Fortified, of course. So I don't think that really matters, you're still taking it, but it is worth mentioning. It is one small side effect that is not super ideal for him. But he does have his own birds taking out the birds. There is a chance maybe he wins the rounds. Maybe if he connects the birds before the tower dies. Doesn't look that way, though.
Especially if the enemy birds were stuck on crawlers, which they are during the debuff.
Yeah, I'd say there's a pretty good chance he wins. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the Arclight on the left didn't die. That's pretty important. Let's Arbiter's bird connect here. Yeah. Oh, and the Rhino's stupid. Nice.
Yeah.
He does not know the mission. He is lost.
I come this way, though.
Alright, well, that Rhino is the bozo. You need to stop paying that guy. He doesn't know his mission.
Hey, Rhino not known for brain.
Rhino hit tower. Rhino not paid to go for second tower. Right. Well, very, very sad turn if you're Red Hair here. Yeah, he was paid to kill 1 tower, not both. But very sad turn if you're Red Hair. Don't take the tempo clear units, go for the tempo play. Still somehow lose because the Rhino does not know the mission. And a great turn if you're Arbiter with a very low tempo starting spec. So great position he is in here.
Why think when you can smash?
Right, Rhino sees something else to smash, goes a different way. But even though Arbiter's in a great position, Red Hair has the oil. And Arbiter's board is not incredible versus the oil. So we will see if he attempts to beacon away this turn, predicting the oil, or if he presumably loses really hard to it. I struggle to see how it wouldn't die to 2 Phoenixes while getting oiled, but we'll see.
So let me ask a question. Arbiter just skipped Assault Scorpion. Do you see anybody running Assault Scorpion in aggro at the 2000 plus MMR level?
Well, Assault Scorp's good, and Arbiter likes Assault Scorp, and so do I, but Assault Scorp can actually just like outright lose to Fortress, and definitely can lose to War Factory, so it's not really just like pure upside. Like, it's good in like a Mustang comp, for example, and it's probably fine in Typhoon. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody play Typhoon Assault Scorp, but it's probably good. But yeah, I don't know. It has some like really severe downsides versus very strong endgame units for certain board states, so I don't know. Like, it's good in theory, but honestly, a Scorpion is just fine without being Assault Scorp, you know? Like, you're not really even that incentivized to have it be Assault Scorp, I would say, is the way to look at it, perhaps. It's just good, you know? Just having a Scorpion is good. Like, you don't have to pay $100 that's negative tempo for Assault Scorp just to have a unit that is questionably better in the things that you might want to kill at the end of the game, so I don't know. It's not that Assault Scorp's a bad card, it's just like, mostly you pay $100, and that's like pretty bad.
Right. For me, I was almost thinking it might have been better for Red Hair in defense, but Red Hair has the defense covered. Jump drove his 2 Phoenix over to the other side, so they're supporting the Rhino. The Rhino does know the mission this time, and we're going to clean up. So Red Hair gets on round 3 with the tempo that he'd wanted to get on round 2, and drops Forgotten Arbiter to 42, 4150.
Yep, nice run with the oil. And if the question was defense, I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody click Assault Scorp on defense. I'm not sure it's like necessarily bad. I guess I've clicked Assault Scorp on defense and like
I've clicked it on defense. Headbutt. Yeah,
I guess it depends if you think that ASIM headbutt counts as defense, but I've definitely played it in that. Assault Scorp's pretty good. Certainly not bad sometimes.
Yeah, but if you're running on me, I like the rate of fire. What were you going to say? I'm sorry.
Looks like Red Hair is maybe keeping this left side. Yeah, he just doesn't care. Interesting. It's a cool game of chicken, you know? Like, on the one hand, Arbiter has balls unlocked, and he could very, very, very easily just say, you know, your Rhino's dead. And this turn in particular, when he's getting oiled, there's no way he's just going to oil left, is he? Oh my gosh, he's just oiling left? I don't understand this play. I feel like this is so weird. Like, I guess, I don't know, man. Like, he has jump Phoenixes. Is this actually a good play? That's so weird. Like, if he didn't have the jump Phoenixes, I feel like it'd be a much more sane play, but is slowing down the Rhino really that good when you have Steel Ball unlocked already? I don't know. Like, Red Hair could even just sell this, right? And then it's just terrible. That's the real thing here.
Well, maybe I'm kind of forcing the sale of the level 2 Rhino?
Right, but even already has a sell button. Like, there is no question, like, he might sell it, like, very definitively could, but hey, also he has jump, so he gets to say, like, I'm going to make you have an answer, basically, with the options he has available. He does have the ability to get out of it at any point in time. It does force Arbiter to answer it. Probably will expect to see it gone next turn.
We've leveled up the tower. The answer to the Phoenix is the Mustangs. And they do lock onto 1 and 2 of the Phoenixes early on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they win, though. It is just a level 1 Mustang, and it's a blue Rhino. It takes a really long time, so it might eventually win. I think they might just die to the Phoenixes or even the Rhino swings before they kill this blue Rhino. It's a pretty risky play. Like, it's just got an exceptionally large amount of HP, so you might just simply get stat checked this play.
Yep, that's exactly what's happened there. If he'd backed that up, perhaps with a Phoenix to go with the Mustangs, or perhaps even a Phoenix instead of the Mustang, because he had the arc light to take care of the chef. But the Mustang is a good longer term investment out there in terms of checking the Wasp and Phoenix flanks. So.
Yeah, I think the 2 games that we've seen so far today tell you exactly why he does not want to commit to more Phoenixes. You simply
Right.
just get offered fort drop on defense, you click anti-air for $200, and suddenly people are selling out of Phoenixes. So there's a reason Arbiter has one bird in his board, and will probably not have more than one bird in his board. Sometimes it might happen, but people are very, 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 very leery of committing to Phoenixes. Rightfully so, with anti-air being $200 on Fortress. And this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Red Hair has said, "Alright, you have answered it. We will leave now. We're out of here. Goodbye." We're putting the Phoenixes back against the main push, and the Rhino is somehow not getting sold and instead going to Narnia. I guess one of the steel balls got sold out of, and it probably gets there after the other one's dead, so I guess that's fine.
I come over and punch. I punch over here.
Yeah, the Rhino is on a new mission. I'm not sure what his mission is exactly, but he is there for a good time. Not a long time, probably. Might be getting sold next rounds.
No, Arbiter, he heard that this was a last man standing game. That's his mission.
Oh, interestingly, Arbiter goes to the fortress on the side that he oiled already. So a little bit sad of a play this turn to see the birds gone from that side and the Rhino going away as well. He thinks, alright, well maybe even though Red Hair almost lost last turn, he's going to keep it there anyways. Goes to the missile again, does choose to respect the play. Does put the bigger fort on the right side though, notably. And Arbiter is running Anti-Air and Fang Prod. Importantly, does not have Launch Overload. And Red Hair did have Overload versus Saku, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so...
the same tech bar.
Not sure I've seen the Fang Prod plus range play out a whole lot. It's pretty much just Conclusion that plays this bar that Arbiter is playing right now. And I don't think we've gotten to see Conclusion play a whole lot of Fortress lately. At least I haven't in terms of like spectating and stuff, so...
Nope.
I'm not really sure how this matchup tends to play out with Launcher range versus Fang Prod range, but that's probably what the game's going to come down to at some point, unless Red Hair does not opt to mirror the Fortress. He does have superior text in the mirror, so you might see him do it, particularly with this Absorption module drop here. Even Nano maybe, but probably it's just Absorb for both players if they want to commit to that. Arbiter unsurprisingly takes Absorb instantly. It is even against Underground Threat, which is strong tempo, of course, for Red Hair potentially. Could jump drive the Phoenixes back to the left and go for a Rhino play. It is against a fort that could even be absorbed, maybe. It's maybe a little risky. He could also just go for Missile Strike on the Mustang on either side. Who knows? Lots of options. Tons of things to play around if you're Arbiter. Particularly if your opponent has Jump Drive Phoenix and your tower does not have things protecting it besides Mustangs.
Ruh-roh.
Also important to note...
Danger, Will Robinson.
Very important to note, I think, that this tournament is currently allowing players to like co-op basically with their teammates during games they want to, and Arbiter is one of the 501 players that does co-op during their games. So even though like if you're just a single player, it might be hard to think like, okay, how do we play around Underground? How do we play around Missile Strike? How do we play around like him putting Absorb on something, and think through all that and play your turn at the same time? Arbiter does have a lot of backup here, so probably someone will point out that we could be getting Jump Drive Phoenix flanked plus Missile Striked on the Mustang. Probably expecting to play around it at some point during the turn.
He's got
Arbiter
15
does tend to play.
To do it.
Yeah, he plays his whole turn in the last like 10 seconds though, so honestly, not at all surprising to not see it addressed yet. I'm assuming eventually that will happen. Maybe not. Nope. It's really bad for him if he doesn't. Oh no. Oh, wait, it turns. Does it kill it? Does it kill it? Oh, it does not kill it.
One of the two. We got one of the two.
That was going to hurt a lot. Maybe somehow this Blue Fort gets it done, but he does not have any backup. His chaff clear is gonzo, and there are 2 Melters to kill, so I think he is looking very, very dead. Well, very nice jump drive play from Red Hair.
There'll be a second tower. And no, the Mustangs over there play defense successfully. The level 2 tower was what was needed.
Yeah, Jump Drive Phoenix here buying a Red Hair a nice tower timing now with the extra speed. And that will be quite a lot of damage dealt to Arbiter. So Arbiter's board is damage. Like very... Yeah, it's like 1500, right? Arbiter's board scales really well in terms of like the units on it. I don't know that his text scale exceptionally well. And being in the spot of like dying to one spell basically is not where you want to be if you're the aggro player here. Particularly with a very heavy clear drop like Wraith, that your board doesn't address too well on both sides. Obviously, the side with the potentially orange Phoenix on it addresses the Wraith quite well, and thankfully that is on the same side as the Absorption forts. So, I don't know, the spot's just rough because Arbiter has like one relevant button in this Melting Point matchup, which is probably why you see right here commit to Melting Point rather than commit to like a Fort Mirror, for example, which could get a bit messy versus the Fang prob maybe, particularly if you're defense versus aggro. So instead opts the Melters. He's a big fan of like Diffract Melter, for example, which you don't see really a lot of right now, but right here in particular likes it. He is fairly strong. Does op stack all the race on the same side, by the way.
Is this a worried about anti-air for his Phoenixes? Wants the Wraith out front, throws armor on.
Oh, I think he's just trying to kill him. I don't think he's really worried about anti-air. He just wants to one-shot him, basically. He's saying, like, if this right side, like, lives in terms of the arc lights, smelters, and birds, he just simply wins the game outright, so.
Right.
And it feels pretty hard to, like, if your Arbiter commit enough resources to left side here to make that not true. Oh, he even has field maintenance. He has field maintenance and armor on these Wraiths.
Yep, just took the field maintenance right at the end of the round. Yeesh.
Gigabird does get to kill the middle Wraith, very importantly. That's really huge to chaff clear. Yep. Yeah, the chaff clear is definitely working. It's not stuck on the Wraiths, so it is definitely a lot of investment from Red Hair to do this. If he does not win the turn, he's in a really bad spot. And the turn's not looking incredible. This Gigabird is doing great work.
Surely that is what he was thinking as well, is I'm going to win this round, win this turn, and win the game on it.
Yeah, I think that is going to be the outcome. Unless the bird somehow kills a Melter, I think that's it. Yeah, no.
And
Wait, no, he's not dead, is he? Is 2 Storms, 2 Melters? It's so close. Oh, he is dead.
Just enough.
Just barely enough. It's like one Storm
the win.
Yep, very nice game from him.
Red Hair has won 2 in a row. 501 is down 3 players. We will have Zillalag joining us next. So that game, at least to me, it felt like that one turned on the Phoenix flank turn.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really important thing to not lose. Like the triple level 1 Wraith drop essentially there. I don't think he had to do that to win the turn, but being in the position of like getting an all-in commit like that due to the loss of HP from the Phoenix flank is what let Arbiter lose that game. And like I was saying when that turn was playing out, right? Like there was a lot of stuff to think about that turn. There was like, does Red Hair take an absorb? Does Red Hair commit to fort? Does he missile strike my Mustang on the flank? Does he like underground plus like jump drive something? Like there's like tons and tons and tons of things to play around, and Red Hair goes to the maybe even the simplest play of all of them. Just simply missile strike a Mustang and jump drive the towers, and that is all she wrote, so great game from him. Well, looks like we'll be getting into Zillalag versus Red Hair in just a minute. I believe Zillag's playing a lot of aggro lately, by the way, so maybe we'll see another aggro versus defense matchup. We'll see. And I believe that
the Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, his avatar is nice, right? I think that is half of 501 eliminated too, right? So it's only Zillalag, Apuchi, and Doxson left.
Yep, first team to win 6 gets it done. Zillalag, Doxson, and Apuchi are the surviving members of the 501. Did I write 601? I did write 601.
Also important to note, I think that both teams are leading with who they believe to be their strongest players in the games so far. 5-1 sending out Saku, Dillo, and Arbiter to start with, and 2-1 sending out Flower Fairy and Red Hair to start with thus far. So the snowball is definitely real here. Would not be surprised if Red Hair sweeps the rest of it, but would love to see 5-1 make a comeback too. Also sad Monks did not get to sweep anybody. It would have been so cool to see the underdog 601 region go like 8-0 or something. That would have been so sick. I'm glad he was able to
Would have
play.
That would have been ridiculous. Although,
Yeah.
on the other hand, I am also glad that we got to see these two regions facing off with a perfectly fair start, rather than being
Of course.
disadvantaged.
Especially since the format thus far was scheduled in a way that we didn't get to see much 201 versus 501, right? So
Nope. We
I
saw
think thus
Dillo
far
against
we've seen-
one 201 player previously.
Exactly,
I think
yeah.
that was it.
Yeah, Dillo's in the Australian time zone, so he's much more able to be scheduled with 201 than the rest of the 501 squad is.
Right.
But yeah, really cool tournament day for this reason. We get to see lots of matchups that we've not seen at all thus far. So it looks like Zillalag has been gifted the hottest trash imaginable if you would like to play aggro. So probably he's going to be taking the Badger Storm Fang pack and playing defense, I would imagine. Unless he wants to play this pack aggro. I like this pack aggro, so you might like it too. We'll see though.
Yeah, you
But
did
he
say
did not have any real choices besides that one.
Yeah, you did say the storms in aggro are playable, but Zillag's not going to agree to that. He's going to play them outside a tower.
Yeah,
Red
certainly
Hair
if it does
setting
not
up
have
standard.
fangs or does not have crawlers on it, then you're not too predisposed to playing aggro. It's certainly a lot better if it has crawlers, so probably if you're playing to like highest TV, if you play both strats, aggro or standard very well, then probably this is the better choice if you are given this pack in particular. Does choose to go for some very standard looking things, or standard, but also has his fangs in the crawler position, notably. I can't say that I see that super often. Red Hair even has the same thing. So I think they're both just saying they both think that they're standard here. Red Hair has the vertical crawlers instead of vertical fangs. They basically have like inverted it, right? And again, I think the reason here for this, like we were talking about earlier, is that if you can guarantee that your vertical crawler is splitting on your tower correctly, then it's very, very strong in the storm matchup, or even just versus arc lights for that matter. So the splitting is super valuable, and even if you weren't in standard, even if like Zillag was aggro, you could use the beacon trick to turn those. So it has the inversion of the typical like horizontal crawler vertical thing behind it that you might see for defense in favor of this for the crawlers so that you get maximum value out of that splits. Which is certainly not trivial, by the way. I'm not even just like trying to make up things to talk about. Like this actually matters lots.
It does
very,
matter,
very
and
relevant.
it's fascinating to hear you talk about it because we at a mid-level, let's say the 1500, 1600 level, I think a lot of players are thinking about the crawler split and don't really think about their fangs splitting at all, particularly. So it's really interesting that it's that important, especially against the storms. Zillag instant Phoenix, Red Hair instant Phoenix. Zillag's Badgers arrive, so put those back in center where they'll split a bit.
Interestingly, Zillag does have elite on the Phoenixes compared to Red Hair's jump drive. I don't really think this matters too much, honestly, in standard. Lately, people just like don't click any buttons on their like marksman unit of choice. Obviously, marksman is named marksman, but Phoenix and marksman fulfill the same role. So for that purpose, they're basically both just the elite marksman of the board, even if the tech is not on their bar. But in this case, Zillag does have it. I don't think that's really relevant, honestly. Maybe, you know, if we see some similar stuff to what we saw from Flower Fairy earlier, that we get like elite marksman like the arc lights, for example, then maybe having additional range on the Phoenixes matters. It matters a lot more if you're a ground unit, you know? If you can get to a point where you can like outrange a Stormcaller, that's pretty relevant. So for Marksman, I think Elite is not trivial. But for Phoenixes, like, damage is cool. There isn't really typically a whole ton of things besides maybe a Worm that you want to deal like massive single target to in Standard, barring some like weird Giga Vulcan Snowball thing with like a heavy armor or something like that's going on. But certainly a small advantage for Zillag. Probably you'll see almost no use in almost all cases from this jump drive from Red Hair. And probably him not taking that off, I would assume, is a nod to the fact that he thinks Zillag might be playing aggro. Worth pointing out again, I don't think Zillag was really given a choice this game unless he wants to play Fang Storm as aggro, which, I don't mind. It's totally fine if he wants to do that. It's certainly playable. Maybe not optimal, but was a choice if he was not comfortable playing defense versus Red Hair. But did opt for this, does insta-take the supply enhancements. It says this game is going forever. Red Hair is thinking a lot longer about it. Probably staring at this barrier or this portable shield.
Come on, guys. This is a 13-round game. Take your supplies. We want to see this game get out of control.
Well, I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, the items are very powerful. The making sides asymmetrical is very strong and standard. And certainly Red Hair is not a, like, I'm just going to sit here and play your 13-round game player. He's gonna kill you if you let him. So, taking things like that that are negative tempo are a dangerous proposition. Does also collect the HE Storms very early for Red Hair. So it takes the tempo spell and takes the tempo tech on the Storms. Says we are ending the game sooner rather than later, and Zillag takes the very greedy supply enhancement instead. It's very funny, by the way. Supply spec used to cost half what it currently does, so people would just like always take supply instantly every time and like not think about it. But it's so funny seeing the game now that the econ cards are much less appealing. Super supply is still somewhat appealing in many cases. Certainly, it's not an uncommon take, but supply is very uncommon to take now, as compared to how it used to be, where it was nearly an auto-click for most players.
Well, they've been balanced much better where you're down in economy substantially for a fair amount of time before whatever your investment was starts to pay off. And that, that kind of reflects the way that a real-world economy investment might have gone. You've invested all this money in building your factory. It doesn't start producing for many weeks yet, many months yet. So I think it's about right, and it does feel very nicely balanced. Farseer making a big difference. The Wasp Call-in not so much. But that Farseer really cleaning up in the middle. And we have gotten the Wall of Storms from Red Hair, adding 2 storms, enough to win this round. Drop Zillag from 4,400 down to 2,880, and that is exactly the thing. You are down in economy, therefore you're down in tempo, and you can't afford to lose 1,600 3 times in a row. You'll be, break even on your economy investment and dead. So,
yeah, I think it really demonstrates how poor Zillag's start was here, with not having any crawlers to start with, and only having fangs, and not opting for them on turn 1, 2, or 3. Other than this bait crawler, obviously this is happening, but certainly if your opponent goes quadruple storm with HE and your board has 1 crawler in it, things are not looking too hot, to say the very least. Hence the almost 2,000 damage turn from Red Hair here on turn 3. My god, I can't believe that was turn 3. That's insane. That is so much damage to take on turn 3. Holy. Oh, also Zillag took the Mustang prod. That is a very bold choice considering he just took 2,000 damage almost. I'm assuming that he is saying we need to get a giant drop immediately on 5 and find value out of this, but considering how much damage was just taken, it feels very, very dubious to take a obviously 0 tempo this turn unless he is to unlock a giant, which unless he is loaning is not happening. So basically he's like floating 200 supply here essentially. So that is not going to look too hot, considering that he also is only able to add 2 crawlers to the board. Presumably is also mass recruiting for a 3rd, unless he has already done so. Yeah. He is indeed mass recruiting for a 3rd against the 6 HE Storms. That is not the spot you want to be in.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're Zillag here, I think your spot is really, really bad because you were like 1 bad spell or 1 bad drop from death after this turn, I think. Unless somehow this like Beacon Crawler here is going to have an exceptionally great timing versus these Storms, which there is 6 of, by the way, so at best it's getting like half of them, maybe. It's looking not great.
You have to kill the Farseer before they come back, because the Farseer missile's home. And yeah. So
yeah,
Farseer doesn't miss crawlers that way.
Well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, actually can. It can.
It can miss.
It's very hard for it to miss, but it can miss.
All right, I apologize. Let me rephrase.
Yeah, I think,
I've not seen it miss.
I think it can miss like jump wasps maybe against like speed spec. I don't know what the speed threshold is we're playing with, but it's obviously very fast, but it certainly can miss, which I think is just hilarious.
That's
something so
really
fast
nice.
it can just miss.
Right, that's actually very nice because it's. It had felt like a homing missile to me the way that the Typhoon does.
So. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of funny, right? Like, it's clearly a unit that looks visually like a homing missile, and meanwhile we have things like, you know, like a fortress shooting a literal bullet at something, which, speaking of fortress, here's forts, presumably anti-air forts that are trying to close out the game. Yep, that's crazy.
Yep.
It's like I've played the game before or something.
Yup.
Yeah. I mean, he is playing standard, let's be real. There's like one choice he's going to do here. But no, yeah, I think that it's kind of funny that like a fortress shooting a bullet, and the bullet can't miss. Like, it does not matter what speed the unit's going at. You can test it in like practice tool. The unit could be walking at like 100 ms, the beacon, and it still auto hits. It'll like follow it back and forth. It's pretty funny.
Oh my gosh.
But meanwhile, the actual homing missile that is the Farseer can just miss super easily. So I don't know. This is the game we are playing. Also, there is Incendiary Storms on the side of Zolag, which is beneficial, sort of. I mean, the range loss is pretty impactful in the Storm Mirror, right? So it feels a bit dubious. Feels quite dubious here. Like, there is quite a lot of late fangs that it does clean up, but is that actually going to turn around the rounds? I feel like at the very minimum, the addition of the Fortress Anti-Air is going to pretty cleanly win the round for Red Hair, I'd assume. And I'm not even sure that, given the range loss again, that the Incendiary Stormclick actually makes sense long term. Obviously, historically, Incendiary is like incredibly powerful. There's no doubt about that. But ever since it got the 20-meter range nerf, it does not seem to show like a lot of play at all. And we've also seen players like Flower Fairy just take it off the park completely. Obviously, is running earlier today, but there's been a lot of hate for Incendiary Storms, and it looks like it does not take the round, unsurprisingly, in the face of the Fortress Anti-Air. And that almost just kills him outright. This is what I was saying earlier, right? Like, you take the supply, Red Hair takes the Wasp Drop, Red Hair says, ah yes, you're greeting, you are dead, because you don't have any crawlers. And here's the thing I was talking about also. Here is the drop that's going to kill you somehow, because how are you going to play around a level 2 Worm or a level 5 Rhino killing your tower? Any spot on the entire board. It's pretty hard. That's the answer. It's very, very hard, and also makes your Incendiary Stormclick not look too incredible either. So that is going to be a very hard spot for Zolag navigates, because the melting point, obviously, in theory, maybe helps versus both these things. Well, actually, he doesn't even care. It takes the balls. I guess that does make a degree of sense versus the Incense Storms. He only needs to win one round, right?
Right. Even if they don't win this round, they're always going for 5 of them. The 5 steel ball finish. Melters with range to answer the forts and the Rhino, presumably. They have to be basically right in front of tower to answer the Rhino. Yeesh.
Yeah, and I would think you would expect to see the Worm here over the Rhino, which, if that is the case, you're not feeling great about this play if you're Zolag here, because obviously Melter, in theory, is pretty good versus Worm, but in practice sees not very much success versus Worm, in part due to just its stat checking Melter with its gargantuan amount of HP with armor in level 2 in this case, but certainly the balls with lifesteal are incredibly good versus the Melters in this board. So I would expect to see the balls closing out here for Red Hair.
And it is a level 2 absorb module melter on the right side that is stuck in the oil, but that was I think, predicting that might be the side the Worm would have come for. So that was his intended answer to the Worm.
Yeah, that's definitely the unit to watch on this board. If there's a way to win here for Zolag, it's definitely the Absorb Melter.
That's the win condition, yep.
Yeah,
but of course,
how
I think
it's going to happen.
I think the important thing is, can we kill all of these steel balls?
Oh, that fire is so close. It's so close. It almost lit the oil on fire.
Zolag has killed the left side melter, or left side fort, which allowed the left side's Phoenix to do some great work on the steel walls.
This absorption module might pop off here. I don't think it can.
It's not enough.
Dead. Rest in peace.
And so too is Zillalag. Red Hair, 3 in a row. We're down to 2 chances for the 501. Apuchi and Dachshund. We will be having Apuchi next, coming right up. And just to clarify here, Zillalag took the supply enhancement in round 3, so he was down 100. Round 6 was the first turn that he came out ahead. He was plus 50 here, but he wound up in so much tempo trouble by being behind economically for rounds 3, 4, and 5 that is how that game goes poorly for him. So plays for the 13-round game, gets knocked out in 6.
Yeah, I mean, it is that way to an extent. I think mostly the real issue for him is that he did not have more than one crawler on the entire board versus someone... I mean, in general, people just click a lot of HE Storms nowadays, right? So the proposition of having one crawler on your board in Standard is very dangerous because you can very easily just take like infinite damage in one round like we saw. On round 3, he took nearly 2,000 damage, which is, I guess, probably near maximum. I'm not even sure how we did almost 2,000 in the first place. It was like 1,600 damage. That's crazy. Crazy to be taking that much on 3. And that's what happens if you don't have any crawlers, right? So it calls back to his opener choices, that is, that had 0 packs of crawlers. And yeah, just the fact that he starts the Fangs and did not get to bounty on round 1 or round 2 due to his opener led to him taking lots of damage and went for the greedy choice and also died afterwards. So feels bad for Zolak there. Feels real bad. But now we do get to see Apuchi versus Red Hair, which I'm very excited for. Apuchi, obviously no slouch, very good at the video game, so very exciting matchup ahead of us. Apuchi won Launch Clash recently, winner of many, many tournaments in the in-game tournaments throughout the weeks over the past year. So I'm excited to get to see this matchup, because usually Apuchi plays in the afternoon NA time, and Red Hair is in the morning NA time-ish. So usually you don't get to see these two play. I don't even know the last time I saw these two play.
Never get to see these two. Yeah, never get to see these two match up.
Yeah.
And Apuchi, fresh off of a rest weekend last weekend, didn't play in the MAG1, gave himself time to get his body back and, not trying to do these intense 15, 16-hour days that some of us have been doing. So, should be in prime shape for the finals.
Yes, indeed. I'm excited to see it. Hope that we get to see some Apuchi aggro.
Also have to point out, for those wondering, are we going to see I mean, it's 4-1, right? The red, the 501 needs to win something like 5 out of the next 7 matches to win this tournament. And,
I believe so, yeah.
Well, 5 out of the next 6 to win this. So, Apuchi, one of the few who has won 2 weekend tournaments on the same week, going 14-0 against all comers. You know who the other one I can think of is? The other ace in the hole, Doxson, has done the same thing. So both of them are capable of running off tremendous, and to be clear, that is not pure luck, right? By the time you've played through the 7 games of a weekend tournament, you have had a day where you had terrible starts. You've had a day where you've had a game where the drops went against you. You've had a game where your opponent's pack matched up perfectly, and you've played through that and come through it. And it just takes a tremendous amount of concentration, and both of them are capable of it. Apuchi, of course, said that he'd been playing all of those tournaments in preparation for pro tournaments like this. He was like, I want to get to the point where I can play every game without thinking about the stress of it, the stakes. It doesn't matter to me whether it's game 1 or round 2 against a 1500 MMR player, or round 7 against against a red hair or a blue hair. I'm going to come out with my best game. No stress, no pressure.
Yes, indeed. Apuchi is Marksman Specialist, Red Hair is Saber Specialist, so you'll likely see Apuchi committing to Marksman this game. You may also see the same thing from Red Hair, since Marksman drop technically is blocked after 2. Technically, you can see a Marksman drop on 2, by the way, so I think probably the best possible thing to happen here would be that both players, or for Red Hair at least, would be that the triple white Marksman drop or the double blue Marksman drop happens on the following turn. But if not, he'll probably have to spend his deploys on getting a Marksman. Oh, nice. That's great for Apuchi. So he does get a triple Fang drop.
Triple Fang drop?
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to build our standard boards with some extra chaff. Brilliant. And both players already prepping for that super deep, super late chaff. We've talked about this plenty of times on channel before, but Apuchi in particular loves having Fangs arriving late. I don't care if you are going to set the ground on fire. I'm going to have some chaff arriving late. And he just somehow has these almost artistically built chaff boards that it seems like he always seems to have one or two Fangs in exactly the spot he needs them to be protecting a key unit.
Interestingly, we are receiving word that Doxson is not currently available to be reached for the tournament, so Apucci may be the last remaining 501 player. We'll see. We'll see. He's the only person not yet eliminated besides Doxson.
And if Doxson weren't found and Apucci lost first match out, we would wind up having, with the 501, having to forfeit the final match, right? So
presumably, yeah.
It is all on Apucci at the moment. No drama, no pressure. I hope his team haven't even told him this. For all that I was just talking up his ability.
Yeah, probably using the call of all of them though, so he's probably aware.
Probably aware.
Very high chance.
To be clear, so the question is, aren't there substitutions? And yes, during the regular season, we had 4 of the 6 players nominated. The players were allowed to sub in who they wanted on a given weekend, but once the weekend started, there were no substitutions permitted. The subs had to be named and nominated ahead of time. For the finals, all 6 players on both teams are active, so it is single elimination. Having lost earlier in the day, we can't bring Saku back, can't bring Dillo back, can't bring Zillalag back. So
the only remaining question is, can Apucci bring 501 back? That is what can be brought back. Both players do take the bombard.
Wait a minute. Time. Could you sub? You're technically 501, right?
No.
Drafted from the broadcast booth to the field. No.
Imagine. No, but both players do take the bombard. Pretty easy choice. Bombard is bombard, therefore you take bombard. That's pretty much how it works. That is the video game we are playing. Bombard RNG is pretty important this round.
Punished so badly recently for skipping a bombard.
Yeah, like, one does not simply skip bombard.
I learned that lesson the hard way.
Now, bombard can do some pretty funny things to you. In the past, there was a theory that you can actually know where bombard's going to hit. Apucci was actually the person who was testing this. There was some theory that cells are or spells are seeded in some way with their RNG, so you can actually predict where the missiles are going to go. I'm pretty sure that was found out to actually not be the case, but bombard is certainly very strong. Even if it's totally random, it's very strong. So you see Apucci fully respecting it with the bubble, trying to stop his orange man from dying and feeding XP to the whole board, keep his storm slab as well. I didn't even see if Red Hair bought a shield, but if he did, it died instantly to bombard. Bombard is bombard. Did not. Okay, well, yep, there you go. Looks like Orange Marksman did not die. Very good.
That is, and that was actually a really good point you brought up, and might be easy to miss. But XP from bombard or sentry missiles, etc., not lost. It is spread instead to every surviving unit on your board, which in the case of the Orange Marksman, that would have been 1,000 experience divided amongst all the surviving units, which is huge, and would have been.
Yeah, in theory, it's kind of meaningful. In standard, it probably doesn't really matter very much. The worst thing you're doing is feeding Arclight some XP maybe, which might not even get leveled or elite marksman in the first place. So it just kind of feels bad, You got your orange man, he dies, feeds the XP. Sometimes that's game losing, but in this case, probably it's fine. Poacher's shield does live, by the way, very nice for him. And quick cooldown is offered, probably not going to be taken by Apucci. He is certainly someone who likes to take his time and think about his turns, so he is probably planning out the whole turn before he makes this choice. That's something you see him do fairly often, so...
Yep.
Probably, though, he will be skipping. Oh no, I'm sorry, he is not skipping. Oh yes, the thing I was thinking about is what he did. Okay, yeah, so he's taking oil immediately. He does take the quick cooldown. And that's probably what you want to do if you want to take it here. You're going to say that, hey, I think Ul's great in this spot. I already have Bombard. Bombard is Bombard. Therefore, we click Quick Cooldown, make both very, very powerful things even lower cooldown. And maybe we're offered more spells later for even more payoff for taking this. And Red Hair does not merit the choice. It's not a super common choice to make in Standard. But if you already had incentive to oil that round, like if per se, you're an Orange Marksman Specialist, you have 2 Storms on one side, you have a shield that's already live, play this ASIM setup, oil the opponent's board, get quite a lot of mileage from Quick Cooldown potentially. And Fire is, of course, extremely dominant in Standard, so having more access to Fire is basically never a bad thing. Even if no more spells are offered for the rest of the game. So, very interesting and somewhat unconventional choice in Mapuche, but definitely it tracks as far as like logic-wise consistency and all that.
On the other side, Red Hair has leveled up Storms to level 2 and taken high explosive on them. So effectively, these are Storms with huge 10-meter splash that are doing better than level 1 Stormcaller damage. So they should win a Stormcaller head-to-head, such as what you're seeing. They're still strong enough to break that shield. I presume that is why he leveled them on the shield side.
Yep, for sure.
We'll see if he's...
Definitely chooses to level those for that reason.
Yep. I can afford to take my splash and not be down my... He skipped Stonks. Skipped Stonks for a second mobile beacon.
Yeah, people don't sell Storms very often in Standard, nor do they take Stonks very often in Standard, because deploys in Standard are too high value. Missing Chaff is just like game losing, basically. Like, Stonks are cool and all, but it's not like you're playing some giant that's like really high value to stonk in the first place, right? So, and it's not like even if you were playing a giant, which would probably be a Vulcan, that giant is particularly easy to level anymore. Used to Vulcan leveled the first time you put it on the board, like basically every time, and now it almost never levels even after multiple turns. So, rip a Vulcan. At one point in time, I don't remember what it was exactly, but Mia Sim said something really funny. He's one of the balance devs, maybe even the chief balance dev. If you saw the 201 Hype Squad video, Mia Sim's the person you're supposed to find in queue and go complain to him about the OP units, according to 201. But Mia Sim said at one point in relation to Vulcan, the Vulcan will burn in hell. Because Vulcan was such a terror on ladder. On Apuche does go for the fire, so that does track with his previous turn of taking quick cooldown.
Quick cooldown in the oil, yep.
Yep. So that is basically what he is saying his game plan was the previous turn. Also, both players do have Incendiary, by the way, on the Storms, so maybe you'll see that match from Red Hair. I'm not really sure. As we saw last game, the Incendiary did not look very good versus the HE Storms. Obviously, if oil is in play, it is a completely different story. But we shall see. There are also 2 beacons for Red Hair. So it's not going to do anything this round because he's getting fired, but maybe in the future it will do something.
Yeah, fire gets lit really quickly by this Stormcaller, and I do want to point out Apuche's Stormcaller positioning is further forward than Zillilag's was, and further forward by, coincidentally, exactly 20 meters. Why? Because Incendiary reduces 20 meters of Stormcaller range, so Apuche was already playing to this position. He's basically played the standard Stormcaller positionings, only accounting for the fact that he was going to want fire on the board, or potentially want fire on the board. So,
yeah,
if you compare where his storms are to... Go ahead.
Red Hair's right side storm on the right side of his right tower did die instantly to the fire, and even in spite of that and all the chaff being dead on the right side, the round just barely goes Apuche's way. Did obviously take the super heavy and not put it on anything yet, which, speaking of super heavy, oh my god. Oh my god, super heavy targets. Wow.
Would you like a super heavy level 2 Overlord, level 3 Scorpion, level 2 Vulcan, or level 5 Rhino?
I mean, it's never the boat for sure, but Apuche is a big Rhino taker and tech clicker. So we shall see if that's what we're about to see. I'm pretty sure it is. I bet he's going to click a tech. I don't know what tech it's going to be, but he is a serial Rhino techer, or Giga Rhino techer, that is. Specifically only the Giga Rhino.
You don't think it's the boat on the, get an 80,000 hit point boat up there?
I don't know. Something tells me standard players might hate boats. Not sure why. Oh my god, that's a lot of arc lights. That is a lot of arc lights. That is 3 blue arc lights dropped, and elite, of course. Probably for the same reason we were talking about earlier. The 10-meter range bonus is rather impactful. Also worth mentioning, of course, that I'm pretty sure he already had Arclight range tech before this round, but Vulcan was offered. Vulcan was not taken. Scorpion with armor was taken. Even though there's nothing in the entire board for armor to do anything against, it simply just gives a billion HP. And as it turns out, standard lately is very billion HP centric. And also, this is a friggin' Venn diagram of beacons we have here. We have one crawler baiting right side going left, and same thing opposite on left side going right for red hair, and Apuchi's is the only crawler actually late here. So the one going back into his own board, but it might be getting killed by the blue elite arc lights. Yeah,
yes,
fully
it's
cleaned up by that.
blue elite arc lights. Blue elite arc lights. Rhino now tanking for quite a bit of the board. Is that going to let these storms get into range to do their work?
I mean, it's basically just a worm, right? It's just a worm that like never drops aggro, so it's like a little bit less useful when you've clicked Incendiary. I think that's maybe the biggest sad part about this for Apuchi, is that you would actually be killing your own crawlers, even if all the opponent's chaff clear was stuck on your Rhino. And also the Rhino's a bit late too, right? So he's not like trying to go for like some sort of like finisher play here with the Rhino. It's not like the I'm gonna get your whole board stuck in this and kill you type beats like the Wraith does with armor or something like that. But certainly a very nice tank form at the end of the rounds. Just simply cannot be killed. It's just impossible. Like maybe
it's
somehow
a last man standing format. Let's go.
Yep, yep. Even the match is last man standing, and there's the Melter from Red Hair.
Exactly. Of course, it had to be.
I'm pretty sure, even if Red Hair managed to coin flip the right side of the Scorpion, it doesn't really matter. It only does 30k a shot, and the Rhino has 260,000 HP. So,
yikes. Yeah, would have needed 9 shots to burn through that, maybe 8.
Yeah, and that's even without him clicking any buttons at all, right? Or even beaconing it. It just simply wins. So
it's just 30 seconds of lock. Do you have a question from Sparty? He wants to know, how do we feel about Apuchi playing standard here? Because we feel like he's a master of semi-aggro, and going standard is playing into Red Hair's strengths. I think of Apuchi as a master of standard first. He mastered standard play long before he mastered that semi-aggro, and I don't mind seeing him. He taught me how to win a range war just by watching him play in tournaments. Back, I would say tournaments 25, 26, 27 range. So almost a year ago, right? Almost 50 weekend tournaments ago. So
yeah, certainly.
I love
Apuchi is definitely not
standard.
bad at either style. Certainly very competent at both. Which in theory is like the highest TV thing to do, since certainly sometimes your starter packs say, hey buddy, you're playing standard this game, unless you want to play like aggro Fang Storm, which you might not want to do sometimes, so it's definitely always good to be able to be flexible. Also, very expensive Vulcan drop, but does kill, I think, almost all the chaff on the right side. Actually, really nice looking outcome from that. And also, again, Apuchi does have quick cooldown, right? So we might see another Vulcan drop this game, and was the way he chose to use his oil this turn. Also, great Rhino Beacon. Very, very strong. Gets all of Red Hair's chaff clear stuck, dodges the Melter. Very nicely played.
Oof. That Melter might as well not have been on the board. It has shot nothing but chaff all game long, all round long, and goes down. Goodness.
Yep, 100%. It's kind of funny, too, seeing the Melter... Oh, that's sad. The oil ignited. It's kind of funny seeing the Melter do just, like, basically nothing, because obviously in recent months, Melter has been, like, well above 40,000 HP, and current level 1 Melter is 30,900 HP, I think. He has tower HP currently, but it's, like, really squishy, right? But used to, we just saw Melter just be played in standard just, like, as a tank. And, yeah, it turns out when Melter's not a tank, it doesn't do anything. It's just useless. So if it's not getting a lock on the Rhino, it's a very sad day. And there is another Vulcan drop offered for Apuchi as well, but there is sadly no remaining oil to ignite for him.
But again, remember, even Smoke, he's going to get it back more frequently because he's got the cooldown. So Smoke and Vulcan would both come down more quickly with a 2-round cooldown instead of a 3-round cooldown as shown. Yep, he does take that.
Yes, and indeed. I'm not sure he's really going to get much mileage out of it, I think is the important thing. Like, maybe the Scorpion gets stuck and, like, walks farther forward. But the Arclights have so much range at temp range from tower, and the Melter has so much range, obviously, and the Storms have so much range, obviously. Unless somehow the bubble gets broken, which I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it gets almost any mileage, but obviously if you're in a Poochie spot, you're playing a standard, it's a spell, you have quick cooldown. It feels bad not to take it, but it feels like pretty wishful thinking also to expect it to get much value. Perhaps the asymmetrical board state that he's got going, maybe he manages to farm some from it. We shall see. Also, great beacon from him. Again, he expects the addition of the middle melter here to address his Rhino's beacon from last turn and says, ah yes.
Oh my goodness.
It is time to get the third melter to be built. Oh, he shortened it. No. Poochie shortened the beacon. He had such a good one. It was going to go right for that left tower. I think this guy's going to die this time. But there is nothing standing in front of this melter, so who knows? Maybe the Rhino just punches the melter in the face. We shall see. Oh, Poochie has also bought AMs, by the way. Very, very important for this round.
Yeah. 4 of them. Changing the chaff there dramatically.
Red hair is very close to being lethal range here, so the AM play, very unlikely to die. Very important to note. Oh my gosh, Slasher's just dying to the storms, man.
Rhino didn't even get to punch the melter.
Yeah. Yeah, this melter unit kind of looking really bad now. It's addressing the Rhino, which obviously has to be addressed, but man, this melter unit just does not do stuff sometimes. I don't think that's going to be the game, though, for Poochie. I think he does win the round, but importantly, he does not lose any AMs at all, I don't think. He was even smoked on the right side a little bit, which is quite poor for him, but very nice round. Only loses, I think, 2 bubbles max, and Red Hair lost all of his bubbles, and if he did deploy any AMs of his own, it also died. I don't think I saw any, though. Presumably, you will not see any Wasp drop shenanigans going on this turn, unless it's a very, very late one, because there is the Mustang drop offered this turn. It might even be the Fortresses sometimes for Red Hair, to have an additional thing to, like, maybe tank or... Yeah, it is the Fortress from Red Hair. Does he click Anti-Air? Surely not. I mean, it's like his answer to Wasp this turn, maybe, but surely if he wanted to answer Wasp, yeah, he goes to the cell, yeah. Having it unlocked to be able to buy against Wasp maybe is relevant for him, but just chooses to go for the cell. Probably just going to try and predict where the Rhino is going to be. Maybe just goes in the middle, who knows. Middle Melter did die first last time.
He's only got 600 hit points. Doesn't he have to play around the Wasp this turn?
Not really. You can just say he doesn't have it. That might be the only way you can win here if you're Red Hair.
Alright. He goes for a pair of elite recruited Sandworms with armor and replicate. Gonna DPS check Apuchi's board.
Yeah, and Apuchi's board does only have 4 level 4 marksmen, plus 1 level 3 marksman. And that is 320,000 hit points, basically the same as the Rhino. Although Apuchi relevantly does not have a high explosive unlocked in his storms, so he is not struggling for DPS as hard as Red Hair's board is, independent of the melters, of course. And does even have the 6th storm.
Yeeps.
The beacon does feel pretty relevant, though, and Apuchi did also take the Mustangs, which are obviously useless versus these 2 worms. Feels pretty sad if you're him. Obviously, it's intended to clear for the Rhino. It's getting beaconed over here. This Rhino might arrive in time to punch the worms, though.
I think the Rhino arrives for the worms. It's almost the perfect worm counter, right? We know level 2 Rhino beats a level 1 worm head-to-head. You got to assume a level 6 super heavy armor beats a level 2 armored worm head-to-head.
Yeah, absolutely. He is shredding it.
Does it punch through the he's through the second one. Let's go.
That is hilarious. I feel like if you're Red Hair there, maybe you don't want to put the worms on the same side as you don't have a melter. Because you assume Apuchi's probably either A, going to sell the Rhino there, or B, have it on the side that didn't have a melter still, right? And that does end the game in Apuchi's favor. Well played.
Apuchi gets the job done. Rhino smash! Rhino smash! Let's go!
Man, that is not something you see every day in Standard, is it? Rhino killing the blue worms.
Rhino v blue worm. Standard beat standard. Let's go.
Yeah, that is a weird one right there. But well played from Poochie. Great game. I don't know how you got that one to play out that way, but great game with the beacon. That Rhino just solo won the game.
That Rhino was the game, indeed. that is the second of 6 eliminated from the 201. We've had 4 out of 6 eliminated from the 501. Apucci as the winner stays on. Red hair is eliminated. No more red hair in this tournament. We've got 4-2, the score, 201 ahead. And waiting on word from match director, who's joining for... 201 have not nominated their next player. They didn't nominate an order. And I do believe the 501 was planning to close with Apucci. So instead of Dachshund missing, may have bumped Apucci up a spot in the order. That was what I understood the plan was from pre-match conversations. So who's confident? Who feels confident going up against Apucci when Flower Fairy and Red Hair are both out?
Yeah, the remaining 201 players is Miasim, who will be playing next, and Gadog and Shade and B-Man are the ones available afterwards. But Miasim will be our first contestant. Miasim and B-Man both notably at 0% win rate so far in the tournament, but they have 3 games played in total between the two of them, so not too much relevant statistic, but maybe worth mentioning. I don't know. Both are obviously great players. Not trying to meme on them.
Add the drama, let's go.
But Apucci 100% win rates thus far in MAG1, has not lost a single game, and half of his remaining opponents have not won a single game.
Let's
see how it goes for him.
Gotta love the matchups. Gotta love the matchups. And of course, we still have not heard anything from the 501 team about whether they have located Dachshund. So, format for the day, just to recap, this is a best of 11, single elimination, last man standing format. So each team started the day with 6 players. The Miasim is the 3rd player up for the 201. Apucci is the 5th player up for the 501. 201 are ahead 4 games to 2. 201 have seen Flower Fairy and Red Hair eliminated. The 501 have seen Dillo, Saku, Forgotten Arbiter, and Zillalag all knocked out in that order. And Apucci is up. Word is we still have not found Dachshund. So barring Dachshund, Apucci is the last hope for the 501. Needs to sweep, or we need to locate a Dachshund.
Yes, indeed, and just want to reiterate the earlier points about win rate stuff. I'm like kind of memeing about it, and also just mentioning for like, for fun, for the stats, but certainly on ladder, this is a bit more higher stakes, obviously, but on ladder, you certainly wouldn't expect to see any of these players fail to take a game off each other at some point in time based on openers or just how the game tends to play out, so it's anybody's game, really, Apucci has a lot of matches ahead of him, but he's a great player. And even though some of the 201 players may have not gotten any wins in MAG1 so far, they are certainly not slouches. So anybody could win here. Miasim, definitely a good player. Very mind game heavy player too. Makes some great reads sometimes, so we'll see how it goes. Miasim does tend to prefer defense, I believe. Does have some pretty garbage packs. Probably the giant sledge pack is his best. Apucci has some very not garbage packs. Very, very strong Farseer opener. That's probably the only actually good pack he has. Yep, Miasim does go for the one I mentioned, and Apucci probably goes to the Farseer pack. He does like taking his time. Maybe you'll see him take the... Oh, he does take the Nagro pack. Let's go. Huge. Well, unfortunately for him, he is against a sledge opener, and he does not have starting chaff, and Miasim does. Miasim does have giant specialist, and Apucci is a marksman, which is not really great at the moment for aggro. Historically, it's kind of okay, but now that Marksman is on turn 2, and there's other very, very strong tempo things from Fire Badger and Typhoon and Farseer, etc., etc., turns out the Orange Man is not quite what he used to be. Also not a lot of great targets floating around for him, but sometimes he has a lot of value, so we'll see if the drops turn out in a way that favors the Orange Man, or if maybe he just gets sold instantly. Very possible either way. And just like we saw in the game earlier with Flower Fairy versus Saku, Miasim pretty predictably and Apucci pretty predictably both have their board on the outside of the field like this. They both know, hey, you're only going to play on the outside. So therefore, I'm going to only play on the outside of the map. And
Yep.
yeah, vertical sledge versus steel ball. Steel balls in the corners. Nothing too unexpected. Maybe the most unexpected thing would be having the entire board on one side for Apucci, but he has the triple arclight opener, which does lean itself quite well into playing symmetrically rather than asymmetrically. Perhaps though, if he were only the single arc opener or zero arc opener even with the crawler ball pack instead of the ball arc pack, then you might see him have the option here to instead play asymmetrically, but probably if you're ball arc rather than ball crawler, you're probably going to prefer to play symmetrically in most matchups. Definitely you get a lot more mileage out of the arcs this way, so this is like the most overall value you can farm, even though perhaps the efficacy of the board in general is like worse than it might otherwise be. But this is the pack he was given, and next turn he'll have the Orange Man, so we'll see. At least for this turn, the arcs probably clean it up. Next turn, Miasim, if he doesn't get a drop that he has to pay for, couldn't have a Giant on the board. We'll see. Vulcan isn't a particularly common choice for Steel Ball nowadays, so don't really expect anything like that. He can buy a Giant, though, if he wants to. It does take Mass Melter almost instantly. Wow. Now that is unexpected right there. I mean, he is the Giant spec, obviously, but I don't remember the last time I've seen Mass Melter be clicked, and he clicked it almost instantly. That is very surprising. Apucci takes the Underground Threat, of course. That is just pretty much always what you'd expect.
2.
Miasim does take Wasp instead of a Melter, by the way, so does not intend on building it right now. I do wonder if this is him playing around Ball Wraith, perhaps? I'm not sure, because I'd imagine that Mass Melter maybe looks okay into Ball Wraith, with Diffract in particular. Maybe that's his thinking. Miasim is a Melter enjoyer, so it's not too surprising to see him looking for Melters when he's Giant spec, but the Mass Melter in particular is very surprising. Also notably, just saying again, Miasim is a Dove, so Miasim has access to stats about these things, so maybe Miasim knows something I don't. Maybe Miasim's seen some stats that say, hey man, Mass Melter is crazy. You should be clicking Mass Melter. I have no idea. I don't have these stats, so I don't know. We'll see. Also, apparently Orange Man survives a missile. Interesting. I'm not even sure I knew that he had 5,500 HP, but apparently he lives a missile. Perhaps it is important, though, that he has less health versus this Wasp pack in the back.
Well, he had 5590 after Apucci took the hit point from units, so he gave himself 15% extra hit points. That was just enough to punch it from 4,800 to 5,600 so that he survives the missile.
That does make sense. It is pretty common to take HP on turn 2 if you are this ball in front of crawler opener, so you don't get insta-killed by a missile. Does still lose the round, of course, the Wasp, I think. I mean, yeah, he's dead. That's okay, though. It's pretty hard to beat the Wasp play. Especially if your board does not sheet up by defaults. Maybe if you had, like, Fangs or something, but if you're aggro, you're pretty much always going to lose this. Sometimes maybe you still have, like, a bird or something and your board won, like, super hard. But in general, pretty hard to beat. There is a Giga Tempo drop, though. Quite a big deal for Apucci's board, I would think. Having the Triple Fire Badger access. Miasim also goes Triple Fire Badger. Really, really strong for him if he goes Melting Point, Mass Produce Melting Point, I think. Having a Triple Chaff Clear deploy. Yeah, both go for the Triple Badger. I will say the Triple Rhino maybe is even stronger if you like only want to tempo out the game, but certainly the Triple Badger is the safest choice by a lot. And both do opt for that. And we have also just got notice that we have found Doxson. So even if Apucci does lose to Miasim, then he will be available to play.
Drama resolved. Apucci is not the final hope for the 501. Do want to point out, Miasim may be 0% win rate in MAG1, but is the elite Asian region Advanced Group 1 champion, so Dev able to enter and win the very first elite weekend tournament. So Dev's not bad at this game.
Certainly not. Miasim's a great player. Certainly not. Apucci does go for this very flexible Mustang positioning. Again, want to point out the capacity of the beacon turning thing to be very good for the aggro player, even for the defense player too, but you don't see hardly anybody use it. You can play around a lot of things with beacons, but particularly for aggro, flanks, spells, things of that nature, very hard to like efficiently answer But things like a Mustang, obviously in this case it's also intended to deal with a Wasp, but things like a Mustang next to your tower like that can be turned very, very easily once you have Beacon unlocked, which if you're Steel Ball is very, very common and simple. And again, you don't even have to spend the Beacon to make this play, you just simply have to have it unlocked at all. So Poochie, with the very flexible Mustang positioning that can be exploited to turn around and cover a flank for him later in the game, I'm certainly going to be aware of that. Again, cannot see it. You cannot see a Poochie doing this, but once he does have the beacon, you certainly would assume he is doing it. And that will look like a almost great round for a Poochie, maybe? No, almost does it. Very, very close. Some start is rather low hit points, by the way. Only has 3,700. So if Poochie does get a good round... well there is Fire. Fire is quite nice for Mason.
Fire, very good.
I don't think... yeah, Fire good. Controversial take. There is a damage item for Poochie.
Poochie takes the damage item for the Mustangs, of course. I was going to say I was worried about the Fire drop paving the way for the Wasps. Like, just, I clear things out, I get to tower.
Yeah, certainly an option for MSM. Oh, it goes for Scorch, actually. Wow. You don't see the Scorch clicked very often, like at all. It's like really, really uncommon. But they are, like, in a way, sort of in a Badger mirror, kind of, because they both got the triple Badger drops. Obviously, Scorch is going to be powerful in the mirror with the double damage. And I think of a particular note is Poochie does have the exact same setup that Saku had in the game that we saw him play earlier. He has the invested Mustang, which in this case is a damage item in the middle of the board, and not near corner of the board. And again, the entire purpose of this is to not be as weak to spells. That is like the sole reason you do this. It is not even really like good in a general sense to have your strongest unit in the middle in most cases, but it is the strongest versus spells, which is the thing aggro just falls over and dies to. So this is the adaptation that Poochie and Saku have decided is good. I think it's not a coincidence either that both players have done this. They're definitely discussing strategy like, how do we think we make aggro playable? The answer is you simply have your Giga Mustang in the middle of the map. And I think that's a pretty good adaptation. I like that a lot. Not something that has seen like almost any play at all prior to today, as far as I'm aware. So very cool adaptation and makes a lot of sense logically about how you can use Mustang in particular, the unit weakest to fire, and also the unit that scales the best and helps you lean into one of the best aggro comps, which is Mustang Fortress, in a way that is like plus EV versus spells in aggro. So really cool to see that adaptation. And also he's dead to Wasp, so in fire. Yeah. So the adaptation doesn't matter this turn, but hey, it's cool. It's a good play.
I mean, it mitigated a lot of hit point damage, right? We might be dead to it, but we've only lost about 500 hit points. Puts a Poochie at 3650, MiaSims at 3700, and
there was another damage item.
Another damage item or speed, the two things that I would think were tempting for a Poochie. Wasp Swarm potentially for MiaSim if he was going to tech those wasps. Right.
I think maybe even for MiaSim, speed is like good here for his Badgers, I would think. He does go for the range. Like maybe it just simply doesn't matter, but he does have 5 Fire Badgers in the field, so I really wouldn't hate seeing speed from him. I don't know if it's actually worth 150, but it's certainly worth considering. Badger low range, kind of slow. Certainly if their Fortresses clicked at some point, which is becoming more and more appealing with the Badgers being double teched. Last time I checked, Fire Badger does not beat Fortress, and Poochie does go for the double blue Mustang recruits in light of the damage item being received. So you can pretty safely assume that Poochie is going to be going Fortress this game, or War Factory, one of the two. Poochie is also a big War Factory enjoyer.
Do you like Mustang Fort or Mustang War Factory into the mass-produced melter?
I don't know. Again, I haven't seen mass-produced melter in like ever, basically. I mean, like, it saw some play back when Melter was way stronger. But
I'm just wondering if the play that MiaSim is going for here is, let me have 7 units that forts counter so that I can bait forts so that I can throw down the mass-produced melters. They are minus 10 range, they're minus 20% attack, minus 20% hit points, but of course they cost 300. So I wonder if he's just trying to bait a Poochie into the fort steadily over time here with the double-tacked Scorching Flames ranged Fire Badgers to...
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is or isn't the case, but I'm sure MiaSim is well aware of the dominance of carry fort versus melting points, particularly if the melting point has less range. So I think if anything,
Right.
Mason would be baiting himself probably if he were actually planning to go mass smelter versus fort at this point. But hey, we'll see. Technically, it does break bubbles at the exact same rate as it normally would if it's mass produced. So it is entirely plausible that maybe it is the thing that gets clicked. Maybe it's like adjunctive to War Factory and clearing forts or something. He has giant specs, so presumably War Factory is actually the best thing he can do. Mass Smelter only cost him $50 to unlock early in the game. It was maybe just, a hedge towards something that he thought he might want to do, and maybe it's actually getting done. Similarly, Mass Prob Fort is offered here. You could take that and commit to that if you have great text for it. Unclear what Miasim has. Does go for the enhancements, presumably to stonk out of the Badgers, maybe? I guess they are double tech. Maybe it's out of the... it's probably out of the sledges, I'd imagine. We'll see, though.
Yeah. The sledges are doing minimal damage compared to the Fire Badgers at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're just chaff, They're not really there to deal damage, but they're not really great chaff versus forts, and certainly the steel balls are out of the board. He does commit to the mass melter, though. Or at least buys two, which is, fairly committal.
Stonk is on the Wasp, so he's going to be getting out of the jump drive Wasps, it looks like, barring those leveling.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he stonked this turn. Maybe it was the bird first, but certainly he says he wants to keep the Wasp around for more turn to address the Badger on the flank. Apucci, unsurprisingly, goes to the forts. And Apucci has... Yep.
Full carry fort. Let's go.
Yeah, so this is the reason that it would be very poor as a choice if you're Miasim here to commit or to attempt to bait your opponent into going forts. Apucci is most definitely a carry fort enjoyer. This is not some very garbage anti-air forts that cannot beat smelters war factories easily. This is the, if you do not address it immediately when it gains levels, you've lost the game fortress, particularly when it's backed up by itemized Mustangs. So
now
we will see how the rest of the game plays out.
I know the 201 was watching games to scout opponents. They had talked about that. But gotta wonder if this was in the scouting report or not.
Yeah, it's entirely possible it isn't, right? Because Apucci is, as we talked about earlier, a very late at an hour player, and probably almost never queues into most of the 201 players. So it's entirely possible they just don't know that he is an elite fort enjoyer. And certainly, if you don't know that, that is a bad thing to not know. But also, I believe that you can just download replays from tournaments that have already played out in the clients.
Yes.
So
yes,
it's entirely possible they just found those. That would be the easy way to scout Apucci. Also, he streams, obviously, so it's pretty easy to just go check his VODs, which I think actually I've heard that it's hard to access Twitch if you're in China, which True One obviously is. So
that's correct.
So it may be that they actually can't do that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, maybe that they have a hard time doing that route, but certainly at least the in-game VODs are available in the form of replays. Mason does go for the worms versus the forts. That is crazy. I bet he sells them early. No, he sold the wasp, right? He's stonking. Right, he's stonking.
Yeah, he stonked out of the wasp. Presumably, we're stonking a badger instead of a sledge. The sledges did even worse last round. We've ranged the melters. We've got 4 of them now.
Notably, Mason does have the best possible tech bar that he could have for the purpose of playing Mass Prod Melter. He does have EMP, does have Crawler Summoning, does not have Suck. So, in theory, his bar is, ideal for his situation, but it's definitely not ideal versus Sleep Marksman Fort. But again, like I mentioned, it doesn't matter if your Melter is Mass Prod for the purpose of EMP. And the actual edge that you have versus Fortress is that if the fort is level 1, which they are in this case, or they don't have barrier, which they don't in this case, that you're pretty easily able to EMP them with Melter spam. So it is possible that Miasim manages to tempo Apucci out of the game here if Apucci does not either A, elite recruit his forts this turn, which he does not have money for because he has these ranged scorps, or B, something else perhaps. But basically, Apucci may have read this, given that he is committed to some ranged scorps. It was from the drop. It is pretty good versus the Mass Melter, great versus the Badger. Good versus pretty much every unit in the board. Does have the Fortress game plan to fall back on. Can just elite recruit some blue forts at some point if he decides to. And certainly has some HP to play with, right? So even though this turn looks like... Actually, I think Apucci's still winning, isn't he? Yeah, I guess the tower. He's definitely winning.
We've got 1 on the left side. We're going to win on the right. The range between Scorpion and Mustang coming in really important. The Mustangs have 5 meter less range than Scorpion. That is why Mustang Scorpion is a good combo. As long as you're when you get down to the point of facing the single target, your Mustangs wind up coming out and acting as chaff for the Scorpions. Keep the Scorpions alive for the single target v single target. After the Mustangs have done all the chaff clear to help the Scorpion get to the single target. That's the whole plan there.
Yeah, importantly, the Scorpions cannot be manipulated in any way to tank for the Mustangs, though. That's why Fortress is such a strong combo with Mustang, because especially with Launcher Overload, you can manipulate your range back and forth. Same thing with Elites. You can choose if you want your Forts to tank, if you want your Mustangs to tank. Obviously, Fort has Bubble. Bubble's incredible. And here's the War Factory thing I mentioned earlier. I mean, Smash actually goes for Photon on them. Wow. So I guess he's assuming maybe Apuchi clicks Acid this turn. I think you really don't want to have to play around that, though. That's very sad if you're Miasm to be having to be thinking about playing around Acid. Because clicking any other button is certainly preferable. Like, tankiness is cool, right? And that's part of what he's going for here, but certainly it also plays around. Yeah, he does click the Acid, so good that he did play around it. It makes that button more or less useless, at least for this turn. But double shot Scorps are not bad at clearing factories. And certainly, like, Elite recruiting some bleed double shot Scorps are not at all bad at clearing factories, so these things don't level this turn, that will be looking really grim for Miasm. Also dead, probably. If they don't level, he doesn't win, but yeah, it is very possible that it's like very close win.
Very close win.
Very possible. Yeah. So assuming he does win, his spot is pretty good if his factories level, I think, and if they don't level, it's very spooky. And the factories are obviously being used as tanks here. So it is entirely plausible they just don't level and die early in the fights.
Keep the entire board alive, but do die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And yeah, if they'd had Launcher Overload or something, they could have punched through those bubbles, but so much of the board is sitting back in the bubble. One down.
Yeah, importantly though, right, if Apuchi does go Acid this turn, which Miasm correctly read that he did, then it doesn't matter if you have Launcher, you're just dead, right? So good play from him to play around that.
War Factory looks like almost leveled, but went down. So it fell about 150 hit point or XP short of leveling. The worm will be key in terms of winning the round. And Miasm staying alive for the 201. 713 hit points, Apuchi just under 2,500 as we go to round 9.
Yes, indeed. Well, Apuchi certainly has some options here versus the War Factories. Nuke is not one of those options, but it does kill White Melters, I suppose, so it could be a option. Honestly, Bombard probably does more or less what you would like it to do anyways, and it could just be hitting shields anyways, right? Bombard equally clears shields. Doesn't full clear them all the time, but does quite a lot of DPS to them, so definitely don't hate not taking the nuke. Nuke is obviously way better for Miasm than it is for Apuchi here.
Yeah,
definitely able to one-tap Mustangs or Scorps.
I was thinking of nuking the weak side. Yeah, it is exactly what Apuchi does.
Yeah. I mean, it's not even like that weak, really. He's more or less kind of symmetrical. Miasm has obviously made that his weak side, you know, not Apuchi's weak side, but Miasm's weak side, with the War Factories being on the rights, but yeah, most importantly here for Apuchi is that the damage out of Mustangs don't die. Those things can kind of kill the entire board by themselves, sans these, blue armored worms in the middle of the board that have in fact leveled, not as a menace if you're Apuchi. That's really bad.
Worrisome. And does that one have the photon coating? It does. So Miasm well aware that this, there is no other way to apply photon to a worm other than the photon coating item. They get underground. I mean, I guess there is. It would be to have a worm that is trapped on the surface long enough. But
did we ever find that up as a bug or a feature, by the way? Because originally, obviously, you were able to photon the worms, but it is a feature. Okay.
Yeah, it's considered a feature.
Interesting. Well, originally, the lore is that worms could be photons before they burrowed, and now they can't. So that's why we're talking about that. That it just changed one day magically, and there was no notice about it. But that's how it works now. So this is the world we live in. The factory's looking pretty good. Double shot also looking pretty good. Hard to tell with all the nuke going on.
To be fair, that particular change did include a speed up to the worm burrowing animation as one of its notes. It's just that the
That is true.
the implication was very important and not called out specifically. As you said,
Yeah.
the high-level Mustangs able to clear pretty much the entire board. Correction, able to clear the entire board, and that is just
game.
enough damage to knock out the 201 Elite Asian Tournament champion and game dev Miyasim. Congrats, Apuchi. Nicely done. Apuchi on a 2-game win streak. That is making this tournament a lot closer than it had been when he took the seat. We are at 4 games for the 201 to 3 games won for the 501. And I understand Shade is in for the 201.
Yes, indeed. And Shade currently 100% win rate in MAG1, 3 games played. Apuchi also 100% win rate in MAG1. So someone's losing their stats here. And there's Noxon available, of course, so it will not necessarily be the end of 501 if Apuchi does lose, but we'll see. Also, I think that last turn that we saw play out there really showcased the strength of the Scorpion drop for Apuchi. The triple level 1 Scorp was really, really nuts there for him, because Miyasim was Giant Spec, right? So the thing that the Scorp drop let Apuchi do is not have to like fully commit into playing only Fort and maybe sack some tempo, particularly against War Factory, right? He's instead able to go at least partially into Scorp and say maybe the Fort is there to tank, you know, to provide like the Mustang tanking via barrier or something, which he instead opted to just do via shield spam, I believe. I don't know if you ever clicked the Fort shield button, but really nice flexibility provided to him there by the unit drop. 3 free deploys of units that he certainly loves to have on his board that are all very strong versus Giant Spec. That did let him close out the game very nicely. I'm not sure the spot was great for Miyasim though. I'm not saying he like won off the drop, but the spot certainly is many times worse with the level 1 Scorp drop happening. Great game from Apuchi though, and great drops from him as well. 2 damage items, 1 enhancement module. Able to commit to Mustang versus the Wash shenanigans that were played by Miyasim, and Mouse Melter not cutting it. Mouse Melter looking super bad. Just gets insta-killed, but you know, arguably it's like better than regular Melter in that spot because the HP is irrelevant pretty much versus Scorpions, and even to a lesser extent versus Forts, so not really sure that it's not just strictly beneficial to be $100 cheaper there, but either way, Melting Point not looking too hot.
What do we know about Shade as a player at the time?
Well, Shade is historically very good. Played a lot of ball stang back in the olden days, back when that was a real unit before Scorpion got added to the game. Very good at that. Yep, great aggro player. Also extremely wacky. Like, my god, Shade is just... he is the weirdo, man. Like, he plays freaking aggro Vulcan. It's just totally unhinged. Also 201, you know, by that choice. That is a branding that you're a 201 player, but... also, he's like a very old player, like I said, so used to aggro Vulcan was actually a thing, but he is still an aggro Vulcan enjoyer. He is definitely of the old ways, as is Apuchi, of course, but both been around in the game for a very long time. But Shade certainly does some very weird things to aggro. Very cool, very innovative player. So we'll see what he does here. I don't know how much Standard he plays nowadays. I don't even play in like the same time zone as Shade, I don't think, so I never get to see him play very often anymore.
Well, Shade has taken the Fortified Specialist with Sledgehammer and Crawler, representing the 201, who are ahead 4 games to 3, near side and blue. On the far side, Apuchi, a Typhoon Specialist, with Fang and Stormcaller, one of the, well, I guess he is the penultimate player on the 501 team's roster, Typhoon Specialist.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if this was what you want to be here if you're Shade. What like talked about earlier in the Arbiter game, like Fortified just simply does not have tempo. Things that give you supply do have tempo, so particularly against Stormcallers, you are not happy at all to be Fortified, so really great choice from Apuchi here, I think, to be oh no, he's half aggro, isn't he? You know, I've heard apparently people have recently
semi-aggro.
Yeah, this is something like sort of popularized by Saratish, which I don't even know what to think about this because like literally him and like a few other people play it kind of. I mean like especially when you're like Arc Storm like this, like it's are we aggro, are we standard? We're gonna leave it up in the air. Who knows? Who knows what's happening? Maybe the drops aside
You're
for
gonna-
us. Who knows where it goes? But
We'll see what's
yeah,
happening and adjust to the board as it develops. It'll be
yeah,
fun.
sure. We can say this is flexible. We'll say that. I'm not sure if it is or isn't, but it certainly could be interpreted that way.
That's the theory. That is the theory.
I mean, these units are not bad aggro units besides the fangs, so like really it doesn't even matter where we are on the board. At the end of the day, it's just you're playing arcs, you're playing storms, is doing stuff, and sledges suck and fortified sucks, so it's probably going to Pooch's way, but we'll see. If the arcs get stuck on the sledges and don't turn to the crawlers, oh, he's so smart. They are so smart. Great job, Arclights.
Let's go Arclights, and that should be round.
Yeah, for sure. And
That
again, the
an
important
S.
thing here, I think, is that Fortified is completely useless versus Storms. Like, in theory, you live a little bit longer, right? But assuming Apucci is playing a standard-ish board, which we don't know if he is or isn't, but if he is, I think Fortified is arguably almost useless. Whereas Apucci has supply from his specialist, which is a pretty big advantage. So, maybe he commits to aggro, maybe he doesn't. If he doesn't, I think his spot's really good. The drops here certainly imply that we're doing some aggressive things, so...
Apucci takes the Scorpion again.
Yep, does take the least aggressive thing, I would argue. Also the thing which is best versus the Scorpions. Probably going to expect to see a Phoenix unlocked from him, maybe, to address the Wraith drop. Obviously he's going to choose to at least think about playing around it. Might not actually play around it. Might have thought something else is way better for Shade. That's also kind of what I meant, by the way, when I said Shade is just, like, very unorthodox. We're playing, I mean, he probably doesn't know what Apucci is doing either, right? He has a Sledge Crawler standard position board, and obviously Wraith isn't necessarily a slouch in defense, but, maybe it's like, I don't know, it's against Darkstorm, right? Like, nothing is particularly great against Darkstorm. It's a unit that is up, and, up is cheat, so maybe we can cheat for a round and win. Looks like Apucci is not buying a bird, so cheating via up is working out for this turn at least. So that Wraith drop will look good for him. Might expect to see him sell out of it. It's not like looking too consistent with sledges, but hey, maybe. Who knows? Shade is innovative. I'm just saying.
And
never expect the unexpected.
I'm going to say one thing. Yes, he's playing Wraith from Standard, but he's done one of the things that I do when I play Wraith from Standard, which is using it as a flank cover. It does not matter what you do back there, it is not getting through. You can try a Crawler flank, you can try a Phoenix flank, you can put the two of them together, you can try a Wasp flank. None of those are going to get through the Phoenix or the Wraith out there. And, obviously it may not be as valuable in the late fight, but we get to this late fight and, hey, there's nothing left that shoots up. So, obviously in a normal Apucci board, you'd have Marksman or Phoenix from deep, so you don't expect that to be the case forever. But it'll be halfway decent chaff clear. It wins the round and prevents Shade from getting tempoed out early. So 3,500 to 4,200 as we go. Okay, yeah, chat, technically you are correct. A Melter flank does beat it. We get improved firepower control for Apucci. Subsidized Mustang also offered. I think the Wraith has probably cut Apucci off from doing any kind of quick teleport shenanigans. The improved firepower, the take for Shade, and also for Apucci, he just dropped that straight on the Typhoon. Of course, if you think of improved firepower control as a Mustang item, because Mustangs shoot every 0.4 seconds, a Typhoon shoots every 0.2 seconds, it loves this even more. So, also worth noting that the plus ATK on improved firepower control does impact the homing missiles. If you didn't know that, it also impacts the missiles, for example, for a fort hitting a anti-air. So, you think of fort anti-air as not scaling. It doesn't scale with levels, but it does scale with items. So you can throw something like a improved firepower control onto it and get some value that way.
Bizarrely, that used to be the inverse, weirdly, which I'm sure you're probably aware of, but if you're not aware of, used to, it was the opposite. It didn't work with items, but it did work with things like cost control debuff or like tower buffs, for example, which now don't. So we just like flip-flopped it. And similar, the same thing for boats. Like any ability, quote-unquote, from my units, or a boat cannon. Even Rhino Whirlwind is apparently an ability. It's not an attack. Very odd. It kind of makes sense from like a coding standpoint, but from like a gameplay standpoint, it's a bit weird.
I thought it
But
replaced their
Scorpions-
basic attack. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's kind
So
of
it's
what
a
I
way
thought
to
too.
make them it's a way to make them attack more frequently.
Sort of. Well, either way, Sledgehammer is looking an awful lot like a non-unit against the Scorpions. I was really surprised to see Shade buy a third Sledge, which it is important to note, like among the 201 players, there's been a widespread pandemic of Sledgehammer use in Standard. I don't really know what has infected their brains to make them click Sledgehammers, but they're probably tired of playing Vulcans, I would imagine. There is, some argument for them, but certainly if there's a Scorpion drop, it's going to look real sad. Poochie did get the Scorpion drop, I believe, so a bit of an odd choice to see the additional Sledge be played in the board. Certainly, Poochie went for two more Scorps after that. Does, of course, commit the damage item to the Typhoon, as you mentioned, because that is just the best possible value you can get, unless there's some very good use case, like a single target unit, perhaps. And yeah, really, really hard to kill Portable Shield Scorpion. That's just, it's not going to die.
Yep, 37,000 hit points times 2. So, and yeah, he puts it straight opposite the damage item of Storm so that he's going to tank the damage item of Storm as soon as it gets in range. Shade committing to those sledges takes range. If you're a sledge enjoyer, Shade is going to try to show you how to beat Scorpion with Sledge. He just bought another one, knowing there are Scorpions on the board. And
yeah, I'm excited to see it play out.
The way he's doing that is by buying 2 more packs of crawlers. So it's certainly the way I think of beating a Scorpion, is make sure that it does nothing but shoot chaff. I don't care if you do 20,000 hit point damage. If you're hitting my Scorpions and Fangs, go right ahead.
Yeah, the truly problematic thing for Sledge is that Sledge wants to be your clear, right? And Sledge is, in fact, actually awful at clearing, particularly once you click to range, because Sledges overkill targets very, very, very frequently, even to a point where like Fang Shield is near useless versus Sledgehammer with range, because they do overkill so often. So they're already shooting the the shield by default, essentially, right? So, on the one hand, that's like kind of good, because it means that your opponent doesn't get value to click an attack, and on the other hand, it implies that the unit wastes an awful lot of damage. So in this case, like, you gain a small amount as Shade, as Shade here, by clicking Sledge range, but the Scorps kind of just don't care about your Sledges and kind of just walk at them and they die. Now, the actually, like, strong thing Shade has available to him is the EMP on the Sledges, which is presumably the way that you imagine beating the Scorps, is that you can EMP them with, basically your entire board, and that should look pretty good, but it is fairly easy if you're in a Poochie's spot here to just like put something in front of the Scorp, right? Whereas the Sledge wants to be both a chaff clear and the thing that's tanking, and also the thing that's EMPing. So when you're in the spot of getting killed instantly versus taking a very, very long time to kill your opponent's thing that's killing you instantly, that's a pretty dangerous proposition. So we shall see how it works out with the Sledge commit. Shade is on at 1400 HP on round 5, which does not sound incredible versus Scorpions.
That is pretty low.
Really importantly, he does commit to Loose Crawler here. So this spells one thing in my minds. This says you are dead, because you have to kill a Poochie like immediately in order to not lose to Mustang. And a Poochie already is exceptionally incentivized to commit to Mustang in the Scorpion board versus Sledges. And if you don't already know, Loose Crawler got nerfed relatively recently to lose 30% HP after clicking Loose. So these crawlers are squishier versus Mustangs, and even Typhoons to a lesser extent, right? But
yeah, I was going to say, does he go Typhoon instead of Mustang since he's already got the 2 on the board and can tech into those?
Maybe. I mean, you really want to have more than 7-meter splash, or at least 7-meter splash to be a unit that's good at clearing loose crawlers. Not that Typhoons are like awful versus chaff or anything, but they are one of the worst DPS per supply units in the game. You have less range than Mustangs, do not have quite the same great matchup versus loose crawlers that Mustangs do, and even are of the splash threshold that is most ideal for loose to abuse. So if I'm Poochie here and these Typhoons don't level, I think I'm just going to sell immediately and buy Mustangs, and I really just simply don't see how you win if you're Shade at that point, because you have to kill a Poochie, and a Poochie has exceptionally efficient chaff clear versus you, exceptionally efficient single target versus basically your whole board at this point. If you're Shade, you have all these ranged Sledges, so certainly the Loose Crawler will look very strong this turn when there's no answer for it, but you probably expect to see a Poochie click like 3 blue Mustangs to range next turn. And at that point, it will look very spooky. Even this turn doesn't look very good, right? I think that speaks to how bad this spot is. Like, there's only 2 white Typhoons on the board, and the loose still didn't do anything, right? It's not saying like loose is bad versus board state, but it just shows how poor the sledges are, right? This is what I meant at the start of the game when I said a widespread pandemic of sledge clicking by 201. Sledge is just...
I see it.
It's just not a unit, man. If there's a Scorp drop, you are dead. So committing sledge here is very dubious, I think. Either way, that is what's happened. I don't think any of these drops besides Armor Worm potentially can beat Triple Blue Mustang with range this turn. So I would assume that would be the thing Shade assumes is happening and would be the thing he will click. And even in addition, if that was not enough of a bad spot for Shade, Apucci has also offered 2 level 1 fortresses, which is basically ideal. It's the most deployed possible fortress to also go into if he were to so to choose, as a additional thing to back up his Mustangs that can clear the entire board. So it is looking pretty great for Apucci here. Does go for the forts. Shade does go for the worms as... Wait, no, sorry, it's mirrored. Sorry, Apucci is the worms. Very confusing.
Apucci took the worms, yes. Sorry.
Shade is the forts. Backwards.
You wanted to be seeing this whole match from the 501 perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
So we're gonna use Rocket Punch, sure.
I mean, maybe he'll use Rocket Punch. It's good versus Typhoons, right? That's probably his thinking in taking the forts here. Maybe he expects that Apucci commits to Typhoon as his shaft clear option. I think Apucci just says, I don't care about your loose Scrawler, it's irrelevant. We're going Worm. Because your board can't clear Worm because you're Sledgehammer, right?
You were correct about Apucci going to the Mustangs for the chaff clear and sets them both on the same side as the Worm. Does not sell out of the Typhoon. The itemized Typhoon gets leveled up to level 2. So, and he's using the mobile beacon to draw things right into that chaff clear area. Really kind of nice. So he's pulling all the crawlers into this kill zone where the 2 Mustangs and the Typhoons are, and the crawlers will waste their time on the worms. So they're not even accomplishing anything while they're out there. On the right side, it's going very, very well for Shade. He's going to get all the way to tower. On the other side, it has gone very poorly. So we'll see if tower debuff comes in at the right time for Shade or not. He does have a few crawlers in the back going to the backside tower, but only 3 of them stay on target there. They did enough. Oh my god. 3 pretty amazing crawlers made this round for Shade.
Yeah, absolutely. He might have even just died there straight up without those 3 crawlers now in the mission. It's a pretty big deal.
2770 now for Apucci, who was our Asia mini tournament champion. There's 700 for Shade. Efficient Giant manufacturing, if you're already committing into the forts, seems pretty good for Shade. And that's what he takes. Apucci goes for the Nano Repair. Nano Repair on a worm can be deadly, especially if that thing is level 2. It's not yet. And has Armor Enhancement, which it does, for the plus 50% hit point.
Yep, and Shade does go punch, as expected.
You called it.
This is actually, like, I guess it's, like, legal to kill Mustangs with punch. I mean, it's fine, I guess. Interestingly, Punch has a really bad drawback versus Acid Double Shot Scorp. Or even just Double Shot, honestly. The Scorps are high enough level, I don't think they need Acid, but your Punch can actually just like not go off at all, which is, as you might expect, pretty bad. If you get instant killed by the Scorp.
Does so much, yeah, you get so much damage from the second shot that you don't get the low hit point one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even not get the first one. The thing is, Punch is like really buggy. That's a big reason people don't use Punch very much anymore. So, Punch is bugged in like 4 different ways, so I don't want to try and explain them all, but Punch is a very subpar tech nowadays for that reason. That's why you don't see many people run it, even though it is, in theory, very good versus a wide variety of threats. Even more so, it sees less play due to carry for it seeing so much play. Which it's actually like fairly good into. Honestly, Punch is just like really strong if it actually works. It doesn't have too much consistency, but yeah. Also, might have liked to see a blue worm recruited here from Apucci for the nano repair kit. I'm not even sure Shade's board can kill a blue worm with nano with armor.
You know what? You know what else Shade's board can't kill?
Crawlers.
A boat. It's got one marksman sitting on the back line.
Yeah, it's definitely a nod to his complete and utter inability to shoot up.
Just
It's a pretty
in
common thing,
case.
honestly, for the Sledge board. You really don't want to invest into a Phoenix because Phoenix has less range than Sledge once Sledge is ranged. So the ideal like upshoot thing that you can buy is like literally one white marksman, just AFK in your backline and hopefully address anti-air.
Boom, he's gone now. So a boat
Yeah,
on the far left
This-
would have been cleaning up.
yeah. This turn is much better for Apucci. The tower timing does not just completely murder his entire board. It doesn't quite finish the game, but yeah, shows you how
It's-
poor Punch is. Even with 6 fortresses worth of punch, like just barely able to clear some things. Also, hilariously, Apucci does have an AM. By the way, it is possible to AM punch. That is the thing. It's very hard.
It's true. It's true.
But he does have one technically. This is important because it makes the storm volley start at AM, right? The punches are flying, so it technically is actually like pretty good versus the storm that has the damage item, but is somewhat interrupted at least by the punches. And there is a jab for Apucci, which is pretty good in this ASIM matchup for him. Also, jab, for example, would stop punches from going off, same way as Scorp would, so fairly strong here for him. And there is so many forts that are killable by two for ones by the jab here. And also you could like kill the big storm if you wanted to. A lot of very high value choices here for Apucci. And Shade goes to AM kill plus storm kill plus Scorp kill.
Yeah, he's killing the AM device is his primary target with that. The fact that we're also getting some other things is helpful, but Pucci will take the double over here, double fort. We'll kill one and drop the other one down to 30%. So one of the interesting bugs to observe with your fort is that's going to drop it below both 85 and 55 in the same shot. Watch to see if it shoots once or twice.
Used to, I swear it would shoot twice here. Does it actually not shoot twice anymore?
It's worth watching.
I
thought I had seen it missed.
No, I mean, I
thought I had seen it fail.
Punch is bugged like 7 ways from Sunday, so
yeah.
Whatever Punch does, I'm not surprised. Anything could happen. Who knows?
Did have a question from chat. So to clarify, yes, the Punch, the Rocket Fist, is a anti-missile, or it's a missile. See, fired once. Oh no, it did fire twice.
Oh, it did fire twice. It was so delayed.
I guess. So what I have seen in past was the fort dying the rest of the way between those two, so that you don't get your second punch. That is what I have seen. Okay, so Apucci has gone for the flying and healing knockout. We pointed out the lack of AA, and that has not been addressed. So as long as basically either of those wraiths survive, this game is going to end. They are technically only 300 hit points, so it would have to be like those wraiths and any other things. But yeah, to clarify, the Rocket Punch is a missile. It's a missile with very high hit points, so you're unlikely to see it ever shot down, but it can be shot down. Apucci has won 3 in a row. Knocks out Red Hair, knocks out Miasim, knocks out Shade. We are even Stevens at 4 games apiece.
Yes, indeed. Nice game from Apucci. Definitely showcased the weakness of the sledge carry thing that 201's been in love with lately. Not saying it has no merit at all, but man, sledges are pretty bad, man. That unit's so sad. Sounds like next up we'll have B-Man versus Apucci.
4 games to 4. Now, question for you. In that sledge carry, were we missing a tech on the sledges?
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, you really can't see the Scorpion at the same time that you commit into the sledge, because you need tempo, essentially, on the Scorps to be able to win the matchup as the sledge with, like, having attack and unit advantage, being able to, like, click EMP. But also, the real problem is the sledge just simply does not clear chaff effectively enough to actually have a tempo lead in the first place, nor does it even have good, like, round 1 matchups versus other boards in most cases. Like, sometimes you win, right? Like, versus Storm especially. And, I think it's kind of important to note, like, certain things are more effective at certain times of day because certain regions are playing at certain times of day. And there are playstyle differences between certain regions. Like, people kind of meme about 501 like only playing aggro, and people meme about like 201 only playing standard. That's like a real thing that affects the EVA of your strategy, right? Like, if you're a 201 player playing at a 201 time of day, then maybe something like range sledge is not actually that bad. But if you're playing people that are, degenerate aggro monkeys like 501, I'm 501 myself. I'm just saying, we just like jam aggro, right? Like, that's bad, right? At that point, because they're just going to play some scorps and you're just going to explode. But if you're in a range war, then suddenly maybe the sledges aren't that bad. So,
and vice versa, right? If you love playing aggro, play aggro during the 201 and 301 regions primacy. Early morning East Coast, mid morning East Coast, early morning Pacific, midday. I have a much higher win rate because I'm playing into players at my MMR who are not adept at defending aggro because they don't face it anywhere near as often. So I can really take advantage of them a lot more. And the same player, same skill level runs into that set of players at my skill level in the 501 all know how to defend it and do a much better job of it. So my EV, my win rate is much lower. So just an interesting one to note for folks out there.
Yeah, it's the cool part about Mechabellum, right, is like how many different strategies we do see at different levels of play and even among different regions at the same level of play. So really shows the amount of diversity and the way that you can choose to think about and play the game. Are always very cool.
What is B-Man's win rate?
It is 0%. He's only played 2 games
of the 201. Team captain of the 201 is 0% win rate.
Hey, the team captains are having a hard time, man. Saku at 33, B-Man at 0.
Yeah, it's been rough. Apuchi, would you like your Typhoon Specialist again, or are you taking something with more hit points? B-Man goes for quicks. He took the Typhoon. B-Man goes for quick supply with the Sledge and the Marksman. Let's get a...
Yeah, normally I would think that this spot for B-Man is pretty disastrous, having clicked Sledge into Tarantula with 3900 HP on the Sledge start. But thankfully for him, the thing which is normally a complete and utter just awful thing to have in your board, the Marksman, is actually very good in this matchup for him. And on top of that is quick supply. So, rather than having a terrible matchup, he is instead coin flipped into the correct matchup. So very fortunate for him. Normally, conversely for Apuchi, normally you'd have a great matchup into Sledge as the Tarantula, but he does have 3 starting marksmen, which you get to plan around, of course, but as the Tarantula player, you only have 1 play, and that is buy 2 more crawlers, or 3 more? 2 more. You start with 3. Yeah, so he's just jamming crawlers, right? And B-Man jams some arc lights, has no chaff at all, so the Tarantulas are pretty sad, I think. Technically, HE Tarantula, high explosive, is fairly good into sledges. You can pretty reliably obtain a DPS increase via that, and the button is very cheap. But also Tarantula sucks, so Apuchi's probably going to sell the Tarantulas, not likely to see him commit to them. Maybe if B-Man's start was a bit worse, perhaps if it was Sledge Fang instead of Sledge Marksman, maybe you might see some Tarantula commitment from Apuchi, but it's very likely that he just simply sells them and goes into Typhoon on turn 3, plays around whatever the drop is, and the game goes from there. Either way, on turn 1, probably expect it to go B-Man's way.
Yeah, fascinating choices from B-Man, right? Seeing the Tarantulas, he opted not to buy chaff, because he figures the Tarantulas are just going to devour whatever chaff he would have had. And seeing the triple crawler, he chose to add some arc lights, despite having some sledges that you might have thought of as your chaff clear if you were, looking at a more standard board, or especially one that didn't have a chaff start. So eventually, this should all work out for him. It's the right set of choices, so even though you do see Tarantula winning against Sledge often, B-Man had made the correct set of choices to win round 1. Apuchi down to 3660.
Importantly, B-Man did not spend his money on round 1, by the way, so even though his quick supply, did still win without it. And B-Man has chosen so quick we cannot see it, it is Storm.
Stormcaller, level 2 Storm.
Well, if you're Apuchi here, you're getting Typhoon next turn, and so I think Saber probably makes the most sense, but nothing's too appealing for him, I don't think, particularly in the face of oil. Really, there just isn't any great choices. He doesn't know about the oil,
of course.
What do you think about it? It's fairly...
Either Mustang or Fang for flank protection for him. He did take the Saber. So.
I mean, you can take Mustang there if you're hard forcing Mustang, but I don't think that it's a good spot to hard force Mustang into. There's literally 0 chaff on the board prior to this turn, right? So
right.
I don't think you feel super great about clicking a blue Mustang there. Maybe if your opponent's Fang opener, it feels less terrible, but yeah, Arc Sledge Mustang click, that is a no-go. Saber's even will look very sad versus the oil. The real reason you might expect oily here probably is because there is the blue storm drop, which you probably expect to be clicked versus the tarantulas. So, I mean, you don't always see oil on turn 2, but certainly versus Stormcaller, you more reliably expect to see it be clicked, particularly when the board circles single target. And also if your board has very little chaff. So, very effective oil from B-Man, but next turn Apuchi will have Typhoon. He has committed both sabers to the side, so maybe you'll see him just like continue to commit here. We'll see. It is very possible to do the flip-flop stuff. Very plausible he flip-flops, just like the previous game that we saw him play versus Red Hair, I think it was, and how Saku played versus Flower Fair earlier. We'll see. Also, very nice hero crawler on the right side. Going straight for the tower.
Crawler knows mission. Gets tower at very good timing.
Yeah, quite impactful. There's like tons of crawlers left still due to the oil, hilariously. I think the oil did not do him any favors here. But it did buy time for the hero crawler, I suppose, so I'm not sure. It's kind of like 50-50. Like the... Oh, the storm does not quite one-tap the tarantula. Does not matter, though. Didn't get there. Alright, well now Apuchi has Typhoons.
Get our
B-Man
drop.
goes to the haste instantly.
Haste module or absorption for the Typhoon. I would love to see a haste Typhoon in a flank screening position for Apuchi. And that is, at least he's setting himself up for it. He took the haste module with it. Puts it on the Typhoon, and the only thing left is the positioning. He's not going to play around getting flanked at all. He's going to play after for going for your far side tower. By the way, that's going to take care of the hero crawlers that were a problem last round, and gets him out of the oil. He's still got 600 in his 2 deploys to support that with. And of course, right up on that line like that, it is not going to be easily lockable. He'll be able to protect it with a crawler down the flank, a shallow crawler, or crawler on the line a little bit further over.
Yeah, interestingly, Apuchi does commit 2 more sabers here. You don't see a whole lot of like Saber Foon get played, but it kind of makes sense to this board from B-Man that had 0 chaff on turn 1. It doesn't die super easily to Storm, even maybe in theory. At some point, there's like some anti-missile saber getting clicked, who knows. Maybe there's like a lot of them on the board at some point, but there is 3 white sabers on turn 3, so maybe there's some degree of consideration for that from B-Man, potentially. It is also kind of relevant for the Typhoons. Losing all the bubbles storms is not ideal. And also the Typhoons actually do carry quite well as long as they're alive, right? So pretty good amount of value to potentially be farmed there.
Yeah, Typhoon, a unit that scales tremendously well with level because of the number of techs that improve or multiply by level. Shield Bubble and Homing Missile, the 2 that Apuchi is carrying. He gets that right side tower so quickly, works his way right to left. Doesn't matter that the main army is stuck in the oil. As you said, so many crawlers arriving late. It almost just helped on that side, so winning the far side. This is a dominant round win for Apuchi. If he hadn't lost Typhoon and Saber at the very end on that last volley from the level 2 storms, it would have been even better. But he drops B-Man from healthy to 2720 in a single shot. And now there's no oil to slow him down.
Yeah, the oil thing in particular is really important for the thing I was about to say, which is that both players have like no HP, right? Like, that's part of why B-Man oils on 2 here, is because if he has Tempo versus Apuchi, it's like ending the game, basically. And Apuchi making this side swap play, or like side swap push, I guess. He has like almost a symmetrical board at this point, if we don't count the tarantulas. But we can say that it's a side swap. Maybe there's no like beaconing happen, right? But certainly pushing the opposite tower is a very, very powerful one. Maybe like doing that once is a third of your opponent's HP, right? Also, here's the Saber AM Copium that I was talking about. My gosh, I didn't actually expect to see that happen, but he did just do it. It's really good for him here with the tarantula still on the board. It's especially good for him given that B-Man's board does not have any damage. Like, marksmen don't deal damage. The only thing in this board doing damage is storms, so it's pretty good.
I'm going to say Apucci loves selling and repurposing monies and has just not even unlocked sell, committing to the tarantulas as being the 200 hit point damage, buys into another saber, committing to these typhoon as hit point damage. He's just keeping, like you said, Saku's thinking of selling units as being negative tempo. Apucci is keeping the pedal to the metal in terms of hit point value available on the board if he has units surviving.
Yeah, and again, both players have like 0 HP basically. Also, wow, such value. Ate the missile on the right side there for the sabers. But yeah, both players have no HP, right? So selling is like really terrible if both players have no HP. In general, it's not that great if you're aggro versus defense, but if neither player has any HP, then any amount of hit point value on the board is extremely strong. And it's also like kind of a similar line of thinking here for buying the Saber AM, right? Like deleting essentially hit point value from your opponent's board or like just effective supply from your opponent's board via AM is just like insanely powerful. Like it doesn't matter if this play is not good 2 turns from now if the game is over 1 turn from now. And yeah, also if it's over 1 turn from now, your opponent doesn't have much counterplay either, so really strong tempo play from Apucci. Also want to note, both these past rounds, this round and the previous, he clicked temp speed in his tower. So even more investment into ending the game like ASAP. Also kind of similar to like a Fortress type beat, this clicking temp speed every turn thing. Sabers need speed really bad, so... And even the Typhoons to a lesser extent, they're not very fast. The Mustangs do help Apucci cover any potential shenanigans. There's almost no way possible that there can be anything done to him at this point. If he buys a beacon, there's definitely no way you can do anything to him, unless there's like a blue rhino randomly on the flank or some very random something like that. Oh my gosh, he even... Oh no, sorry, that's a Mustang. I thought there was Wasp in the back there for a second. They look kind of similar at times. Same unit size, right? Same squad size, that is.
That was
oh my gosh,
the
is this again? It's the acid click from B-Man. This is the same thing we saw last time we saw him play, I think. He did acid defense when he was very behind like this against...
Right.
I don't remember who it was, but it really backfired really heavily. Yeah.
It really didn't work out, and it's not going to work out into the Typhoon or the Tarantula, right? Like, this just...
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it's kind of good versus these medium-sized units, right? But the main problem is that you cannot fix your own crawler positioning. Therefore, you are going to acid yourself at some points. And once you acid yourself, your opponent has Mustangs and Typhoons that just absolutely love a 250% damage multiplier and use it to the fullest extent, right? So if your own button on your own chaff is going to kill you, that is a bad day.
And I'm going to add the other thought there is acid isn't great against medium units. It's great against huge units, right? Like I don't even agree that acid would be something you'd want against these medium units. You're not getting the percentage value. You're not clearing chaff. That's been the problem. Yeah, we've got some lock on it now. We've got the Mustangs. I mean, eventually it's doing some stuff, right? Everybody's stuck in acid now,
right?
Right.
Acid's just a damage multiplier. So like it's cool if it's killing a War Factory, but it's certainly very effective if your board has like 3 Mustangs to range in it at providing chaff clear. So it may seem like a bit unintuitive, but it certainly is not good in this spot. I mean, I'm not saying there's anything to fix B-Man's spot here, but he's 2 HP.
B-Man's got 2 hit points. What are you worried about?
One more than needed.
No problem. Exactly.
B-Man is
his health has been used as a resource.
Exactly. Yeah. Both players do get the damage out of me here, though. So it's definitely a Mustang game from this point onwards, or a Typhoon game. I guess both are valid. Yeah, like we're talking about, the Saber AM, very high value in this game. Has incentivized B-Man to sell out of his storms. The damage items have been migrated to the Mustangs. But I just don't see a way that he can come back versus his own acid. I mean, obviously, for Mustang, we don't care for acid, but there's certainly the sledges in front of the tower, the arc lights in front of the tower that's very easily might have some acid on them. And even just like the variance that adds to your board is very important, right? I will say in this turn, the acid on the oil, very strong. But even like the variance that it adds to your board's like output of just like, am I acided by myself this turn, is not something that's a tenable proposition if you're 2 HP, right? So,
Right.
not feeling too good about the spot for B-Man.
Now,
I'm
B-Man
not really
takes
sure how he digs
oil.
himself out either way.
He takes oil to slow himself down. I was actually thinking of oil as a possibility for a Poochie on the grounds that an oil down here behind the left side tower slows down those haste Mustangs, slows down 2 packs of crawlers, and would really encourage those crawlers to get acided in positions that are beneficial for a Poochie rather than B-Man.
Oh, you want to slow down the acid? Yeah, that's kind of good, maybe.
Yeah, drop the acid behind enemy lines, like just with my own oil.
Yeah, that is truly an unhinged line. It's certainly very effective. That's not something you see every day, is it?
Let me say,
delay.
I have used that line to really great effect when opponents.
I mean, it's good, right?
Have used.
It's good if it works.
Yeah, especially. I mean, of course, I'm at the 1500, 1600, 1700 level at the moment, so when it works, it's brilliant, and here we go. B-Man had a plan all along. He's got this.
Yeah, this is the oil that he bought on turn 2, by the way, coming back. That does once again buying the round, but Apuchi gets the choo-choo train, the advanced power system, I think it's now called. Yeah, right? Advanced power system, yes.
Advanced power, yeah.
Used to be called the advanced power train, and then it got changed right after. It's like a week later, but the choo-choo train was dubbed as the advanced power train. Very cute name. Very, very good for these super slow units with Poochie. Like I mentioned earlier, just clicking temp speed every rounds. It's like, I'm not sure if it's even like that great versus oil, but hey, it's just good, period. Like, you're never sad to be faster if you're this board. Very, very slow. And also notably, B-Man is just like dead outright to like a worm with armor probably on one side, like non-oiled side potentially. He's dead to a lot of things really at this point, right? But Apuchi's just saying like, hey, we don't have to commit to any like all-in stuff. Oh my gosh, there are hackers in the board. Wait, do the hackers benefit from acid? They don't, right?
Well, I mean, it's damage, right? They do.
No, it's not damage. I don't think they benefit. Do they? I've actually asked this question in my chat before. I don't remember the answer. I think the answer is they don't benefit from acid. It's really weird. Let me think. I'm not sure if it does benefit. It's really good for him because obviously they're going to be in the acid, right?
Chat,
but I think
chat
it's
thinks
not
they are not. Yeah, but we'll see. Maybe B-Man thinks it is.
I mean, I think regardless of whether it is or isn't, it's certainly really nuts if it is. But regardless whether it is or isn't, it's really good into the Typhoons, really good into the Sabers, and even just in general making the board like get stunned by that hack is pretty good.
Right, and the hack slows everything down, which means it's not pushing into the acid as quickly. Hold on a sec.
Oh, the acid is looking super good on the right side this turn.
Yeah, it did. And let's. So it doesn't look like the acid speeds the hacking, but if your hack is dependent on the unit, like the supporting damage from the Mustangs, whittling the unit's overall health down. Now it is not going to matter.
Beneficial, certainly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that will be game for the Saber board.
That is finally game.
Successfully tempo it out. The hackers got really close there.
W.
The hackers almost did it, man. There's just so much variance to the acid, right? Like, even if a crawler just like passed differently and like happens to be in a different spot, like the outcome's different. And there is so much variation in chaff pathing. Even just like how they spread matters too, right? Like if it lives a second longer, then that's a big deal.
Yep.
But oil almost brought B-Man back into it. Not quite going to get there versus the Mustangs. Once again, aciding yourself versus Mustangs, very, very not beneficial play. But both players understanding that that is a purely tempo-based game they're playing there. Both committing to lines that get them out right now, and maybe not a round or two from now, but definitely are the best right now. But not quite enough for B-Man. So it looks like we'll have a good dog versus a Poochie for our next match. How many players does 2-1 have left?
Is
it just Godog?
It is just Godog.
Wow.
They are down. They went from a commanding lead at 4-2 to 4-5. And
So that is
it
4 wins in a row for Apucci. That is crazy.
It is 4 wins for Apucci. What is Godog's win percentage?
It is 100 with 1 game played. And Apucci is currently sitting at 100 with 7 games, or 6 games played? 6 games played, yes. 6 games. 4 of which were today, of course.
Full translation there is Old Bandit Godog. .201 is worse than Apucci officially. Love it. So this
It'd
is
be cool to see Apucci
it.
sweep all of them. That'd be neat.
It would be. On the other hand, if obviously we've come to the conclusion that every fan of dogs would have wanted you have Godog versus Apucci, and on the off chance that Godog wins it, we would get the Godog versus Dachshund winner take all.
Yeah, I guess Godog does have dog in his name, doesn't he? That's funny. Oh man, this tournament has been very hype. Like, we saw almost 201 sweeping everything, and then Apucci came in and is almost reverse sweeping 201, and then imagine if Apucci wins here and it's like 1 player remaining versus 1 player remaining. That'd be so cool.
Yeah, there are so many possible lines here. It was 4-1 when Apucci took over, and yeah, he has won 4 in a row. Knocked off, in order, I believe, Red Hair, Miasim, Shade, B-Man. So you guys are correct. 4 in a row for Apucci. If he can make it 5 in a row, the 501s are officially the champions. And if Godog can stay alive, and beat Apucci, we will have a winner-take-all final between Godog and Dachshund. Godog, near side blue, the last hope for the 201, as his choice of quick supply, far seer, or fortified, with a lot of tarantula options or sledgehammer. For Apucci, it's cost control, typhoon, aerial, or giant. We know he loves his typhoon, but he has pivoted to the cost control this time.
Yes, indeed. So you probably expect to see Apucci play standard since he's cost control. I don't think I know a single player that thinks cost control is playable aggro, so pretty much he's locked into that with that choice. Probably should not be very much doubt there from Godog. And of the 2 players, he definitely has the far worse opener. And cost control is actually rather good in standard, I think. Conversely to its capacity to play aggro. Standard loves tempo sometimes. Sometimes it's it's a 15 rounder, but certainly it's very open to being a tempo based game if you want to play it that way. And Apucci is certainly a flexible player that can play either style. And I think in this case, since he is cost control, I think that leans very heavily into tempo. So you may see him take lots of spells, may see him do stuff like we saw him do earlier versus Red Hair, where he takes quick cooldown. Takes Bombard, takes quick cooldown, goes for an ult turn, goes for Vulcan drops, all that good stuff. Certainly at the very start of the game, might not see something like that, but cost control in standard says, I have more money than you, I have more shields than you, I have more missiles than you, I have more oil than you, I have more every spell than you, and we're going to use that to the fullest extent possible. And on top of that, Godog has the very low HP Tarantula opener. It has a little bit more, I guess, because it has Marksman, which is quite terrible. And arguably, Marksmen are way worse than any other option here versus the Storms, because a level 1 Marksmen certainly are not dueling Storms if they're untech'd. So Godog has quite possibly the very worst thing he could have. He has Tarantulas, and he also has Marksman versus a Storm opener that's cost control. I think there is actually a breakpoint for cost control on average versus Tarantulas with the volleys, but if you just simply have a second Storm on turn 1... Yeah, on the left, right? But if you just cost control and you have a second Storm on 1 and you get your other chaff to play, it kind of just doesn't matter. And that's probably going to be the name of the game here for Apucci, is just me jam Storms, your board has no chaff. Yep. Honestly, kind of similar to last game, except in this case, Apucci has a lot of play.
And yeah. And finish out before the long-term stat difference matters. Godog takes the Typhoons. I do expect Apucci loves his Typhoons. He's probably thinking about the Scorpion or Stang as well. What's my long-term board here?
Pretty weird to see Godog go for the Typhoon here. Like, I'm not sure if the Mustang is that much better, but man, all the options suck for Dog versus the cost control Storms. Maybe even expect to see him sell it here. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it looks like he's going for the sell on the Spiders and then maybe the Typhoon afterwards. Who knows? Definitely makes sense. The best here for Pucci is the Scorpion since he has cost control. Scorpion does not need all of its stats. Mustang and Typhoon do need all their stats, and the last choice is Wraith, which probably you don't want to see in Standard most of the time if your opponent has Marksman. So all makes sense to me. And yeah, I just want to reiterate again. And the spot sucks for Godog. It sucks really bad.
Fourth
No chaff.
Stormcaller up, and he's only got 4 chaff and 1 storm of his own.
Yeah, definitely not the spot you want to be if you're in Standard. Down massively in Storms, down massively in chaff, and there's even a Scorpion to have to kill.
Pucci has matched him with a untacked level 1 marksman, so just assuming the long-term range war game, and Pucci, as I said at the very first game when we asked if it was a mistake for him to come out Standard against Red Hair, he was a past master of the range war, long before he became the aggro enjoyer that you guys know from stream if you've started watching him in the last 6 months or so.
Yeah, there was also the Wraith drop too, which is probably the main reason that Pucci chooses to go for 1 marksman deploy here. Yeah, ideally, he probably wants to leave it like flexible that he can take like a Phoenix drop later per se, or for example, but definitely doesn't want to leave himself open to just losing the air here for no reason when he's trying to play a tempo game. Probably will also expect to see like high explosive clicked on his Stormcallers next turn, maybe, or at least some Storm button, given how many he's bought and how much money he has from being cost control.
He also needs a chaff clear, so HE on the Storms would make very good sense.
Yeah, allegedly HE is chaff clear. I'm not sure I really buy into that, but it certainly clears stuff. There's a bunch of items. These things are probably not ideal for cost control to see, but there is also a spell. Oh, he actually does go for the Amp Core there. Probably goes in the Scorpion, I would imagine. Or something else entirely, perhaps, but probably the Scorpion on one side or the other. Does go on the side with the Typhoon, makes sense. Typhoon, again, might be getting sold. Certainly if you see another Scorpion here, it's probably getting sold. And just want to mention again, like, having to sell is bad if you're in these tempo matchups. Like, just like last game, if you're in B-man spot and you're, like, incentivized to sell out of your Storms, because your Storms aren't doing anything due to anti-missile right, or in this case, you're getting one-shot by a Scorpion, that is a really, really, really bad thing. Missing deploys is game-losing. And you're essentially missing deploys by selling, right? Because that's a deploy you've already spent at one point, so...
Right, every sell is -1 deploy. And that was exactly what Pucci did last game. He never sold, made use of the fact that there were hit points on the board to deal the damage, and ends the game pretty quickly. Looks like he's going for much the same here, and in particular, what he's been investing into, every single one of those units is long-range unit that he could conceivably have, what would I say, 1,500 hit points survive the round, right? 1,500 hit points this round plus whatever hit points he has next round technically could get him the game at the end of round 4. It's unlikely, right? Odds are the Scorpions go down or something. If they both stayed up, though, that would have been 1,500 for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and also maybe even this high explosive click that he's done here is even good versus the Typhoon, hilariously. We were talking earlier, like, is HE good versus Storm v Stormbearer? Well, honestly, maybe HE is just good versus everything. Not sure it's good versus Crawlers, but it's even good versus Typhoons, maybe. And there's a spell. That's great.
Bombard is Bombard.
Yep. Also, if you're cost control, you just simply click every spell. That's how it works. He did skip Smoke, but it was for an item, so that's fine. It's for an item against a potentially itemized Typhoon. And also, the spells are also like kind of doubly good if you're the cost control player, right? Because on the one hand, it's a spell. It's a thing for you to spend money on. It's a way for you to like gain board strength in a way that does not rely on unit stats, which is great. And also, you are much more readily able to like spend money on shields or missiles, whatever, than your opponents. So you can both address the spells and also use the spells without like a stat malice, relative to your opponents. Much easier. So both defensively and offensively, cost control benefits from spells being offered. So Apuchi is just happy to see like as many as possibly drop, and if you're a dog, every single time you see a spell, you're just like, Bear like, why'd you do this to me? Does go for the Vulcan too on the right side, which kind of just dies to the storm, so I'm a bit surprised to see that. That is just a natural Vulcan drop unlocked, right? There's no like secret unit drop I didn't see on my screen because it was a spell turn this turn, so it obviously wasn't, but that is just a $200 Vulcan that just got dropped on the board in front of a Scorpion. Against cost control, notably, right? That can very easily and readily click double shot or acid those Scorpions and instantly kill it, so that is a very bold choice here. As the last remaining 201 player versus the next to last remaining 501 player. This could be our very last game of the tournament.
It could be. Well, it has been an epic tournament. And I don't think we've seen a Vulcan Marksman in it very much. It looks like that's the direction Godog is going to try and close out with. Let me go with the most classic of classics. Nobody ever got fired buying IBM.
Yeah, it looks like this turn kind of exposes Apuchi's lack of chaff clear. I'm not sure he actually has any chaff clear at this point. Like, literally at all. I think there's nothing besides HE Storms, so the fact that it's even close on the right side is very concerning here for Godog. Oh, he actually just wins. It's not even like it was close, it's just he wins a lot. Man,
the right side was pretty good, for Godog. But yeah, the HE Storms are getting it done. Godog down to 1670. Apuchi 4,700. And on the verge of closing this out for the 501. Can Godog turn it around?
Yeah, nothing here is good for Godog. You definitely want to see a unit drop this turn to try and turn it around somehow. But none of that is impactful, really. Photon on the Vulcan to stop, like, you know, maybe getting killed by a Scorp potentially is okay. Costs $50, pretty cheap. Even helps maybe, like, early round for it to tank a little bit. Kind of helpful. Certainly Godog is, like, way ahead in chaff clear, and also does have the oil this turn. So, may see the oil win the round for him, potentially. But overall, the spot is looking really poor. The Vulcan unlock is minus 200, the Vulcan tech is minus 300. And I think if Apuchi just simply matches the Scorp techs and gets even like the barest minimum of chaff cleared his board, then he will be looking really good for the remainder of this match. Particularly since Godog is on such low HP. Like, any spell that goes badly could end him, right? Like, even if right now he's winning, it could very easily turn the other way.
This oil looking very good for Godog this round. And we've gotten up to having the Vulcan on both sides. Floating the photon coating. Not going to put it on a Vulcan.
Oh, he didn't.
Do you have a plan for
Interesting. I wonder if he's trying to wait for a worm drop, maybe?
Maybe.
Honestly, is worm drop even good for him?
He did take range on the Vulcans.
Yeah,
he took range on the Vulcans, so it's not like it's getting targeted early enough in the round. Right?
Yeah.
It finally takes its hit at like the 98th second or so.
Yeah, it certainly keeps it alive a little bit longer. But again, Apuchi has like actually literally zero chaff clear, right? Like, unless you want to cope that Scorpions are chaff clear or something. They are an anti-swarm unit, but I'm not sure that they quite qualify as chaff clear.
Chat wanted to cope that they are the chaff clear. Chat,
arguably, they
chat is
chaff.
all in on the 501 winning this, so the copium is real. And
I mean, hey,
it's working
it's not
so
like
far.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's going poorly for Apuchi despite a lack of traditional, we'll say, chaff clear. Turns out Scorpion does have 15-meter splash, so at least in part it clears crawlers. And there isn't really anything else besides crawlers to worry about clearing, you know? There's some storms that get one shot, Vulcans that get two shot, things that can't exist versus HE storms. So unless something big, which is definitely not a unit drop this round, saves Godog, I think that will probably be it for Apuchi. And that would be the tournament for 501 if Godog does not find a way to save it this rounds. Small EMP is certainly not the impactful, big, game-changing thing you're looking for here.
No.
And in fact, I would argue it's even like very good for Apuchi here because once again, he has cost control, right? It's easy for him to play around this, and it's harder, relatively speaking, like supply-wise, for Godog to play around it. And particularly as like the Scorpion player versus the Vulcan player here, I think that you're happier to be deleting their shields than you are scared of them deleting yours, right? So I feel like this is even like good for Apuchi and not for Godog. Certainly there's
Still
also
got
a spell.
950 to spend and 2 deploys. That's going to go into a pair of marksmen in range, which leaves him still on a solid 450 right now. Do you just level across the board on the storms and go for the knockout? Now he takes the oil from tower to light Godog's own chaff on fire, correctly positions it to play around the shield.
Looks like he did level 1 storm. I'm not sure in general you're too excited about leveling storms, particularly because it's not putting HP on board to deal HP damage, right?
Right.
But it's okay, certainly. You know, it's a way to spend the money, and maybe you struggle with that sometimes it's cost control. In this case, I think you just spam as many deployables as possible and try and finish the game. And he did go for 3 marksmen to try and say, like, I'm not going to lose to, like, you know, 2 packs of wasps with shield, for example.
Phoenix.
Does have enough individual shots to deal with that. And certainly it's not going to lose, like, Wraith or Boat, so pretty much it's just exactly wasp he's trying to play around there. You're not, like, particularly excited to be buying marksman in nearly any situation that's kind of bored, but that is the game for Apuchi in the tournament for 501. Let's go.
Grinds it out in 6 rounds. Apuchi wins 5 games in a row, beating in order Red Hair, Shade, Red Hair, Miasim, Shade, B-Man, and Godog. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apuchi, your champion. I mean, 501, your champion. Apuchi, the champion for the 501. And we have Team Captain Saku in the booth with us. Congratulations, sir. Well
hello.
done.
Hello.
Apuchi's just a beast. Holy smokes.
He is a beast. What the hell
I
was
took
that?
out five of them, all gone, easy.
I said this when he started, that if there was any, and we didn't know where Doxson was, so it was like, it might have to be Apuchi's sweep. I said, he's the guy that you can count on to be a threat to win back-to-back weekend tournaments on the same weekend, like, time in and time out. Like, he is the guy that could run off that set of 6 victories. And he did, in fact, run off the set of 5 that he needed. How confident were you with when it was you guys were down 4-1 when you still had Apuchi?
I was a little bit down. I was like, oh shit, okay, we need Apuchi to win this. I mean, Apuchi definitely has it in him, and obviously you saw that, but it definitely, you're like getting a little bit worried here. Red Hair's looking obviously very strong, so
yes.
But yeah, Apuchi just took them all out, no problemo.
1, 2, 3, 4. We did have chat wanted to know whether you thought Apuchi was stronger in standard, aggro, or mid aggro. And
Mid aggro,
see him run all 3.
Apuchi, I think Apuchi's an all round player. I think he's more confident aggro. I think that's what he said. But I mean, his standard is obviously very strong. He took out Red Hair, no problem.
Saku, what was the team atmosphere like when it was 4-1? I think with 2-1 being up 4. How was that?
It was a little scary because we're like, where the fuck's Doxson? Like, I don't know, we can't reach him, and we're out. We got Apuchi left. I would like, it wasn't like negative, but it was like, you're a little bit worried. You're like, oh my god, but Apuchi pulled through.
Yeah, just simply beats all of them. Just 5-0, sweeps the whole thing.
I will say there was someone. I think it was the first match. It was I forget what it was for first match. I think it was Flower Fairy versus Monks. Like, Flower Fairy's gonna take 7 and close it out, and Red Hair won't even have to play, something like that. So we take 5 and we close out, no problem.
No problem. Yeah, disappointed we didn't get to see Monks to take all 12.
Yeah, I was hoping for Monks to at least, put a dent in the 2-1 lineup for us.
Monks the spoiler opted to bow out and let the 2 teams face each other fairly. How much fun was it for you to get to choose your team, to put it together, and to nominate it? Was it more like pressure and work, or was it just a ton of fun to get to kind of tap the top players of your choice?
Oh, it was definitely a ton of fun. Like, I kind of already in a Discord with other players, so it's not like too hard to reach them. it was a bit rough choosing because it's like you can only choose so many players, and everyone's gonna be like, and I stream sometimes, so they'll be like, "Oh my god, why didn't you invite?" There's gonna be all that. So I tried to be like, okay, we go down the list of MMR more or less, and then like whoever's as easy as possible to contact, of course.
Yeah. Congratulations. We do have a bear-like in the booth. I believe you have a statement to make, sir. Welcome in.
Hi. Am I on?
You are
Can you
on.
hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, congratulations. I think Apuchi have show his strengths, like his dominant strengths in the tournament. I think he beat beat 5 players from 201 by
5
himself.
of the best in succession, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the middle of the tournament, we all thought that because it's like there's 5 player left, of 201 player left, and only 2 player of 501 left, and I think at some point that Dogson we actually contact. Yeah, Dogson is missing. So actually is like the final one, and it's like it's really amazing. It's like to see someone be this strong, and I think also Apuchi's play style is very variant. Just he play standard and he play aggro, and he win all of them.
Yeah, and it's not like there was a specific consistent unit that he was relying on, which I think actually speaks to the balance that the game is in at the moment. So can I ask a question? I know you guys have announced some upcoming units. How is the team going about keeping the balance of the game? Because I think a lot of players would agree the game is pretty well balanced at the moment. How are you guys going about keeping the balance of the game while introducing new units? I know that's obviously a challenge. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah. Right now, I think we do have a variety of units that is viable in high MMR plays. But I do think there are some units that do not see many play, or some units that got played too much. For example, the Stormcaller, despite being nerfed like 3 patches ago, I think now this player became better and better at using Stormcallers. And I think Stormcaller probably we probably need to nerf Stormcaller again. And also I think for us, we generally don't think of which unit is too strong, which unit is too weak. What we are, when we're making balance, generally we are thinking about how can we give a unit a unique role that have it to counter other unit and have it to be countered by other unit. So a new unit is coming. It will fill another missing role in the game. So there are still several missing roles in the game. Most of them are air units. That right now we don't have that much air units, so we need to make some more air unit to fill some missing roles.
And that sort of implies a anti-air units as well, and I think you guys did address that a bit with the Farseer, for example, being a unit that is strong anti-air.
Yeah, we are also thinking about to make some rare unit to move some rare unit to the core unit side. Once we have developed enough tech for them, then they can be a core unit. For example, I think Sabertooth. If we have added enough tech to Sabertooth can be a great starting unit. So it will give the starting unit better variety, and also we are making other new starting units too.
Are there any core units that you would consider moving to be a rare unit, like
Yes.
available by drop? Yeah, okay. Excellent. I won't ask you to necessarily name them, but just to know that that's a possibility is helpful, I think, for conversation and discussion. If you want to let us know more, you can. But
The Rhino is the one. Rhino is the one that is actually a lot of players hate Rhino, and it is too strong for 200 units. So it isn't in the starting unit, because in starting if Rhino is a starting unit, it will be too strong.
Right.
So right now, generally, Rhino already acting like a rare unit. Player most use only use Rhino when it drops. So we are thinking about maybe move it into the rare unit roster. But that is something we are considering, not something we have decided on.
Yeah. May I inject a suggestion? I think if Scorpion were moved to be a rare unit, it would make both Steel Ball and Sledge more playable.
Yeah, but
as
right
starting
now,
packs. So
but right now Sledge and Steel Ball actually is pretty strong.
They're pretty strong, yeah.
Yeah, especially after I watched Xiaobu's Sledgehammer play. Yeah.
Well, Bear, we only have a couple more minutes, so I do want to ask, what did you think about the almost completely reverse sweep from 501 in this best of series here? I think 201 was up by 4, and 501 had 1 win thus far. I was seeing that come all the way back around from Apuchi. He talked about how strong he was to play earlier. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think this shows how strong Apuchi is. Also, actually, I think they're like a 2 player that are on the T1, T0 tier of 501. It's Apuchi and Saku. And I think there are 2 T0 player on the 201 team. That's Fairy, Guard, and Red Hair. And so when Apuchi actually beats Red Hair, I think he actually beat all T0 201 player there. And all the other player, I'm not saying they do not have a chance, but Saku and Apuchi actually beats Saku beats one T0 player from 201, and Apuchi beats another T. So that's why I think there's this reverse sweep. And the reason that 201 was in the lead is, I think that is also because Apuchi wasn't the second player. I think he's the 5th player. That's why 201 was able to win that many match. That's just what I thought. I think, that's just what I thought.
It makes a lot of sense.
Strategically,
thanks for sharing that with us. Makes a lot of sense. One thing we do have a question for you about is regarding the MAG1 tournaments formats and the overall Mechabellum competitive scene. Do you have any thoughts to share with us about what that's been like watching that for you, or just in general?
Yes, this is something I really like to to talk about. I think the MAG1 tournament is excellent. The format is very fun. It's I haven't thought that a tournament could have so many custom rules to make it more fun. I think today's final shows how well the tournament format is working. It's very exciting. It's I never imagined there will be this great comeback. this is it's I think even when you compare this to the traditional sports or esports, I think this MAG1 tournament final is one of the best tournament final I have ever seen. So I think it's great. I hope there will be more, and I hope we can somehow support this kind of tournament in the future. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. I completely agree with you, by the way. It was really exciting to watch it play out the way that it did. I watch a lot of esports, so I was really excited to see how close it got at the very end. We were down to almost one player remaining versus one player remaining, right? It could have been Doxson versus Godog at the very end, so that was super cool.
Yeah. It's like very exciting to watch.
I do think we all want to know, can we expect a nerf to Apuchi in the upcoming patch?
Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Whoever win tournament is on my watch list. Right now, Apuchi is very tough to nerf because he's good at a lot of different units. But he is on my list, so I'm watching him. Whatever he use, it's on my watch list.
I have a question for Saku. Was it an intentional choice? If Bearlike is saying, we think of Saku and Apuchi as the two S tier players from that 501 roster. Was it an intentional choice to put one of your S tier players on in the closer role, as it were?
Honestly, no, it was just time zone. Because Apuchi's a little bit, I think he's 3 hours behind compared to me, and then Dillo's in Australia, so it's like 4 a.m. something crazy or something. So we just whoever's up, we send them first. And then for Flower Fairy, it was like either me or Arbiter, and I just went first because I had more experience against Fairy. So there wasn't much strategy there other than like whoever's up.
Oh, that plays perfectly.
Well, thank you again, Bearlike and Saku, for joining us. Bearlike, do you have anything final you would like to say about the tournament or anything like that before we sign out?
I don't have anything else. I just want to thank you for you guys to organize the tournament, and thank you for everybody to participating in this tournament. It's like we are really appreciate this kind of effort, and it's been wonderful to watch you guys play.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, thank you for joining us.
I do want to pass that along also from all of us. A huge thank you to Yes Win Big for doing so much of the work to both sponsor and organize this tournament, putting together more than 30 players from all 6 regions, 5 plus Finland, and putting together, I think 6 different people wound up casting. We had the ability to do in-match interviews or post-match interviews. It's just been an amazing production. So huge thank you and appreciation to Yes Win Big for organizing and all of that. And Bearlike, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Saku, anything else you'd like to say in closing?
Other than just a big thanks to everyone who's watching, a big thanks to everyone who produced it and all the casters and players, and there's probably more production people behind the scenes. It was a great event. It was very exciting for a regional type of tournament. I had fun. Our team enjoyed it, and maybe there'll be more.
Is there anything next for the 501?
Anything next? What more do we need to prove? The rest of the titles, the street titles,
won the launch
501 best region, 501 best region. We have the evidence. Well, Apuchi best region, but it's fine.
Apuchi did almost reverse sweep it by himself. So.
Well, we're still gonna take credit for it, okay?
Yep. It's all good. Cool. Very, very nice. Well, congratulations again, Saku. I know you have a team to go celebrate with, and really appreciate everything that you did to put this together, to put together the 501 team and all the organization behind the scenes, man. Congratulations. Well-deserved victory, man.
Thank you. Take care. GG's.
GG's. You want to bring us home, Time?
Yeah, I believe that's pretty much all we got for the day. Once again, this has been MAG1. This is our inaugural, I guess, team formats. Don't know if I'll have team format again in the future, but it seems like everyone really enjoyed it, including Bearlike. So awesome to see all the teams come together. Once again, thanks to
really do hope
for
we can.
organizing and everyone for coming out for the tournament. It's been such a great time. So thanks to all the viewers for watching. Hope you had a great time. This will also be up on YouTube, just saying. Want to go check it out there after. If you missed any games, feel free. And yeah, thanks so much again for being here.